The story begins with the fact that Xiang Tian was an ordinary boy. When he was a child, his father put on his neck a necklace with a blue crystal that belonged to his mother. Crouching nearby in the ray of light, the man hugged his son by the shoulders and said that the necklace has his strength. He needs to be worn to overcome difficulties. The boy brought a mysterious crystal closer to his eyes and asked to tell his father about his mother. The man did not answer. Xiang Tian turned his head and was surprised to realize that his father suddenly disappeared. 10 years have passed since that moment. Sitting on the bed, Xiang Tian found himself in a hospital bed. The entire upper body, except for the left hand, was bandaged. The man looked thoughtfully at his hand. Due to severe injury, he did not remember how he found himself in the hospital. A pretty dark-haired nurse with a tablet entered the ward. She was glad that the guy finally woke up. The girl was so beautiful that Xiang Tian shouted unexpectedly for herself. She scaredly jumped back. The man blushed. He opened with nasal bleeding. From the fright, Xiang Tian began to stutter and could not say a word. Bai Yu came to her senses and screamed irritably that he could not do this. He scared her with his scream. The man scratched his head, puzzled, saying that something had found something on him. Most likely, something dreamed of. The girl softened and put her hand on his shoulder, asking not to get up. He survived a miracle. Xiang Tian asked what happened. The nurse was surprised that the patient did not remember anything and told how he saved the little girl. Xiang Tian began to recall the yellow car under the wheels of which he almost hit, saving the girl. The man admitted that now he remembered everything. He asked if everything was all right with that girl. The door of the chamber creaked softly. A long-legged visitor appeared on the threshold. She said that everything was fine with her daughter. In gratitude, Zhenryu brought the savior a large bouquet of flowers and gave him a mysterious smile. When he looked at the visitor, everything was repeated. Nazal, bleeding again, opened from what he saw. The woman went to the hospital bed, lowering the bouquet down. She asked what happened to the guy. Xiang Tian stood up on the bed. With a sigh, the man admitted that after the accident, his visions constantly seem. Zhenryu said that she did not want to become a victim of a blackmailer, so she was ready to give a solid amount for her daughter's salvation. Xiang Tian angrily asked why she generally decided that he wanted to blackmail her with the salvation of the girl. The woman coldly asked if his amount would arrange 1 million. The man silently looked at the visitor. She regarded his silence in her own way and sat in a chair, crossing her legs. Smiling, the woman offered 2 million. Xiang Tian irritably sat on a bed, screaming that he saved the baby not because of money. Bai Yu scaredly rushed to him, asking not to get up. When the young man was already at the door, Zhenryu said that she was ready to pay even $5 million. Xiang Tian answered irritably, without turning around, that the life of a girl cannot be bought for any money. The woman was so shocked by a conversation with an intractable guy that she could not say a word. The young man was so angry at her that he was walking along the hospital with clenched fists. At the end of the corridor, a small silhouette loomed. Xiang Tian muttered angrily that he could not even think about the existence of such strange parents that everyone stars with money. The little girl in hospital pajamas timidly suggested that he was the guy who saved her. He did not say a word. The girl burst into a joyful laugh, thanking the man for his salvation. Xiang Tian said that everything was fine. Do not thank. He could not do otherwise. This conversation was heard by the nurse. She smiled embarrassedly herself. This man turned out to be not only pretty but also noble. Turning to Bai Yu, Xiang Tian called her a beauty and asked if he could ask for a favor. The nurse blushed instantly. Having stammered, she asked what the patient had in mind. Xiang Tian smiled and extended his hand, asking to lend money to the way home. The girl was petrified in surprise. Reaching for a wallet, she remembered how the guy refused 5 million. It looks like he's still a student. Bai Yuya handed a 100 yuan to a young man. He warmly thanked the nurse and introduced himself, promising to give the money. The girl said that they did not need to be returned, so Xiang Tian promised to find another way to thank her. Grabbing the banknote, the man ran along the corridor. Bai Yu looked thoughtfully after him. The saved girl joyfully waved goodbye. Having reached his multi-story building in the city center, the young man quickly ran up the stairs and pulled the door handle. When the door opened, Xiang Tian involuntarily sighed. Only now did he feel safe. On the sofas in the living room, it was empty. The TV on the wall was turned off. The young man realized that there was no one in the house now. Xiang Tian went to his room, listening to the sounds. He opened the door and stopped on the threshold. In the lower drawer of the chest of drawers, there was a case of red velvet he needed. The young man remembered the words of his father that he once said, For any changes in the body, you need to put on a necklace. As soon as the guy opened the case, the crystal shone brightly inside. Xiang Tian looked thoughtfully at the jewelry. He really got the ability to see through objects, so the moment has come. The man put on the neck of the necklace, solemnly telling his father that that very moment came in his life. The room flashed with a bright bluish light. Cyan pulled my eyes closed so as not to blind. A strong, luminous, bluish whirlwind appeared in the bedroom, which pulled the man into his funnel. In addition, a new vision appeared before my eyes. It was some girl in the shower, which he saw from the back. The young man himself lay on the bare floor from the boards. He thoughtfully looked around, estimating how much time was unconscious. Taking the crystal in his hands, Xiang Tian discovered that he had stopped glowing. It seemed to the man rather strange. The young man felt that his wounds were dragging on after the accident and began to carefully unwind the bandage from the bandages. He was surprised to see that under bandages the skin was covered with spots and decided that the skin began to melt. Xiang Tian chose the bandage, putting it on the palm of his hand. A piece of fabric looked rather strange and in some places was torn to holes. The man casually dropped the rest of the bandage on the floor. He wrote off changes in the body on a blue crystal. The girl from his vision just finished taking a shower and covered with a large blue towel. Suspecting nothing, she went to the door and pressed the door handle on her part. Yang Tian unwound all the bandages and saw the open door of the shower. To his surprise, on the threshold stood the same stranger. She did not expect someone to have someone in the house, and froze in place. The young man looked at the girl perplexedly. Having come to her senses, the stranger flashed and irritably demanded to tell, stammering what he was doing here. Xiang Tian looked thoughtfully at her. Thanks to a new ability, he saw her without clothes. Hearing the voices in the shower, Qin Shui ran inside and demanded to immediately explain what was happening. After her slap on the face of the young man, an eloquent crimson trace remained. Xiang Tian closed his eyes. The guest was indignantly shocked by his fists from behind the mistress. Qin Shui asked his girlfriend to calm down. Kuzhen had already received his lesson. Folding his arms over his chest, Qin Shui demanded that Xiang Tian talk about the last 2 days. His phone did not answer. The young man asked in surprise what day today is. Kuzina was perplexedly called the date. It was already the 16th number. Sue said Kuzina was not for 2 days. Now he is spying on her friend. The young man began to make excuses. The girl was covered with a towel. The blonde blushed. She was really closed with a towel, so the guy could not see anything. The girl remembered the moment when they ran into the shower. Xiang Tian made it clear that he sees her without anything. Then she just burned with embarrassment. At the same time, the guest was disassembled by evil. You can't just enter the shower when there is someone there. When the young man left, she told the hostess that her cousin was rather strange. Qin Shui looked thoughtfully at her girlfriend. Yang Tian decided to grieve a little on a sports ground near the house. There were few people who wanted to work out. As soon as he jumped onto the horizontal bar, he felt that there were some changes. It has become easier to perform exercises. On one of the stone barrels that served as chairs, an elderly man sat and watched the young men. Continuing to pull himself up, Xiang Tian realized that his strength grew due to a crystal. Now the body moved much faster. Fan got up from the barrel and leisurely approached the horizontal bar, noting the excellent physical data of the guy. He asked if a young man served in the army. Xiang Tian turned his head to the stranger and admitted that he was still too young. He was only 19 years old. The old man laughed and said that he would like to test his strength. He invited the young man to arrange sparring with him. The young man jumped off the horizontal bar and raised his palms in protest. He did not want to fight a man at that age. The fan stepped on the sock of the shoes on one of the barrels and asked what was the matter. No need to be afraid to harm him. The man raised his leg with a quick movement to the level of his belt, forcing a stone barrel to fly aside. The young man, from what he saw, dropped his jaw. The old man mockingly asked what Xiang Tian thinks now. The young man immediately realized that this was a martial art master. He politely bowed and accepted the invitation to battle. Xiang Tian exclaimed that he would strike first. He ran to the old man, swinging his left hand. The man did not budge and only smiled barely noticeably, waiting for a convenient moment. The young man did not have time to come to his senses, as the old man had a lunge forward and dodged the attack, grabbing his left hand. Fan easily threw the enemy back. Xiang Tian gasped in surprise. He did not count on such resistance. Having landed on the knee, the young man managed to think that without a crystal, he would have received much more damage. He saw the enemy in a blue glow. The old man accepted the combat rack and exclaimed that now his turn is to attack. The amulet showed all the subsequent movements of the master, who stood on the yin and yang emblem with hexagrams in a circle. The young man realized that he had a chance to win and rushed towards the old man who was about to hold an attack. The fan had to put the block with his palm instead of an attack. Xiang Tian seemed to know where to strike. The man looked at the enemy with interest, continuing to block the blow. The guy was able to see weaknesses in his technique. What happened next only increased the suspicions of the master. Xiang Tian quickly stepped on him, forcing him to go back. Once a fist of the opponent whistled so close to the chin of a man that he felt an unpleasant chill. Fan gripped his teeth angrily. He realized that Xiang Tian never studied martial arts and at the same time attacks his weaknesses. When the old man realized that he had finally lost the advantage, he was begging to stop the battle and held out his palms forward. Picking heavily, the master rested his hands on his knees and called himself, his surname, Fan. He asked the name of the guy. Xiang Tian politely bowed and greeted the old man. Thanking the man for the battle, the young man introduced himself. The master was so impressed by the guy's talent that he proposed to pay a visit when he would be near the villa in the green forest. Having struck his fist against the palm of respect, the young man politely bowed and thanked the master. Fan said goodbye to him and smiled barely noticeably. The guy looked thoughtfully after a new acquaintance. The next day, Xiang Tian headed for his multi-story school located near the house. Passing along the corridor, the young man remembered that only 12 days left before the exams. We had to study hard. In the doorway, he almost ran into a brunette and was surprised to recognize in her Wen Jin, whom he met earlier. The girl did not expect to see him here and blushed embarrassedly, trying to squeeze out a greeting. Xiang Tian proudly passed by. She shouted to the young man in the back that she was worried about him. Nobody saw him for 2 days. Xiang Tian went to his desk and mockingly asked what could happen to him. He was not going to kill himself because of their disgrace. Wen Jin frowned. She really did not want to throw him, but could not do it differently. The guy was too poor by her standards. Xiao Tsung ran into the class with a large plate. He exclaimed embarrassedly that he brought breakfast for her in French. On the dish were fragrant croissants with sausages and scrambled eggs. The girl licked her and thanked the guy. Xiao Tsung mockingly said that he was not hoping to see Xiang Tian. He had to commit suicide. Wen Jin asked him to calm down. He went to Xiang Tian and stated that the girls run away from him. There's no sense in diligent studies. The young man frowned. Chili appeared in front of Xiao Tsung. The girl reminded the guy displeased that this was not his class. He got back, being familiar with the hot-tempered disposition of the girl, and exclaimed that this did not concern her. She mockingly said that Xiao Tsung would not do anything to her. 2 girlfriends immediately appeared near her. Xiang Tian called Chili, standing his back to him. He liked this situation less and less. She swore contemptuously, saying that she hates crammed and helps only because they were classmates. The young man replied that this did not mean she stepped on his leg. Chili was surprised to notice that he was right. She shouted indignantly that she was about to protect him. Xiang Tian asked her to move away and not spray saliva. Chili turned red with anger. She screamed angrily that she would finish him. Girlfriends were also beside themselves and promised to deal with the insolent. At that moment, the teacher went into the classroom and demanded that everyone take their places. Today, they will write a test exam. Chili sparkled angrily, turning to the offender, and hissed angrily that their conversation was not over yet. Seeing that 3 schoolgirls calmly come out of their classes, the teacher exclaimed angrily that the lesson had already begun. Chili demanded that the girlfriends write a trial exam for her, and threatened with punishment if they do it badly. The teacher looked indignantly after the girl who did not even react to his remark. Xiang Tian sighed with relief. At least during the trial exam no one will get it. At that moment, the teacher came up and put a form with examination issues in front of a young man at the desk. The young man was surprised to see the necessary answers in a blue glow. The decision appeared before my eyes. It was worth only reading the question. The guy was enough for a few minutes to finish with a trial exam. Having answered all the questions, Xiang Tian got up from the desk. He brought his work to the teacher. The man reproached the young man in a hurry. You can't write the first answer that came across. He insisted that the teacher accept the work and assured that he answered all questions seriously. Chili stood all this time in the shadow of a large tree near the entrance, folding his hands on his chest with displeasure. Toward the end of the lesson, both of her girlfriends joyfully ran past Xiang Tian and shouted Chili that they passed the exam. She angrily glanced at the young man and asked why he went out first. One of the girls said that Xiang Tian answered at random. Xiao Tsung was not going to forgive the offender with his insult and approached him with 3 friends. One of the girls was worried about helping the young man. Chilis gloatingly replied that she intended to intervene when he would be broken. Xiao Tsung mockingly stated that Xiang Tian did not even touch the pretty Wenjin with his finger. The young man calmly replied that Xiao Tsung could do everything he wants with her. It is not necessary to tell him about everything. He all tried to provoke the conflict and exclaimed that Xiang Tian had already lost his battle for the girl. Xiao Tsung added that he would help the opponent completely forget about her, and gave his partners a sign, raising his finger up. Xiang Tian concentrated on the attack of the enemy. He carefully studied the strategy of the attack by Xiao Tsuna. Now he had a significant advantage. The young man exactly repeated all the movements of the master of the fan. Xiao Tsung did not have time to do anything and felt a strong blow to the chin. His body flew up. After a second, he was already lying on his back with invisible eyes. Everyone saw that the man had lost consciousness. This was a great shock for both his associates and Chile. The girl did not expect such a classmate. No one could believe it. Xiao Tsung, a famous out-of-day, fell on his back from one blow of a conventional cramper. His partners looked fearfully at his older friend, who lay motionless in a cloud of dust. The bald, healthy man came to his senses first and angrily stated that he would not forgive the guy of this, fragmenting his hands. Thanks to his vision, Xiang Tian easily dealt with the rest. He dumped the first enemy off his elbow with a blow of his elbow. A powerful fist stumbled into the solar plexus of the fat man. The man gasped and began to slowly settle to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, only Xiang Tian remained on Earth. All four lay in a cloud of dust and moaned. Other students came running to the battle. One of the guys was surprised to recognize one of the best students in the brawl. Chili's girlfriend asked the girl in surprise if Xiang Tian always fought so well. He coped with the whole gang. She answered nothing. She always dreamed of becoming a heroine and now hoped to learn a couple of tricks from a classmate. One of the men slowly got up from the ground and in confusion asked how this could happen at all. Xiang Tian put his hand on his shoulder, advising not to put down the trip to the hospital and check for diarrhea. The young man calmly went away. The man shouted angrily after him that this was nonsense. He was all right. Xiang Tian quietly warned the rest that he was too tough for them. It is better not to catch his eye. The next time it will be worse. When the young man walked past Chile, the girl was belatedly remembered that she wanted to talk to him and called a classmate. After forgetting about her pride, Chile ran after the guy and begged to wait for her on the run. Xiang Tian froze in surprise in place. Out of breath, the girl stopped nearby. Due to fast movement, she stood in a cloud of dust. The young man asked in bewilderment what was the matter. Chile grabbed his hand, begging to teach martial arts. Xiang Tian pulled out his hand and stepped back, saying that he did not know about any martial arts. Chile again grabbed his hand and began to scream, demanding to teach her the art of battle. The young man asked to immediately release his hand. She screamed that she saw everything. Xiang Tian stepped back. He could not say that he simply copied the movements of the master of the fan. 2 school children sincerely envied the guy. He not only figured out the gang, but also attracted the attention of the beauty. Meanwhile, the fan himself at the villa was preparing to eat food. The assistant entered the report and reported that he received the necessary information. The man asked to tell in more detail. The spy spoke about the dead parents of the young man and his present. Upon learning that Xiang Tian recently refused compensation for the salvation of the girl, the owner sighed and took a sip of tea. In addition, it turned out that the information about parents was protected by the sequence of secrecy many could not learn. Upon learning of the classified information, Fan squinted. He realized that this guy is really not so simple. The man asked the assistant how the grouping Sandy Sand behaves. He suggested that they needed some kind of guy. Fan said that he had to leave the city for a while. He asked to kill everyone who will try to harm the Xiana Tian. The man said that the young man would notice their surveillance. The master demanded to observe the actions of the unsteady sands. Fan was afraid, not in vain. At the headquarters of the organization in one of the skyscrapers, they just discussed the guy's person. The leader was the Lord Bat. The assistant asked when their group would begin the operation. Turning away from the visitor, the man in the hood demanded to observe further. The assistant bowed. The Lord's eyes flashed predatory. He commanded to defend the guy and kill everyone who dares to attack him. After a moment, the man left the building. His seemingly bulky cloak turned into a wing parachute. Xiang Tian did not suspect anything about all this, and slowly walked along the trade streets of the city of Shanghai. Chili fled after the young men, and impatiently asked when he was going to teach her martial arts. He said in displeasure that he knew only a couple of tricks that he intends to transfer to his wife and children in the future. The girl in embarrassment asked in this case to accept her. Xiang Tiangemuro said that he was not going to adopt anyone. Chili blushed even more and exclaimed what she had in mind to become his wife. Then the young man will convey his knowledge. Xiang Tian turned frightened. From this one thought, his body was trembling. The eyes climbed on the forehead in surprise. The young man arrogantly stated that he did not intend to marry an ugly girl without a figure and turned away. Chili secretly felt herself. She demanded to be content with what was and ran after. Xiang Tian firmly said that this would never happen. When they passed the tray with lottery tickets, Chili grabbed his scruff and offered to experience good luck. The young man straightened his shirt and angrily asked why a rich girl to buy a lottery ticket. Turning away from the partner, Chili said that it was not about money. She just wants to check his luck. Without waiting for his consent, the girl joyfully ran to the counter, under which there was an advertisement for possible winnings. One visitor was just erasing a protective field from his yellow ticket when Chili joyfully asked for a couple of tickets. The man laughed. Small children do not understand anything in the lottery and only in vain will lose their money. This outraged the girl. Pretending to roll up his sleeves, Chili exclaimed that no one dares to talk to her like that. When Xiang Tian turned out to be between her and a man, the girl froze in surprise. She realized that the young man intends to intervene. Xiang Tian calmly said his companion, closing a man with himself, that he agreed to play the lottery if she wants. The stranger took the first ticket from a heap and proudly showed a couple of $50. Thanks to X-ray vision, a young man could slowly choose the most profitable offer. He casually showed a winning $800. Chili and the men did not drop a little in surprise. Xiang Tian asked to give him $700 in cash and he would buy tickets for the rest. The girl tried to dissuade the satellite. The man grinned gloatingly. People very often spend the whole gain in the hope of getting much more. The young man smiled barely noticeably. He knew that he would not lose, so he did not react at all to the words of the stranger. This time, Xiang Tian pulled out several tickets, among which there were also 2,000. All three were so struck by an incredible combination of circumstances that silence reigned for a few seconds. Leaving the mobile communications salon, Chile said delightedly that she also wanted to learn the art of winning. Xiang Tian enthusiastically examined the new phone and reasonably recalled that she wanted to study martial arts. The girl exclaimed in surprise that this was also needed. First of all, the young man called his cousin and said that this was his new number. He asked where to drive up in the evening. Seeing a yellow taxi passing by, Xiang Tian turned around and stopped the car. Chili realized that he wanted to escape, and in confusion asked where the master was about to go. Xiang Tian went to the taxi. Turning his head to the companion, the young man asked not to pursue him anymore. The girl could not believe that he abandoned her. When the car drove away, she screamed all the classmate after. Xiang Tian asked to bring him to the ancient street. Here, trays with antique goods were lined up along the houses. The young man walked slowly along the street and thought that Kuzina asked to portray her boyfriend for her birthday. He thoughtfully scratched his chin. The celebration was already today. It was necessary to choose a good gift. A man walked slowly along the street, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Everyone around whispered. Having learned an expert on antique goods, each merchant considered his duty to personally say hello to the master of shoe. He politely answered sellers. Xiang Tian stood at one of the shelves. He was glad that he had a powerful gift. There are good things here. Around there were many antique goods beckoning. Fortunately, he will be able to distinguish the original from a fake. Behind one of the shelves, the merchant held in his hand something dazzling. The young man immediately realized that this is exactly what he needed. He darted so quickly to the counter that he almost knocked the appraiser. Master Shu managed to step back in time. The bodyguards indignantly shouted after the guy, disrupting them. He calmly asked the seller how much he wants for jade. The man handed the brilliant green stone and said that he was ready to give in for the purity of thoughts in only 8,000. Xiang Tian turned a small jade disc in his hands and admitted that he was still studying. He has no money. Master Shu thoughtfully stroked his beard. He noticed that the guy was understanding his things and decided to help him. The merchant noticed that the appraiser is looking in their direction. The man began to worry that Sui would expose his deception. Xiang Tian leaned toward him and whispered that he knew everything. This is a fake, so it costs no more than 2,000. The man only laughed and said aloud that he would not give this antique thing cheaper than 5,000. The young man pointed to several useless stones on the counter and agreed to pick up the jade and 5,000 with them. The merchant was delighted and even offered to pack glass in a separate bag. Today, he was incredibly lucky. Inviting the beard, the Master Shu praised the young man. A good seller of antiques could come out of it. The man looked at the fake jade in the guy's hand and said with sadness that he was still deceived in this deal. The appraiser said that the red price of only a couple of hundred, but by inexperience he was given as many as 5,000. Xiangtian mockingly said that he was not surprised at all, and calmly threw a jade disc into the air. Having caught the stone, the young man turned his palm over. In front of the surprised public, the precious object flew down. Master Shu turned pale. He could not believe that the guy was doing so casually with his purchase. As expected from fake jade, the green stone turned out to be a glass and scattered to smithereens. Xiangtian looked too calmly at the fragments of fake jade, for which he had just laid out 5,000. Master Sui could not believe that the guy was smart. He specified whether the young man knew about the fake. Xiangtian smiled. The appraiser thus made it clear that he admired his talent to understand things. The young man did not want to say that he actually wanted to get a nondescript yellow pebble, which allegedly took into the appendage. In fact, it was an ancient relic that arose after the death of an outstanding monk. He heard of such legends. Zhui looked at the guy going into the distance and remembered that all the property of the family belongs to his nephew Shu Qin. He decided that with the help of this guy, he could try to return at least part of his ancient artifacts. The man quietly asked the guy to wait a bit. Xiangtian immediately stopped and turned his head to him. The appraiser squinted, offering to arrange a small competition. The young man was warily asked what he had in mind. Two men watched them and discussed the conversation loudly. Of course, the case concerned the assessment of goods, since the Shui is a well-known appraiser. The young man set his conditions. In case of victory, he will be bought by what he wants. In the event of a loss, the guy will give his life. The old man laughed. It sounded too bold. He asked why he had someone else's life. Xiangtian replied that he would give at his discretion. Shui did not think for long. Squinting, he asked if the young man agrees to serve him in the event of his defeat. Xiangtian immediately agreed. He was ready to accept any conditions, as he was sure 100% in victory. In the center of the street, they put a table with various goods. The audience was rumbling. The guy is very brave since he challenged the antiquar. Shui pointed to the young man on the table and offered to name genuine goods. He agrees to count the victory if the guy calls at least 3 of them. Xiangtian carefully looked at the table: Chinese amphora, chest, necklace, blue stone, and saucer. He held out his hand to amphora and stated that he would accept his defeat if he was mistaken at least once. The appraiser frowned. He had nothing against complicating the conditions. The guy behaves too self-confident. All viewers agreed that that guy did not have everything with his head. Not a single person in their right mind will offer this. Picking up a small brown chest with colors of flowers, Xiangtian said that this was a genuine thing. Sui willingly confirmed his words. The chest belonged to the Empress Cixi from the Qin dynasty. The young man asked if he could break fakes as a sign of confirmation of his innocence. The appraiser agreed. He can pay for this. Xiangtian exclaimed that it suits him, and casually threw him aside the ancient Chinese amphora. Amphora scattered to smithereens into many fragments. The audience gasped. This subject seemed real to everyone. Ignoring anyone, the young man bowed and raised a small cherry that survived after the fall of the fake. Xiangtian silently raised his head to the level of the head and showed everyone a red factory stigma from the reverse side. The audience was rumbling. It was clearly a stamp of the company. There should be many such amphones in antique markets. Zhui was surprised no less than others and asked the young man with a whitewashed face, as he managed to understand that there was a factory stigma inside. Xiangtian smiled at the antiquar in response and cheerfully said that he had a well-trained eye and sees all the flaws. Having picked up a blue saucer with an ancient ornament, the young man authoritatively stated that this was also a fake and broke it. In the same way, he dealt with a fake of blue glass. The appraiser Sui was forced to admit his defeat. Xiangtian took a jade bracelet from the table and said with a smile that he would take this excellent thing. Master Sui could not understand why the young man chose him. The bracelet was not so expensive and had to confuse it. The young man looked thoughtfully at his partner and brought his finger to his mouth, biting it to the blood. He brought the bracelet to his finger so that a few drops hit one of his beads. The bracelet immediately acquired a crimson hue. The bloody jade shone in his hand brighter than the sun. All the spectators who gathered around the table were amazed. They vied with the vocational offsetting to buy a bracelet. One man even offered 2 million. Xiangtian proudly said that this thing is not for sale. Master Sui silently watched the young man after. Even he, being a magnificent appraiser, could not recognize the ancient thing. The young man hastily walked along Antique Street. Here he had nothing more to do. Behind the quiet voice of Master Sui was heard. He asked the young man to wait. Xiang Tian turned into bewilderedly. Undercover stood with his bodyguards. He said that he was impressed with the talent of the guy and offered his friendship. Yang Tian understood that such friendship means a lot. He smiled and immediately agreed, thanking the master. The appraiser asked the young man what his name is. He called himself. Black Lexus stopped next to them. A tall man in dark clothes came out of the car, accompanied by bodyguards. Under his left eye, he had a tattoo. Earrings flaunted in his nostril and ear. Asen suggested that this is Xiang Tian. A few hours ago, a beaten hay, we pull a guy from a group of Shout Suna, still came to the hospital to check. At first, he was only angry with his offender and even clasped his teeth with anger when he realized that it was true. Then it was only worse. Diarrhea so tormented the guy that he could not even leave the restroom and was constantly there. His father with bodyguards and Dr. Li patiently stood under the door of the restroom and waited for the guy to come out. Xiaohua asked what the results of the examination. The doctor sincerely replied that he could not spend them yet. Getting a napkin, Dr. Li wiped his face and said that there were no drugs in the body of a guy. He cannot say any more yet. The assistant Xiaohua reported that he learned about the incident at school. He had already sent a son to find Xiang Tian. The young man calmly looked at unfamiliar men, who, for an unknown reason, wanted to talk to him. Asen angrily pointed his finger at him and angrily muttered through his teeth that Xiang Tian would go with him. He irritably asked who he was at all and for what reason he dares to indicate what to do. Master Sui quietly asked the guy to select expressions. This is the personal bodyguard Sui Xiaohua. Asen arrogantly promised not to touch his master's uncle if he did not interfere in this matter. Xiang Tian looked at the old man in surprise. He realized that Master Shui was a relative of that guy. Undercover did not think to retreat. The man said that no one would dare to touch his friend while he is nearby. The situation was heated. The bodyguards of the master stepped forward. They were ready to fight Asen, protecting the young man. The man only laughed. 4 people did not pose any threat to him. He activated the Crimson Whirlwind. All 4 bodyguards in an instant were knocked down by unknown force. It was useless to resist. Master Zui shouted at Asen to be engaged in lawlessness only because Xiaohua stands behind him. The man only smiled contemptuously and did not answer the appraiser. He ordered the guy to put the guy in the car. 2 bodyguards approached the young man. Xiang Tian calmly looked at them, waiting for a convenient moment. As soon as they were going to grab the guy, he sat down a little and grabbed the bodyguards by the shoulders, pushing them away. The guards flew away in different directions. Xiang Tian quickly straightened up. He decided that he would not give up so simply. Asen was amazed. This jerk turned out to be a strong guy. Master Sui, too, could not believe his eyes. The young man decided to scare Asen and casually asked if he was sure that he wanted to experience his strength. The man came a little closer. He admitted that the guy fights well, but he has too little experience. The earring in the ear of Asana flashed in the sun's rays. He angrily asked what was connecting the young man and Fan Chao Feng. Xiang Tian exacerbatedly extended his hand forward, saying that empty conversations were useless. If he wants to fight, let him start the battle. Asen grinned gloatingly, smoothing his hair. He said that the guy is to blame. Then do not blame him for cruelty. The young man realized that a man would not be able to intimidate and would have to accept an unequal battle. He knew that it was unlikely to be able to win. Behind Asan, several people arose in gray costumes and masks. On their clothes, images of fire were applied. Hearing a contemptuous voice from behind, the man turned around perplexedly and exclaimed that it was the unsteady sands. Their leader demanded that the Asen disappeared quickly. They would like to talk to that boy. The man admitted that he had exactly the same order and tried to agree. The leader said that this is impossible. Asen understood that it was not worth provoking the conflict with the organization of killers. He is really better to retreat. He pretended that it was not so important. Spit to the side contemptuously, the man said that he would give in the prey today. Asen, anger, hit the bodyguard lying on the ground. Xiang Tian did not understand why these guys decided to save him. 3 men in gray clothes hastily went to the young man with clenched fists. Having looked closely, he realized that not everything is so simple here. Xiang Tian instinctively took a step back, scaredly asking who they are at all. The leader replied that they needed one little thing and demanded to give the relic left by the guy's father. Xiang Tian asked in surprise. He himself first heard that his father had some relic. The man patiently explained that they were interested in a scroll. If the guy does not bring him in a week, he will have problems. Xiang Tian exclaimed in confusion that his father had not left any scroll. He could not give something that was not. The farewell leader said that this does not bother him. The guy will either find a scroll or die in torment. The young man shouted in displeasure after the members of the group that he did not know where exactly to look for him. He needs more information. Master Sui worriedly put his hand on his shoulder and asked what was happening. He was interested in what was needed by the unsteady sands. Xiang Tian pretended that everything was fine and laughed. He suggested that those men confused him with someone. At this time, all the guests of Qin Sui were already gathered in a luxurious restaurant to celebrate her birthday. Those present raised glasses with red wine, vying to shouting wishes. The girl thanked everyone with a smile. A man with a huge bouquet of blue roses entered the hall. Having recognized the nanny Lena in him, the guests parted in front of him. Everyone knew that few could compare in abundance with this blonde. He had long sought the girl's love. Qin Shui tried to smile politely. In fact, she was indignant because the cousin still did not appear. Carelessly pushing the man aside, a tall woman entered the hall in a dark dress with golden patterns. She sincerely apologized for being late and went to the birthday girl with a brown chest in her hands. Golden earrings of donors sparkled dazzlingly. The woman smiled and offered to see the gift. Qin Shui opened a chest with curiosity. A cosmetic set was placed on a pillow of red velvet. The birthday girl gasped enthusiastically. She could not believe that she was able to get such a treasure for her birthday. The guests began to talk quietly among themselves. This gift is very rare and expensive. You can't come up with the best. Nanny Lin was unhappy that someone's gift was better. He comforted himself that among men, his gift would still be better than anyone. Having kneeling, the young man asked that day to accept his modest gift. In the bouquet, there was an open case with a decoration. Seeing an expensive gold ring inside, Qin Sui froze. She did not want to marry an arrogant man at all. The guests pressed it from all sides, demanding to accept a romantic offer. The girl was darkened. She did not like it. Nanny Lin smiled barely noticeably. He was already looking forward to the victory. As soon as the birthday girl accepts the gift, they will become a couple. The door to the restaurant opened. Xiang Tian entered the room in ordinary clothes and apologized for being late. Qin Hui was glad that she might not accept a gift, and joyfully exclaimed Kuzhen that he had finally arrived. Grabbing the young man by the elbow, the birthday girl smiled and loudly introduced the guests of Xiang Tian as her boyfriend. Nanny Lin indignantly considered a competitor. According to his untidy clothes, the man realized that the guy did not even have a car. He mockingly said that the boyfriend Qin Shui came empty-handed and did not even realize to bring a gift. The girl turned to him in surprise and replied that this was not necessarily she needs to be with her loved one. Xiang Tian, in bewilderment, asked how she could admit the idea that she would not receive a gift that day. He raised a bloody jade bracelet above his head and proudly stated that he had prepared a special gift for the girl. Qin Shu turned the bracelet and said in surprise that such a priceless treasure is not so easy to get. Xiang Tian turned to the opponent and arrogantly said that this is not a cheap that can be bought in a store. He grabbed his teeth angrily. Qin Shui in surprise asked in a whisper from where he got so much money. The young man asked the girl to be silent a little. Xiang Tian loudly declared the guests that this was only part of the gift and asked the birthday girl to follow him. Young people went to the double door and stopped. The girl did not understand that her cousin was planning. The young man noticed that Qin Shui doubts. He smiled, offering the birthday girl to open the door and see. The girl replied in bewilderment that she did not understand anything. As far as she knows, the hall is behind this door. As soon as the door leaves opened, the birthday girl realized what was the matter. The red roses petals flew in the air and slowly settled on the floor. Despite the fact that the restaurant hall was very high, red petals circled under the ceiling. About a dozen men unfamiliar to the birthday girl in black suits were applauded loudly to her, congratulating her birthday. Qin Shu froze in surprise. Xiang Tian explained that there was little space in the house, so he arranged it in the lobby. He asked the girl to look at the street. In one of the skyscrapers, the windows glowed in such a way that a declaration of love is obtained. She said embarrassedly that it looks wonderful. Qin Shui at that moment even regretted that Xiang Tian only plays the role of her boyfriend. The girl's cheeks flashed. She grabbed them in horror, catching herself thinking that she was thinking about her cousin. Xiang Tian smiled. In fact, all this surprise was arranged by the master of Shu. Nanny Lin was trembling with hatred. At the appointed time, the silver BMW drove up to the restaurant to pick up the birthday girl with a girlfriend. When young people took their places in the cabin, The car engine roared. The sports compartment was rapidly gaining speed. Qinshu thanked Master Shu for a gift and admitted that she was very surprised to receive a jade bracelet. The man admitted that the birthday girl misunderstood everything. The bloody jade found Xiang Tian among a pile of useless things. The girl looked thoughtfully at the bracelet. Kuzhen never said that he was understanding antiques. The young man turned around, smiling at the birthday girl. He stated that he actually discovered a bracelet by accident. In the oncoming lane, a gray minibus with tinted glasses swept past them at great speed. Xiang Tian looked at the van with interest. The driver seemed to him too nervous and suspicious. Suddenly, the young man saw with the help of an X-ray vision a woman with a child in a cargo department. He was worried about the driver to follow the van. Master Shu immediately realized that there was no doubt. Having launched the car as quickly as possible, the man went after the van. He tried not to give away the surveillance. Qin Shu asked what was happening. Her girlfriend was sitting nearby silently, closing her eyes. Xiang Tian asked to take the girls to a safe place and call the police. In that van are Zhen Ryu and her daughter. The man cried out in surprise, having broken all the birds. Fortunately, the driver of the van noticed anything. A few minutes later, he stopped at an abandoned warehouse. Illuminating the rusty gates, opening the van, several men forced a woman with a child to go inside. Zhen Ryu turned frightened. One of the men unceremoniously pushed her. From surprise, the woman lost her balance and fell to the floor. Having pressed the girl to her, she shouted angrily that she knew who was standing behind it. Part of the shares of the company want to select from her. The bald man laughed. Since Zhen Ryu knows everything, the task is simplified. They only have to shoot a small video. Grabbing the girl by the hand, the bandit dragged her away. She roared, trying to reach her mother. The woman rushed to her daughter, demanding to leave her alone. The second extortionist grabbed her behind the shirt. Zhen Ryu realized that she was in a hopeless position. Zaravev. She begged, through tears, to help. On the threshold of the warehouse, Xiang Tian appeared, lighted by the moon. The young man demanded to stop disgrace and warned that the police were already on the way. The bald, healthy man reluctantly released the woman and irritably asked who he was at all. 3 men rushed to the exit, shouting joyfully that the boy was just tired of living. He needs to help. The young man had an advantage. Having anticipated the attacks of enemies, he easily evaded them and inflicted counterattacks. A bald man gritted his teeth angrily that because of an uninvited guest, everything went wrong. The fun only began. Having grabbed the gun, the gangster said that now the guy would not be able to leave alive. The operation failed because of him. A loud shot sounded. Zhen Ryu looked in dismay at the kidnapper. She understood that the man and her daughter would kill her. Having received a bullet in the stomach, the young man could not resist his feet and began to fall. A crimson spot blurred on his shirt. The woman had tears in the eye. Then in the hospital, she could not even think that the guy was so noble. When Xiang Tian began to fall, struck by a bullet, Zhen Ryu scaredly screamed that this should not have happened. The bald, healthy man laughed contemptuously. The guy himself was to blame for his death. It was not worth interfering. He moved menacingly towards the woman, saying that now he could continue the conversation. Xiang Tian lay motionless on the floor. As soon as the bandit passed by, the young man began to slowly rise from the floor. The man removed the gun in his pocket. At that very moment, Xiang Tian jumped on the enemy and pushed his shoulder, intending to knock him down. Despite severe pain, he did everything. The big man did not expect a sudden attack and fell on his back. Zhen Ryu was scared for the health of the young man and screamed in fright. Tears of streams poured on her cheeks. Xiang Tian really did not feel very good. He stood, holding his wound with his hand, and hopped off the blood. The young man hastily headed for the exit, telling the woman that it was better for them to get out of the room faster. Having caught up with him, Zhen Ryu exclaimed that she needed to call an ambulance. With such a gunshot wound, do not stretch for a long time. Xiang Tian admitted that he could not go to the hospital. He invited the woman to go to his house nearby. Nobody had been engaged for the young man's house for a long time. The cladding of a brick fence began to become unusable. Entering the house, Xiang Tian first took off his bloodied shirt and casually threw it to the floor. The young man laid out a small first aid kit on the table and prepared medications with scissors, and then removed a bloodied bullet. Zhen Ryu thoroughly processed the wound and bandaged the guy's torso. She asked why Xiang Tian did not want to contact the hospital. The young man looked thoughtfully at the ceiling. Xiang Tian could not admit that his body underwent changes. They would not be so simply released from the hospital. Without saying a word, the guy closed his eyes. Zhen Ryu noticed that something was glowing brightly in his pocket. She got interested in a strange thing. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiang Tian turned off, the woman brought a bright yellow stone closer to her eyes. She had never seen such a glow before. The crystal was getting warmer in her hand. He grew up to such a temperature that Zhenryu released him, crying out in pain. The stone fell right onto the wound of the young man, brightly illuminating everything around. The woman watched the crystal with interest. He performed miracles right in front of his eyes. The bloody stain under the bandages almost immediately disappeared, so Zhenryu took off the bandage. To her surprise, the wound completely disappeared. There was not even a scar. The woman incredulously touched that place. She could not believe. The wound, which seemed deadly, simply disappeared after the crystal touch. The little girl just woke up, wiping her eyes with her fists. She went out into the room and asked how the guy feels. Zhenryu stroked her daughter on the head and said that everything will be fine. A man needs to rest a bit. Before the eyes of Xiang Tian, such a bright light appeared that he involuntarily opened his eyes. The young man tried to understand what was happening. He felt extraordinary power in his body. Xiang Tian even thought that he had received the enlightenment of the Buddha. The man opened his eyes, trying to understand what happened. Near his chair on the couch lay a girl. Zhenryu sat nearby on her knees. In the place of his wound was a yellow crystal. The wound itself disappeared, not leaving even a scar. Xiang Tian looked in surprise at the yellow crystal. He could not believe that the stone was capable of this. The young man quietly left the room, wondering that his life has recently changed. Taking a white shirt, the guy recalled that it all started with a blue crystal. In one day, he met two masters. Xiang Tian leisurely put on a shirt and felt the place where the wound was. Nothing reminded of the wound. Flapping the buttons of the shirt, the young man thought with annoyance that even the killers were hunting for him. Suddenly, the front door opened. The same three guys from Unsteady Sands came to him. The leader said in displeasure that the guy did not even start looking for a relic. He stated that he gave the last chance Xiang Tian must pass the scroll today. Otherwise, he says goodbye to life. The young man scratched his head puzzled and exclaimed that he did not know about any scroll and had no idea where to look for him. The man squinted, deciding that the guy was cunning. He said in displeasure that Xiang Tian decided to oppose their organization. The guy was in a difficult position. X-ray vision helped to see movements, but they were elite fighters. Not only ghostly sands were watched behind the house, a man with a sword and silver clothes lurked on a thick tree branch. The killers decided not to put off the reprisal and resolutely moved to the guy. Putting up their sleeves, the leader rushed at the young man, making a deceitful maneuver to the left, at the same time swinging his right hand. Xiang Tian saw all his movements in advance, so calmly evaded the blow, tilting his head slightly. The young man knew that the leader of the group would run away and make a somersault, trying to get his foot into his head. When the man began the attack, Xiang Tian ordered himself to concentrate and activated X-ray vision. The killer took an attack. The young man was already ready for this and blocked the blow, putting his palm forward. Along with this, Xiang Tian grabbed the enemy by the wrist. The next second, he flew off to the fence after the young man's powerful throw. Having made a somersault, the killer landed on his knee. He immediately recognized the combat equipment of Fan Chao Feng and realized that this time he faced a serious enemy. The man took another attack, realizing that it would be hard to deal with the guy if he had time to get to the fan villa in the forest. Seeing that a big kettle was flying in the head, the killer paused and deviated to the side. The kettle flew by. Yang Tian looked in surprise at the subject of kitchen utensils. He did not know that Zhenryu was behind him with an iron. Having swung a heavy object, the woman resolutely demanded that the bandits immediately get out of the house. The young man exclaimed in alarm that she was dangerous to be here. "I need to immediately return to the house." Zhenryu embarrassedly said that she would not allow him to die after the salvation of his daughter and her life. Xiang Tian sighed in relief and admitted that he hated the woman after their first meeting. The young man proudly stated that now that the woman showed courage, he has no right to retreat and would fight. The leader of the killers angrily asked what was happening. They should not flirt at the moment when the danger is in danger. 3 men moved to brave men. They will easily deal with the woman since it happened. Suddenly, a mysterious observer jumped to the ground in front of them. The killers stopped in surprise. Taking a closer look at the man with the sword, the leader cried out in surprise that it was Jian Yuanhong himself. The warrior lazily made a couple of circular movements with a sword. Each of the killers knew that no one in the world has a sword like him. After a second, 2 killers lay on the ground. The leader scaredly looked at the master, who decided to intervene. Yuan Hong contemptuously stated, without turning around, that he could take the bodies of his people and get away. He took over the bodies of the dead and ran as quickly as possible. The master of the sword approached the young man and asked whether his name is Xiang Tian. The guy confirmed the guess of the master. He was amazed that he could not even catch the movements of the swordsman. Closing his eyes, Yuan Hong quietly said that Xiang Tian is very similar to him and is not inferior in courage. The young man realized that we were talking about his father and asked if they were familiar. The swordsman demanded to break the blue crystal on the necklace. Xiang Tian squeezed the pendant and asked displeasedly why he had to do this with the relic, which went from his mother. Yuan Hong calmly explained that the pendant was created by his father. The real relic is inside it. The young man thought incredulously that even in this case it was unlikely to be able to break the stone with his bare hands. He decided to believe his savior and squeezed the crystal. To the surprise of the guy, the pendant cracked and scattered into the fragments. Seeing that there was nothing left of the relic, Xiang Tian cried out in horror. The swordsman smiled barely noticeably. When the young man unclenched his palm, he was surprised to see that a brown scroll remained on her with the fragments of Kulan. Xiang Tian brought him closer to his eyes. Now he realized which scroll they wanted to get ghostly sands. Yuan Hong thoughtfully said that his father did not want to interfere with this guy, so he called the pendant to the relic of his mother. Memories surrendered to the young man. He asked his savior to tell what his father was. The swordsman frowned. The deceased dreamed that his son would live a calm life. Yuan Hong replied that he was a great man. Having clenched his fists, the guy asked if his partner believes that his life can be called peaceful and calm. Yuan Hong calmly replied that he was here for this reason. He intends to take the young man as a student. Xiang Tian instantly kneaded and bowed to the great master, showing the deepest respect. Before leaving, the man recalled that there was not much time left before the entrance exams. They will start training after graduation. Yuan Hong leisurely left the territory. Zhen Ryu ran to the young man and helped him rise. He thought to himself that he could become even stronger. The lessons of the master, together with his X-ray vision, are a serious weapon. The next day, Xiang Tian headed for school. The master was right. Because of the latest events, he almost forgot about classes. As soon as the young man appeared in the school territory, Chili immediately ran after him. She asked on the run when the young man would teach her arts. Girlfriends fled after her. Yang Tian turned around and asked not to contact him displeasedly. He himself must learn skill. Having clenched his fists, Chili screamed that he promised to teach his wife. The young man closed his ears so as not to shake and stated that this would not happen. She defiantly folded her arms over her chest and asked displeasedly, closing her eyes, what girls he liked. Xiang Tian angrily replied that his chosen one should not dress like clowns. Chili turned red. She barely restrained herself. The girlfriends had already run up to the girl by that time and comforted her, secretly chuckling. Chili turned to them and stated that the matter was only in clothes. They should help change the image. Those froze in surprise in place. After classes, the young man went to the cafe nearby. Qin Shui said that she would wait for him there. As soon as he went into the cafe, Kuzina joyfully waved her hand. He and his girlfriend sat at a table and drank a steak. Xiang Tian went to their table and pushed the chair to sit opposite Qin Shui. The girls looked at him with interest. Kuzina admitted that yesterday she was very scared for him. Master Shui helped a lot. You need to at least call and thank him. Motorly taking the steak from the table, the young man laughed and said that he had already spoken to him. He did not tell that the master asked him about the service. Having sipped a little cola through a straw, Xiang Tian thought that Master Sui is a very famous person. It was necessary to appreciate such acquaintances. The girlfriend Qin Shui blushed and pulled out a glass, screaming at all the cafe that it was her cola. The young man hastily apologized. Qin Shui stared at Kuzin and embarrassedly said that she would like to ask him for one service. Seeing that she was flirting with her cousin, her girlfriend blushed even more and lowered her head. Qin Shui said that today their artistic hotel plays basketball. It will be necessary to perform in their team. Xiang Tian looked at his cousin in surprise. Her request was rather strange. He had not played basketball before. Several people entered the cafe. Putting her hand on her friend's shoulder, the girl gloatingly said that Qin Shui was looking for help from the outside. One of the men lazily watched the tables of the girls, playing with a basketball ball in his hand. The stranger mockingly stated that the art department could not recruit. Qin Shui began to stumble with anger and could not object. Xiang Tian unceremoniously examined the figure of the girl and delightedly offered to marry him. This instantly led her out. The stranger switched to the offender and began to scream at him. Having calmed down a little, the girl casually stated that she should not take such men to the team. It is easier to immediately recognize the defeat. Qin Shui angrily slapped her hand over the table and reminded of their bet. If she wins, the loser will call her older sister at every meeting. She smiled and stated that rather Qin Shui would have to do this. The rivals stared at each other. Xiangtian sipped a little cola. It was not clear to him why girls behaved like children. The girlfriend Qin Shui blushed, noticing that he again took her stake. The young man turned to the debaters and asked if he could also bet his teams. The stranger turned to him in surprise and asked what Xiangtian was ready to argue with for the sake of victory. The young man sly winked at her and demanded at every meeting to call him a big husband. The girl instantly flared up and tried to hit him with her foot, screaming that no one dares to handle her like that. It was hard to catch the guy by surprise. He quickly deviated back and grabbed the stranger's leg just above the ankle. Qin Shui was angry no less and hit the cousin on the left cheek. The girl continued to stand with a reddened face. Taking herself together, she resolutely stated that she was taking a bet. If the young man loses, he will run around the whole school naked. The stranger proudly turned to the exit and told her friends that it was time for them to leave the cafe. Qin Shui attacked Kuzen's fists. That girl is her worst enemy. Xiangtian barely managed to cover his head from the blows. At the appointed time, the tournament participants gathered at the sports ground at the basketball ring. While the team needed, the opponent mockingly said Qin Shui that he would put up only one player of the first level. Xiangtian asked Kuzen in surprise when they walked along the paving stones, where the rest of the players. She asked to wait a bit. A few minutes later, two guys approached them. The young man in a white shirt joyfully waved his hand. Qin Shui said that she had scored players from other departments to the team, Hu Pan and Yan Shui. The time of the match was approaching. Fans continued to arrive. The girls in love with might and main chanted the name Fan Li. Qin Shui turned in bewilderment, hearing a familiar name. If this guy plays for that team, everything is very bad. A tall blonde did not sing him narcically, composed by his song about how handsome he was and everyone loves him. The captain of the team angrily grabbed him by the ear, calling out with a daffodil, and dragged him to the sports ground. Xiangtian sighed and said that no one had come to support the art department. Several people were silent near the fence. Girlfriend Qin Shui said they would be their support team. X-ray vision made her clothes transparent. Xiangtian blushed. He had nasal bleeding. The girl realized what was the matter and bashfully covered her skirt. While the players went to the position, Hu Pan asked the players just to take the ball from others. Xiangtian decided not to intervene yet. Only a few seconds passed after the initial whistle. As the favorite of the public, Fan Li jumped over the ring and scored the first ball. The fans shouted enthusiastically and jumped, not hiding their joy. They knew that the guy's team would win. Xiangtian immediately realized that this opponent poses a serious threat. It would be difficult to win with his team. The match continued. As soon as Hu Pan took possession of the ball, Fan Li rushed to him. The rest of the team blocked opponents. The man was a serious task. He did not know who better to convey the ball. In addition, Fan Li played much better. Yan Shui caught his partner's gaze and mentally begged him not to pass the ball. Now is not the most successful time. The man ran to the aid of a friend, realizing that now the enemy team could simply take the ball. Xiangtian waved his hand with his hand behind Fan Li, giving a sign that he needed to give him the ball. Hu Pan realized what they wanted from him, but could not decide. This hitch played a fatal role for the team. When the man finally decided to throw the ball Sianapol, he realized with horror that it was already too late. Fan Li easily pulled the ball out of his hands and led to another ring. Hu Pan remained standing, as if holding the ball in his hands. Xiangtian watched him perplexedly. He could not understand why the man did not pass the ball to anyone right away. The first part of the match was quickly. Before the break, the Fan Li team managed to score 40 points. Their opponents and the ball were not thrown into the basket, and irritably hit his elbow on the table. Hu Pan shouted that it was difficult for professionals to work with lovers. He and Yan Shu stood, expired later. Students tried to justify themselves. In fact, they were happy to help, but they never gave them the ball. Hu Pan screamed irritably that they could play as they wanted. He leaves the game, because the score can no longer be equal. A girlfriend took Qin Shui by the elbow and asked bewildered to what to do now. Without players, they will not be able to continue. Hu Pan drank a little water from the bottle and smiled smugly. If two beauties beg him, he may change his mind. Xiangtian decided to act in his own way. He went to the bench and asked to rise two people from the art department. Two guys timidly raised their fingers. The young man mockingly told Hu Pan that he himself would change the situation. Two professionals could not cope with this. He screamed irritably that this was impossible. He will rather bark like a dog than the team will be able to win. A signal sounded by the beginning of the second half. 5 participants moved to their positions. Xiang Tian confidently walked ahead. Yan Sui told a friend that the young man would not be able to win. Hu Pan suggested just to see how it would end. The team captain demanded that Fan Li continue to score points. He assured the girl that the enemy would not succeed. Xiang Tian picked up the ball to play it on his territory. Fan Li carefully followed the opponent. Instead of passing the ball to other players, the young man jumped with the ball, aiming at the basket of another team. The audience rustled in surprise. It would be very strange to try to get into the basket, being on its territory. Despite their exclamations, Xiang Tian still jumped and made an accurate throw. The ball flew high, Li could not get it. To the surprise of the audience, the ball flew through the whole field. Fans froze, watching the trajectory of its flight. It seemed incredible. The balls hit the basket exactly without even touching the basketball ring. This throw brought the team the first 3 points. Spectators delightedly discussed his person as an outstanding athlete. Xiang Tian casually raised his index finger and proudly stated that this was only the beginning. Nobody believed him. Qinshu with a girlfriend could not believe their eyes. In fact, they took him into the team only for the sake of numbers. The young man continued to surprise everyone. He confidently led the ball in front of him. Even Fan Li could not cope with him. Xiang Tian ran in front of him. The man froze in surprise in place. Everything happened too quickly. After a few seconds, the guy was already under the ring of an opponent. Seeing his maneuver, the bald man tried to block the throw. Xiang Tian quickly ran to the ring and jumped. He threw the ball into the basket even before the defender understood this. The match ended with the victory of the team Xiang Tian. He was able to win 111 points. Fan Li in this half did not score a single ball. Spectators from all sides clapped a young man. They were very happy. Xiang Tian gave them an incredible sight. Now their team was met as winners. Qin Shui hugged Kuzan by the hand, looking at him admiringly. Hu Pan angrily clasped his teeth and muttered that the guy was just lucky. Yan Sui said in displeasure that it was time for them to leave. Xiang Tian heard their conversation and reminded, turning his head, that someone promised to bark like a dog in the event of his victory. The man exclaimed angrily that this was not considered. He was just lucky. If he loses the match, then he will fulfill a promise. Turning around, he went after another. Xiang Tian shouted Hu Pan after he was not afraid of him and accepts a call. The captain of the loser team appreciated the guy's talent. If she managed to attract the young man to her side, they would always win. Suddenly, the girl remembered the conditions of their bet. In the event of a defeat, she should call the young man a big husband. Blinking, the captain angrily clenched his fists. She was annoyed by only one thought, that the guy would have to be called that. Xiang Tian Lukavo recalled their dispute. Qin Shui said that the girl was not even going to fulfill them. Blinding even more, the captain shouted that she was fulfilling his promises. The young man with the cousin froze in surprise. Closing her eyes, the girl loudly called Xian Tian a big husband. She became very ashamed. Her face became punce-off. Seeing the runaway beauty, the young man said bewilderedly that she had fulfilled her part of the persuasion. Qin Shui noticed that it was more like swearing. After school, Xiang Tian went to his old house. It was much better here than in the girl's apartment. Throwing his head up, the young man closed his eyes and immediately felt mental comfort. Suddenly, the guy smelled a barely noticeable breath of wind and immediately turned his head, opening his eyes. Yuan Hong stood next to him. Xiang Tian respectfully bowed in a bow, welcoming the great master. The man said that his father never talked about martial arts. Since the young man stepped on this path, he will give him knowledge. The swordsman said that from this day, Xiang Tian will study the techniques of cloud steps and sharp fingers. The young man was surprised to remember that he had heard about this technique only in films and series. It seemed to be fantastic. Yuan Hong seemed to read his thoughts and confirmed the guess. The guy's father perfectly owned the technique of sharp fingers. The young man decided to learn more about his father and suggested that he was the previous master. The man was silent. He admitted that he had not yet practiced those 2 methods, so he would only teach internal technology. Xiang Tian closed his eyes and began to listen carefully. Yuan Hong told him that both techniques were based on 8 ways of the body. This terminology was familiar to the young man. He remembered that in childhood his father talked about these 8 ways. Then he thought it was just a fascination with his father. Now it turned out that the man had already taught his battle theories. Yuan Hong praised the guy. He is very capable and will become a worthy successor of his father. After classes at school, Qin Shui, along with friends, went to rest in a cafe nearby. Taking advantage of the fact that all the classmates of the girl were in another room, 2 men began to pester her. One of them behaved aggressively and grabbed the girl by the hand. Qin Shui tried to break out and demanded her release. Seeing that Yin Shu had come out of the corner, she called him to the rescue. The man thoughtfully assessed the situation. The girl impatiently demanded that he come up and help her free herself. Her face began to blush. Yin Shu grinned. He agrees to help if Qin Shui becomes his girlfriend. The beauty was angry. It is dishonest. Her girlfriend with a guy ran out to the screams. A man with glasses demanded that the girl immediately let go. Qin Shui was released for a while. One of the men demanded that everyone remain in their places. Yin Shu said that she herself could not cope. If she agrees, several guys will come to the rescue. The girl exclaimed angrily that he may not even dream of becoming her boyfriend. This will never happen. The man grinned and offered to forget the conversation. He recalled that during the last meeting they talked about the bet. A bald Thunder approached him from behind. He was 2 heads higher and wider in the shoulders. Turning around, Yin Shui scaredly stated that he did not know this girl. The man grinned voluptuously and came closer to Qin Shui. He politely offered a little drink together. Her classmates were a little scared, but still came ahead and demanded not to pester the girl. Thunder flashed his eyes with displeasure and demanded that they quickly run away if they value their lives. Qin Shui could not believe that it was all because of her. She took out the phone and hastily dialed the cousin number. Xiangtian was just engaged in physical exercises after the swordsman told him a little, and left. When an unknown number was displayed on the phone screen, the young man immediately put the dumbbells aside and took the call. After an exhausting training, he sweated. After listening to the cousin, Xiangtian promised to come immediately. He hit an imaginary enemy and told himself that it was time to test military equipment in practice. The young man flew out of the house with a bullet. Now he could quickly move thanks to the methodology of wandering clouds. Xiangtian fled so quickly that he easily swept past the silver car and caught up with the driver of the yellow compartment. Seeing a barely noticeable silhouette running past, the driver was frightened. For the first time in his life, he faced such a phenomenon. 2 minutes later, the young man was already standing at the entrance to the cafe, about which Kuzina spoke to him. Xiangtian squeezed his fists angrily. Thunder and his partner tried to force students to leave in a good way. The man demanded not to intervene in this. Verzila acted easier and simply scattered the guys in the cafe. One of them flew glasses, the second held onto the damaged leg. The man laughed gloatingly. He stated that the room has excellent sound insulation. No one would hear their screams. Behind someone insinuatingly said that this is so, no one would hear screams. The Thunder froze in surprise. Yang entered the cafe, holding 6 disassembled video cameras in his hand. He mockingly said that no one would even see. Verzila angrily asked where that type came from. None of the henchmen saw how he appeared in a cafe. Xiangtian came closer and untwisted, creating a power whirlwind. He finally decided to move on to field tests of military equipment. Thunder demanded to immediately deal with the insolent. Several major guys were gloatingly grinned behind him. Opponents at the same time rushed to the attack. Xiangtian froze for a second, calculating the best strategy. Prooping under the elbow of Verzila, the young man quickly dealt with his henchmen. No one could even get along it. When the Thunder turned around, he was surprised to see that all his partners were lying on the floor, and the guy was alive and unharmed. Qin Shui with classmates could not believe his eyes. Xiangtian easily dealt with the bandits. The young man turned his head to the instigator of the conflict and frowned at him. His gaze did not foresee anything good. Thunder began to seriously be afraid of her life. He screamed in fright, asking who was dealing with. Xiangtian came closer and grabbed the opponent by the collar of the black t-shirt. Grinning, the young man recalled that it was a soundproof room. He kicked the enemy into the solar plexus, putting all his hatred into this blow. The man did not have time to block the blow. Thunder flew to the door of the cafe, hitting her spine. The man cried out with severe pain. He started to crawl back in fright. Xiangtian gloomily quoted his own words. "No one will come to the rescue." He slammed the door of the room. Classmates of the girl perfectly heard a man's squeezed cries from the room. When piercing screams and a crunch of breaking bones came from the premises, all 5 students shuddered in horror. Finally, the door opened. Xiangtian came out of the room. Carelessly shaking off the dust from his shoulder, the young man said that it was all over. All the furniture in the room was scattered, and on the floor he barely breathed a beaten thug with many bruises and abrasions. An ambulance drove up to the cafe. Several police officers ran inside. Students nearby discussed bandit showdowns. Seeing that the police arrested Kuzen, Qin Shui exclaimed that he had saved them. The officer asked the girl not to intervene. They need him to investigate. Xiangtian smiled and informed the student that everything was in order. His case would be interpreted as self-defense. Qinshu tried to object, but realized that now is not the best time for disputes. Her cousin knows what he says. Grimilla on a gurney was taken to an ambulance carriage. The man shouted to the whole street that he had to find a lawyer. Qinshui did not know how dangerous that person was, so she decided to deal with it early and called her mother. As soon as the woman answered the call, the girl scaredly told about what had happened. Mother replied that she already knew about it. Crossing her legs, Madam E in a business suit and a calm voice, she assured that she would be worried about everything. She called Mr. Zhu. He immediately said that he would not pull out a person if this is not particularly important. As soon as the woman hinted that it was about the son of Long, the partner hastily exclaimed that he would do everything. Having completed the call, Madam E thoughtfully laid the phone on the table. Parents of Bin asked what happened. The woman assured his partners that everything was in order. They can continue the conversation about the girl. In less than half an hour, Xiangtian was already standing on the steps of a police station. Everything went very quickly. It was really strange. The young man knew that the attackers were going to sue him for injuring injuries. The guy slowly walked around the city along the residential quarter. The phone rang in his pocket. Madam E reported that an excellent fighter would come out of him. She asked her nephew to come tomorrow to talk. Having completed the call, Xiangtian thought, he could not find a single reason why Aunt would like to talk. When the evening came, neon signs lit up at the stores. The young man involuntarily admired the beautiful look. Passing by one of the street cafes, Xiangtian decided that this was a good choice. He could have dinner here. As soon as the young man sat at the table to study the menu, a girl in a red dress approached him and playfully called him a handsome man. Xiangtian did not answer. A girlfriend in a tracksuit approached the stranger. The brunette asked if they could sit nearby. The young man smiled and said that for him it was an honor to share a meal with such beautiful girls. Bin frowned and angrily stated that it was not necessary to flirt with them. He can simply answer with consent. The girlfriend, reconciled, asked her to calm down and laid her hand on her hip. Xiangtian could not understand what was happening. Taking a closer look at the girl in a tracksuit, the guy confidently stated that she was seriously ill. Bin angrily hit the table with her fist and shouted that he himself would be patient and would go to prison for harassment. Xiangtian in a calm tone described her symptoms, including insomnia and a bad mood. He said that the girl would not live up to 30 years. Bin immediately changed in the face. It was all that. She asked in surprise how the young man knew this. A girlfriend took her by the elbow. Xiangtian thoughtfully said that the girl would live up to 27 years old if more accurate information is needed. Bin was confusedly said that this will happen next year. A girlfriend angrily stated that you should not believe all sorts of nonsense. Bin got up from the table and said that she did not want to eat. The girlfriend asked her to wait and asked the young man if there was a cure for that illness. Xiangtian laughed. If he told Bin about the method of treatment, she would simply attack him and beat him. The girl moved closer to the table and looked intently at the partner, asking what to do. Hearing that this will need to become his wife, the brunette shuddered in surprise. It was a strange statement. Taking herself into his hands, the girl laughed embarrassedly and said that this was a good joke. She appreciated her partner's humor. The beauty put a gold business card on the table with her number. She promised to talk to her girlfriend. The girl leaned close to the young man and kissed his forehead. Whispering that they agreed, Xiangtian froze. Getting up from the table, the beauty ran for Bin, asking to wait for her. The young man watched him perplexedly. He thought that the girl in a red dress behaved very strangely. She kissed his forehead and left without asking anything about the price. The next day, Xiangtian headed at the appointed time to the office of Madam E, who was located in one of the two high towers. He was very busy, so he completely forgot about the meeting and was now forced to run so as not to be late. Despite all the efforts, the young man realized that he would still not have time. Out of breath, he opened the office door. Xiangtian from the threshold apologized for being late. On the sofa opposite the women, the parents of Bin with a girl were sitting. The young man immediately recognized her and froze. He could not believe that the same girl was at a meeting with Aunt. Bin turned her head in surprise and cried out that it was he. The man also turned his head to the door. Madam E perplexedly suggested that the young people had already managed to get to know the office. Bin contemptuously stated, folding her arms over her chest, which she did not know this bore. Mother asked to select expressions. Madam E suspiciously asked her nephew what he did with the girl. He sat next to the sofa and answered in surprise that nothing had happened. The woman smiled and said that this is not so important. Pointing to Xiang Tian, she told Bin Bin that this was her fiancé. Young people cried out at the same time. Bin Bin immediately blushed. The young man looked displeased. The girl got up from the couch and angrily pointed to the groom, exclaiming that he did not have the skills that she had asked for. Madame E conciliately waved her hand, explaining that she did not ask to marry him. The Bin family needs to survive difficult time, Xiang Tian said, silent. He did not understand what all this means but was forced to give in to the aunt's demand. The girl's parents bowed, thanking the woman for their help. Bin Bin remained to stand and looked with a challenge at the groom. Xiang Tian left the aunt from the office and asked to explain what was happening. He suggested that he should only pretend to be a groom. The woman said that the daughter of the mayor Lin is pursuing Yu Ven Hao. She asks to help the man's family. The young man thoughtfully said that he knew nothing about his parents. Madame E smiled and reported that his mother was still alive. Xiang Tian looked at his girlfriend in surprise. He did not understand why everyone hid the truth from him for so many years. The young man fled behind her aunt to her car, begging to tell about her mother. The woman stated that he better not know about it. Madame E embarrassedly admitted that one day herself could disappear. He will have to take care of Qin Shui. Xiang Tian held out his hand in surprise, asking him to explain what this means. The woman did not want to speak anymore and left. The next day, the young man walked around the city of Jianghai, thinking about a strange conversation with Aunt. He remembered that he could not get an answer to her questions. Madame Aitley refused to discuss this. Xiang Tian was angry with himself due to the fact that he so easily agreed to help the woman and responded to her request. Then, at the car, Aunt took advantage of his confusion and asked for a service. The young man agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, screams were heard from behind with a call to catch a thief. Xiang Tian turned in surprise. Some guy on an orange motorcycle grabbed a green handbag out of the girl's hands. She begged to stop the villain. The motorcyclist drove past the young man, cautiously looking back. He did not consider the pedestrian a threat to himself. Xiang Tian angrily clenched his fist, saying that the thief appeared very on time. He just needs to throw out his anger. The young man ran out onto the road after the motorcyclist, activating the immortal steps of ghostly clouds. Thanks to this technique, he could run so quickly that even a sports car would easily catch up. The thief finally relaxed and rushed on an orange motorcycle, smiling at himself. He could not resist and laughed, saying that no one could catch up with him and take his hand. The man was so confidently rejoicing in his impunity that he did not notice the guy who rushed behind the bike. When Xiang Tian caught up with the motorcycle, the thief turned his head in surprise and exclaimed that this was impossible. Having overtook the vehicle, the young man turned around and stunned a stunning blow in the jump. The motorcyclist flew off the bike. The motorcycle lost control, hit the pillar, moving off the road and stopped. Xiang Tian looked at the vehicle lying in a cloud of dust. The bike turned into a pile of scrap metal. Yes, and the thief himself looked no better. Having flew a few meters, the man landed on his back and moaned in pain. The young man took him a stolen handbag and instructively said that he himself was to blame for what happened. Out of the corner of his eye, Tianxian noticed a suspicious movement on the left and was alert. He turned quickly. As soon as Bin Bin ran to the young man and tried to hit him with his foot, the guy grabbed her by the ankle. The girl looked angrily at the man and only now noticed who was dealing with. She could not believe that he was again. Letting her leg, Xiang Tian in bewilderment asked how Bin Bin was in the same place as he was. The girl screamed angrily, clenching her fist that she could not be called that. Her name is Lin Bin Bin. She presented a police certificate and exclaimed that she had caught him with a stolen bag. Xiang Tian realized that he was in an awkward situation. Having stammered, he tried to justify himself, which had no relation to theft. Fortunately, the owner of Bai Yu bags ran up. Out of breath, she shouted on the run that the guy was not to blame for anything. The nurse told the officer that the other man actually stole the bag. Xiang Tian helped to return it. Bin Bin took up her head. This story seemed rather confusing. The young man pointed to the thief lying on the ground. The officer went to the robber. Xiang Tian gave the girl a bag. Bai Yu thanked him for his help. The young man smiled, saying that this was not all, and handed her the red banknote in the face of 100 yen. Bai Yu stared at the savior with misunderstanding. The girl embarrassedly asked why he gives this money. Xiang Tian laughed. He had long been going to return 100 yuan, which he lent in the hospital with a nurse. The girl only now recognized that strange guy and cried out in surprise. Xiang Tian said he was really he. The nurse exclaimed admiringly that he refused 5 million. The young man frowned. She remembered the amount, but forgot his name. Bai Yu thanked him for her bag and invited him for lunch. Xiang Tian said goodbye to her and ran away. referring to urgent affairs. Bin Bin just talked with a motorcyclist and asked the young man to linger. You need to take his testimony. While she was saying this, Xiangtian was already far away. The girl was surprised how quickly he runs. As soon as Bin Bin figured out a loser thief, she went to the hotel to meet with Madame E. Even on the threshold, the girl apologized for her delay and said that she was forced to deliver the attacker to the station. Suddenly, she noticed that Xiangtian was sitting next to the woman at the table and calmly drinks orange juice through a tube. Having clenched his fists, Bin Bin shouted why he was here again and how he could constantly be in the same places where she was. The young man laughed and replied that she could at least once ask for a variety how things were going. Madame E told the girl that they have a common mission. Young people must track the killer of the third level. Bin Bin blushed. Having stammered, she tried to abandon a joint mission with her fiancé. The woman asked for never to ask her about those people or things to which the detachment has nothing to do. She handed the young man a chubby dossier to the killer and reminded that he always wanted to know more about the past of his father. Xiangtian looked thoughtfully at the documents. Aunt was right. He tried to learn more about them since the death of his parents. In the evening of the same day, young people walked around the city, illuminated by neon signs. Bin Bin hastily followed the young man and warned that she would punish him in case of failure. He angrily replied that he was asked to help. She screamed irritably that she did not need the help of a guy and does not understand at all how he could help. Xiangtian pointed to a man nearby and asked the officer if she could determine the family of his activity. Near the entrance to the bar stood a tall man in strict clothes. Bin Bin looked at the smoking man and asked. She confusedly suggested that that guy most likely works in the office. Perhaps he is an employee of the bank. Xiangtian laughed and said that this was rather a guard. The girl objected in surprise that the guards do not dress like that. The young man patiently explained that he works as a guard, but not necessarily here. She herself is now dressed in a police uniform. At this moment, the smokers asked another man why he was dressed in no form. He said that he had not yet had time to change. Bin Bin, in amazement, asked how he guessed. The young man said that he was attracted by a well-groomed appearance of the guy. In addition, he is closely watching parking. The officer thought, these comments were fair. Even she did not pay attention to such details. Xiangtian asked if she wanted to change her opinion that he was not able to help. Grabbing his hand, the officer ran to the club and reluctantly said that he could help her find a goal. At the entrance to the institution, young people stopped and took a breath, and then slowly entered. A local celebrity performed on the stage. The girl warmed up the audience, forcing to repeat the words of the song behind her. Looking at a huge crowd, Bin Bin Bin, in confusion, asked where to look for their goal. The young man suggested dancing with him. Bin Bin pretended to be dancing. Pressing her back against his back, Xiangtian asked to dance more naturally. He would take the rest. The girl was embarrassed but tried to fulfill the request. She thought displeasedly that the guy would not succeed. Bin Bin did not know that Xiangtian possessed X-ray and was able to find anyone even in the dark. A few minutes later, the young man confidently told his partner that in this room there was no person who needed. The officer replied perplexedly that this was a mistake. That information was received from the best intelligence agents. Hugging her by the shoulder, Xiangtian proposed in this case to wait a bit. Intelligence information may be correct. The girl angrily hit him on the arm, forcing her to remove her from her shoulder, and cried out that it was not necessary to touch her. The young man took a step back and focusingly raised his hands. He promised that he would not do that. Bin Bin folded her arms in displeasure on her chest. Suddenly, Xiangtian exclaimed that he had found their goal from the dossier. This is a bartender. The man in the corner looked at the guy with interest. Taking a closer look at the bartender, who set fire to a cigarette and lit his face with a lighter, the young man realized that this was exactly the same person. The bartender handed the guy a glass of wine that he ordered. The young man immediately thanked him and noticed looking aside that the goal appeared. The girl replied that he looked like himself from the profile, and how does he know this? The boy explained that he was made plasticity of his face. He asked her not to look back since the person is right behind her. The girl was immediately alert and tried not to look in his direction. Meanwhile, the man had already sat behind the bar back with his back to them and talked with the bartender. Suddenly, the young man pulled the girl to him and began to kiss her in the mouth. She asked his eyes what he was doing now. The boy asked her not to move. Her behavior is too natural and will certainly be noticed by him. He tried to explain it to her so as not to break firewood. They continued to kiss right in the middle of the vacation hall. The man seemed to listen to the voices and conversations around. The girl asked what they would do next and offered to contact their superiors. Their mission is to find it. The boy replied that each member of the unsteady sand has a murder task. If they do not intervene on time, then most likely someone will be killed in anticipation of orders from above. The girl asked if he wanted to make an immediate arrest. The young man replied that they should at least try. She asked a young man to kiss her, and she said that this is her first kiss. The bartender approached the man who was sitting behind the bar and told the boss that this was the package that was handed over to him. The man in response asked to bring him 2 glasses of red bats for 2 behind him. The boy asked the girl to forget and stop pretending to pretend, because he seems to have noticed. She asked why he kisses him, then just like that, she asked to follow him. The girl immediately headed towards the man with a very quick, bold step. The boy noticed that someone wants to prevent them from pursuing this person. He put his hand forward and began to move with lightning speed towards that man. What is happening, and are these, all the guys are drunk? They immediately hit the floor. The girl exclaimed that they missed him. The young man explained that this man is from Unsteady Sands. It would be strange if she managed to catch up with him. She began to get nervous and asked how he dares to talk about her like that and why he was so long. The boy replied that he simply left his phone in the bar and returned after him. The girl immediately turned away and, taking her breath, asked what to do now. The boy asked her not to worry, put on it, and she would see. The girl put on glasses and asked what it was. Suddenly, she exclaimed, a little blushing in surprise, looking in front of her. "This is a powder for a night vision," his aunt gave him. He just took advantage of the convenient occasion to sprinkle them a little. The girl decided to continue the chase. The young man asked how she was going to chase after him. He explained that she was discovered because she was unnatural, and now she wears such catchy glasses that it would be strange not to fall under suspicion. Suddenly, a girl with a cigarette in her hands and a short skirt stopped in front of the guys. The boy asked to sell him a wig and clothes and offered her 500 yen. Then the girl asked what he was talking about and said that it was her real hair, to which the guy asked her not to pretend. He is a man and his bristles are visible. She began to get nervous again and asked what he was talking about. The boy replied that she could not get more than 100 yen for her cheap things. So she asked him to tell him whether she would sell them to him or want him to call the police. Then he immediately asked if the guy wanted it and promised to sell him at a discount. The young man handed over a wig to the girl. He explained that only in this way she could continue surveillance. The girl replied that it was too vile and she did not want to do this. But the boy explained that she still wants to be in the team of special operations and why he could not do this. He persuaded her, and she nevertheless changed clothes, after which she went out and said that she was already ready. She put herself on the laughingstock today. If the mission fails, he will see how she will do with him. The boy said that he went to this karaoke bar and they also needed to go there. The girl asked was not the only one who can see with the help of a night vision powder. And how does he know where he went? The young man replied that this was a professional instinct. He understood when he saw in which direction she was looking. To himself, he thought that he could not tell her that he could see without these points. The guys were already approaching the reception. They were met by employees of the Enterprise. He still cannot see through the walls with his own eyes, but through glass in the door he can see much more than an ordinary person. The guy began to look closely and noticed that he was probably here. He glanced at the door that was to his left and began to approach her. Some girl told the man that he dropped the photograph, and she asked this girl. The boy understood her vision, looking at the image, that this is a photograph of Zenru. The guy asked to give him this photo. The young man realized that the purpose of the murder is her. An employee approached him and said that this is a room for them two and she is here. The girl asked how he found him when the night vision powder became almost invisible to the arrival here. The main character replied that he had found him. In any case, he just found him and will remain here, and she must go and report. He should not leave for some time. The partner understood him and went forward. They stood indoors in one spacious and very cozy room. The girl began to call her superiors for the report, turning away from the boy. Meanwhile, the main character was already approaching the door and went out into the corridor. He stopped a little, throwing his gaze towards the camera that was above his head. He tried to make him not notice. This chamber was tumped to the wall and the boy leaned over, pulling a penny out of his pocket. When he pulled out the coin, he squatted and began to pull it onto the lace from the sneaker. When he pulled the lace, the coin flew towards the camera and hit it right. Meanwhile, the girl went out of the door and thanked him. She asked to contact the next time. The main character saw a man in front of him and exclaimed that they had met again. The man was very angry and began to scream, asking who even let him here. He remembered that this was one of the bar and he definitely broke away from him. The man took out a gun and hit him behind him. He explained that he did not know what he was talking about and called the police if he does not leave. But the main character immediately began to approach his enemy. and use the immortal steps of the wandering clouds. He silently approached this man and hit him in his neck with 2 fingers. He found himself behind him and grabbed his head with both hands, making him a reception. He squeezed the man's neck very tightly and thought that not so long ago he had to hide from people from unsteady sands. Now he can cope with one without much effort thanks to the skills that his master taught him. The guy became interested in what was inside, and when he opened a collar, then he saw a dagger there. He took out this cold weapon and the cut was sparkled throughout the room. He was very sharp and strong. The main character realized that this was a good blade and decided to take it with him. Meanwhile, the girl fled to him and said that the aunt would come soon. She asked them to leave as soon as possible so as not to frighten him off. Today, she is really grateful to him because when she enters the Special Operations Department, she will definitely thank him properly. When the guys went out into the street, the girl waved her hand and said that she went. The protagonist said goodbye in response with a partner. He took out a phone and began to call Zenru. He explained that at their time, you need to be on a guard. He just figured out the killer who was trying to kill her. Zenru was very surprised and asked with Xiang Tian where he is now. She promised to call after him, and they will be able to talk. The boy agreed and said that they would see himself later. He does not want to get involved in street fights, but 2 guys beat the 3rd. The boy held his head with 2 hands, and his eyes shone with tears. Xiang Tian could not resist and decided that this was already too cruel. Xiang Tian said that this was a little bust when several people are beaten alone. One of the villains asked the guy who he was and asked not to go into his own business. Then whose guy was beaten with lightning speed approached his opponents and hit one of them on his leg, clinging his teeth into his hand. He bit the man so much by the hand that blood began to drain over his limb with streams. The man called him a small villain and asked him to let him go immediately. The second came up and hit the guy with his foot on the shoulder. The main character noticed that this is very good, and he has a lot of energy. He liked it. Xiang Tian decided to help the poor guy whose 2 men began to beat again. He approached his opponents and began to scatter them in different directions. He asked the next time not to mock the weak, being so strong. The guy whose beat was beaten at the protagonist and asked to wait a bit. He held out his hand in his direction and thanked that he saved him. He called himself Gao Fiem and called the guy very cool. He asked if he could take him as a student. Xiang Tian asked him to tell him first why these guys beat him. Gao Fei replied that they did not beat him. He first hit them because they stole his girlfriend. The main character asked how they stole her or she went with him. The guy replied that she was voluntarily. Xiang Tian said that in this case it was also useless to beat them. If he wants the girls not to abandon him, he must have capital and strength so that they do not even think about abandoning him. Gao Fei replied that even more so if he accepts it, he will become stronger to begin with. The boy explained that it was too dangerous to be with him and asked if he was afraid. Gao Fei replied that he was not afraid, and he has neither a father nor his mother, and he had nothing to lose. The main character handed the guy a business card and asked in this case to call this number and ask him to accept him and say that he is his student. If he meets with him, then let him call the eldest Chui. Xiang Tian immediately said goodbye to the guy and went about his business. Gao Fei thanked the master and was very delighted that he agreed to teach him. Meanwhile, while the main character walked along the road next to him, a car turned out to be red. The girl who was driving called him by name and asked how he was. Xiang Tian replied that he was fine, but she had big problems. Zenru said that these old people are so full of bad that they want her death. The boy said that they even hired a mandate of unsteady sands and asked what she was going to do. If she cannot cope, she can give her share and remain safe. Then Zenru asked if he was thinking that they would let her go if she gives her shares. They are afraid of her and are afraid that she will live and unexpectedly resurrect. Xiang Tian replied that then they will have to find a way to get rid of these people. And how she is going to do this in 3 days, the girl explained that she did not want him to do something illegal. If he gives her 3 days, she will be able to destroy the power of these old people. After what happened last time, she had already begun to take measures. They must be completely destroyed financially so that they no longer have free money to create problems. Zenru told the main character that if we talk about a business, then she is an expert in this. The car was already driving up to the building. It was slowly on the street. Zenru asked the guy to go and said that there was no one at home. Xiang Tian noticed that this house is very large. The girl asked if he liked it and said that it would be his house in the future. She handed him all the keys to this villa and asked to leave them to herself. The main character asked what the point of giving them to him and was very surprised by this. But she insisted on this and said that if bad guys came and he wants to enter the room, it will be a problem if he has no keys. A little girl suddenly ran into the room and called the boy an older brother. She threw herself into his arms and asked the hug, smiling sweetly to him. The protagonist asked Tian Tian whether she missed him. The girl replied that she was very bored. Zhenru said Van Ma that today there is no more business and she can go home. The woman thanked her mistress and left. The girl opened the door and turning to Siana Tiani said that his room was ready and he could go to bed early. The guy glanced at Zhenru and blushing a little also asked her to go to bed early. The little girl went to the guys and said that she wants to sleep with her older brother. Zhenru explained to her daughter that her brother was tired and did not need to interfere with him. Shangtian replied that he really wants to sleep so she better not come. But the girl immediately sparkled her eyes and she began to cry very loudly. Without ceasing, she wailed that Tian Tian wanted to sleep with her older brother. Zhenru told her daughter that she could not do anything with her, and since the girl wants to sleep with her older brother, Tian Tian asked her mother to sleep with them too. The girl blushed right there, and so they really went into the room to the main character and settled down side by side. They lay down on the bed and were very close to the guy. The little girl lay in the middle. Shangtian thought that he initially wanted to cultivate during sleep, but he could not even fall asleep. He thought about his own and about the girl who was lying nearby and suddenly got up. Apparently he heard some kind of noise and Zhenru too, waking up, asked what happened. Shangtian asked the girl to be quieter and grabbed his sharp dagger. He pulled out his cold weapons and asked the girl not to move. He promised to go and check if everything was good outside, after which he went out into the corridor. The sound came from here from the room of Zhenru. If she had not brought Tian Tian to sleep with him today, then everything would be very bad. The main character began to approach the door and very sharply opened it to see if there is anyone there. He asked to stop hiding and going out and said that he knew exactly where he was. Does he think that he knows how to hide well? He hides behind a curtain with a gun in his left hand and in brown socks. The man began to go out from the curtain and said that he blames himself for hiding and was discovered by him. But he was not lucky. Shangtian stared at the man and laughing thought that it was useless to hide somewhere with his vision. The man pulled his gun and instructed him on the protagonist. He asked if the guy wanted to tell him his name before his death. Shangtian began to get his dagger and closed his eyes to say his name. The man was very surprised and asked if he was Long's son. The boy asked if he knew his father. The man replied that he had read his questionnaire in unsteady sands. An obedient and good student is uneven to his father. When Song Long was 20 years old, his reputation has already spread throughout China. The main character asked that he was still knowing about his father, and he promised if he tells him everything, then he will not kill him. The man laughed in response and asked, he really wants to kill him. If he gives the heavenly scroll of his father, he will think about it. Yang Tian replied that without problems the heavenly scroll is here, and he could continue. The man asked seriously whether he now speaks and said that there are 4 great masters in China: Shi Yin, Dong Ven, Nan Sha, and Bei Jin. His father Xiang Long was Si Inem. The boy asked why then he died. The man replied that he did not know this and now asks him to give him a heavenly scroll. The protagonist squeezed his gear and raising his hand over his head threw him to the man in his hand. He caught a gear and said that since he gave him this treasure he would be generous and let him go today. Shangtian looked in response to his eyes and asked if he had come today. The man explained that his mission today is killed by Zhenru. He could let him go, but not her. The main character replied that then he would give him a chance. If he convinces him not to kill him in 3 sentences, he will let him go. The man looked suspiciously at the guy and smiling maliciously asked how he was going to kill him. Shangtian began to explain that the first sentence is not what he wants to hear. He asked the man to continue taking his hand by the throat. Then gritting his teeth said that he could tell him more about his father. Shangtian replied that this proposal is also incorrect. Then the man continued to say that there were 8 scrolls. The main character said that this is not one of the 3 sentences that he wanted to hear and he does not have them. He stopped a little and thought that it was not the best idea to kill him here, and he would leave it to the police. With one hand he pressed on some point on his opponent's neck and he fell to the floor. Xiangtian called him a stupid man and said that it was enough for him to say that he would release Zhenru and he would forgive him. Suddenly, the girl entered the room and asked the protagonist in order Li. The boy replied that he was fine and asked if he could not defeat one guy how he could protect her and her sister. Zhenru rushed into his arms and exclaimed that he scared her to death. The protagonist hugged her in response and asked not to be afraid and rather dress as their friends will have. Zhenru began to wipe the tears and replied that she knew and would go boiling water to cook tea for guests. She turned to the guy and asked whether he would always protect her. Shangtian replied that he would not allow her and her sister something to happen. Zhenru with tears in her eyes looked at the guy and was delighted with his answer. She disappeared behind the door and Shangtian immediately began to get the phone from his pocket. He said that now it's time to call someone who would come and remove this place. When the main character and the girl approached the door on the street, their guys were already waiting. Gao Fei waved his hand and, greeting the master, exclaimed that they were here. Xiangtian told his brother Shu and the baby Faju that they went a long way. Zhenru asked them to enter and sit down. The boy said that brother Shu is highly opinion about him. Therefore, you need to try. The old man said, referring to Xiangtian, that the boy of which he recommended a really good candidate for a martial artist. Yang Tian led the guys to the man lying on the floor and explained that this killer man from the organization of Unsteady Sands, so he would ask him to take him to the police station and leave the corresponding note. The old man looked at this man and asked the guy not to worry because he would take care of it. He told his brother Cyan that after a while, the competition would be held at Villa Lulin, and it depends on whether he could take property. The main character asked the old man to entrust this to him, and having agreed, they said goodbye. To himself, the boy thought that there were 8, and what would happen if they gathered them together? His thoughts were interrupted by Zhenru. She opened the door and called a guy by name. Xiangtian looked at her and asked how Taiyan Tian. Was she scared? The girl answered the main character that she was sleeping tightly and did not even wake up. Zhenru said that she was glad that he is here and she feels safe here and with him. It was very difficult for her to be alone all these years, and only now she feels that she has a house and someone can rely on. The girl again thanked the boy for his care and protection. Suddenly, he hugged her stronger and clung to her mouth. The girl blushed right there. They hugged tightly and continued to kiss. Zhenru blushed a little, blushing in response to him. And now they have already entered the street. Not far from them were whispering girls saying that Madame Zhen is here. They wondered who this guy is from behind. One of them said that judging by his clothes is her personal guard. Xiangtian thought that after today, he had already broken into the second level of Heavenly Awakening and did not expect that he would have such an effect. When Zhenru opened the door to the office and the employees were already sitting at the table, one of the men asked Madame Zhen who planted her. After all, it is unacceptable to bring a boy with a snow-white person at a meeting of shareholders of the company. The girl replied that if he is a boy with a snow-white face, then he could not even reach his fingers of his legs. The man exclaimed that they were holding the internal meeting of the company, who will be responsible if something happens when an outsider enters. Zhenru explained that he is her man and who, in their opinion, will be responsible if something goes wrong. The man called her really shameless and said that she was so shameless that he could say so easily all these things. Zhenru asked who it was shameless. A car accident, abduction, and attempt to kill were set up by them. Whether she says correctly, and how he dares to deny his actions whether he is a man at all. The girl raised her hand up and asked to look at it. She threw the papers on the table. Zhenru asked the man to make sure this himself, and the employees began to disassemble the papers. Everyone grabbed the sheet and began to read very carefully what was written there. Through the faces of the employees began to drain droplets of sweat, and they were very surprised. Zhenru crossed her arms, crossed on her chest, that this was the evidence that they wanted. Employees immediately began to mutter something to each other. One of the men said that this is all a lie and falsification. Why she slander them? Zhenru, when she threw the papers towards the employees, asked himself to be convinced of this. Employees immediately began to disassemble sheets with inscriptions and carefully study them. They looked through everything that was written there and wanted to object to. The girl asked these evidence they wanted to see and stared at them. The guys began to shut up, looking at each other and covering their faces with their hands. They were very outraged and said that it was all slander and falsification. She must sell them shares at a low price. They want to remove her from his post, and she is no longer suitable for the role of CEO of the company Zen Group. The girl realized that in the end their ultimate goal was revealed, and they clearly wanted to shift it. Then she will ask other shareholders what they think about it. Zhenru explained that she uses evidence to put them in jail, and then they will share their shares with the rest of the talented specialists. The employees again began to look at each other and think what to tell her in response. The main character noted that the girl is very smart, and it is clear that this decision is more profitable for everyone. The man got up from his chair and said that this is the whole work of this boy. He poked a finger at Xiangtian and said that this boy with a snow-white face was trying to slander them to annoy Zen's family. The girl exclaimed, looking at the man, that this was absolutely not his business. Xiangtian went to the enemy and asked if it was true that if they get rid of these 5 old people, then there will be no more problems. Zhenru asked the guy not to be impulsive. 2 days before with these old people would be over. The main character answered the girl that she could wait. But the killers from the Unsteady Sands will not wait. The man, when he saw the guy's hand in front of him, asked what he wanted to do. Xiang Tian hit him in the face with his hand with all his might, and the man was very surprised and asked why he hit him, or he wants him to hit him in response. He never heard such a strange request. Suddenly, a man appeared in the doorway and called Miss Zhen Ru. He explained that the manager Van asked him to bring her materials. The girl thought about the materials and asked the guy, of course, to bring them to her. While the protagonist was dealing with that arrogant man, the girl was waiting for materials. Xiang Tian grabbed this villain by the scruff of this scruff and pulled him directly to him. He heard someone's steps near himself and immediately alerted. He asked the man to wait a bit and cast a curious look at him. He asked if all their employees go to work in leather war boots. When he said this, the man immediately dropped all the papers on the floor and was alert. The guy began to get a sharp, shiny knife made of scabbard. The situation was heated and acquired a dangerous character. The man grabbed the knife, began to approach Madame Zhen Ru. She was immediately scared and began to back. But the main character appeared on time and hit a man on his hand with his hand, knocking a knife out of his hands. Cold weapons flew right down, falling to the floor with a ringing. Xiang Tian, with a deft movement, was behind his enemy near the wall. The enemy was very surprised and called the kid very fast and dexterous, but he asked if he had a bullet faster and instructed his gun at him. Then, the protagonist showed him a full palm with cartridges and asked if he had in mind. The enemy was even more surprised and already doubted that there were cartridges in his pistol. The protagonist poured out a handful of ammunition from his hand and they fell to the floor. He began to use the immortal steps of wandering clouds. He put a sharp index finger in front of him. The main character approached his enemy and putting 2 fingers forward to his neck. He was already too close to him and wanted to take a reception. The guys around him were very alert and froze, clenching their fists. Yang Tian moved his eyebrows to his nose and asked who hired this killer, whether he needed to pronounce it. He gives them the last chance to maintain life and asks to give his shares, and then give up. Employees began to scream in horror, and suddenly a policeman appeared at the door. He asked who called the police. One of the men replied that he called the police and that man had a gun. The policeman went to the guys and asked who was responsible for this. Suddenly, Madame Zhen turned to the officer and admitted that she was responsible. Then the policeman asked her to go with him because he needed to take her testimony. The protagonist asked, "How about this killer, or they don't care?" The officer turned to the guy and explained that he called his colleagues. "Soon reinforcements will arrive and you need to stay here and wait for the investigation." Xiang Tian realized that this is the procedure. Zhen Ru told a comrade to the policeman that this was a black entrance to the office. The policeman replied that it was his car that was parked there and asked to follow him. Meanwhile, the main character already connected several men so that they would not escape. The door was opened by another police detachment and the girl asked anyone not to move. She glanced at the protagonist and he asked if she was again in front of him. The policeman girl asked what she means again, and she must of course come to the police officer. Xiang Tian replied that she means she is reinforcing about which her colleagues spoke. Then the girl asked what reinforcements and said that they were the first to come. Xiang Tian was very surprised and asked who was that guy then. Meanwhile, the guy who approached the police car already opened the trunk so that Zhen went inside. But the girl asked was not a car for criminals. She explained that she was going to cooperate with the investigation. She cannot drive in such a car. But the policeman extended his hand to her and asked to immediately sit down. The girl was immediately alerted and asked who he was really. Xiang Tian realized that that policeman was not real and began to run out more likely. The police officer also rushed after the main character, and they were already on the street. Xiang Tian was very worried about Miss Zhen Ru, and jumping out began to call her. The boy realized that this was an ambush and that policeman is really not real. Meanwhile, the sniper was already on the roof and instructed them weapons. The main character immediately grabbed the girl and began to discard her to protect. The police officer approached his employee whose shoulder was wounded and exclaimed that there was a sniper and it was necessary to go into shelter. Xiang Tian, hugging Zhen Ru, noticed that the trajectory of the trajectory had disappeared, and that means the sniper had already left. The policeman girl was confused and asked what trajectory he was talking about. But the boy replied that he continued to calm the girl. He thought that the actions of the unsteady sands did not stop, and now they sent 2 killers. The danger to Zhen Ru had not yet passed. The police officer looked at the protagonist in surprise when he hugged Miss Zhen. The morning came the next day. The sun was bright and the sky was blue. At the stadium, the guys played basketball, overtaking each other. One of the guys held the ball in their hands and was already quite close to the basket. He accelerated and bouncing threw the ball directly into the basket. He very cleverly hit her. The girls from the side were on the guy and talked about the fact that this was just a great job. Meanwhile, The main character thought about what he would have to look after Zen-Ru while he was dealing with the killers. He glanced at the stands where some guy was sitting in a black tracksuit and a hood. The girl asked her friend that he was doing the game with their team not finished yet. The guy asked what happened and did she really break her leg jumping too high? Does she want to leave the competition? Meanwhile, the main character had already fled to the stands and noticed the guy in the hood that was already running away. He very cleverly jumped over the handrails and ran after his enemy. The girls who watched him were very surprised by his jumping. One of them asked why he had so suddenly left. The second replied that she did not know this. Zen-Ru, watching Xiang, was pulling him mentally to be careful. The main character was already on the street and through the crowns of bushes and trees began to catch up with his enemy. He caught up with him very quickly and he stopped turning to the guy. The enemy asked him to really dare to follow him and whether he was afraid of ambushes. Xiangtian said that the organization of Snare Sands is a charitable organization. He pursues Zen-Ru, although his employers are in prison. The enemy asked. He really thinks that he was pursuing Zen-Ru. In fact, his goal is precisely he. He is the son of that man and stood in their way to die. The enemy grabbed a sharp dagger and headed towards the protagonist. Xiangtian was wary and also grabbed his sharp blade, waiting for the attack. The enemy was already approaching him and was very surprised when he saw a dagger of a green cloud. The boy replied that it was, and he was the same as his. He asked to guess what happened to the last guy who he was. The daggers met. The enemy called him the same problem as his father and they both deserved death. The main character asked what he had to do with the death of his father. The guy replied that he was hiding very well. He thought he was an ordinary guy but did not expect him to reach the early stage of Huan's level. Xiangtian thought that martial arts are being classified by levels. The enemy exclaimed that over time he would become a problem and he must end him today. Xiangtian was alerted because sharp objects flew in his direction. He decided that it was very bad and thought about how to dodge the sharp drives flying into it. The boy tried to dodge and as if lightning began to wriggle. The discs flew in different directions and hit the trees that were immediately cut in half. Jiang Tian was very surprised by this force of a second-level killer. The enemy replied that he should only be at the early stage of the Huan level, how he could avoid his attack. The main character asked his father died and asked him to tell him, and then he could survive. But the enemy exclaimed that this was not the early stage of the Huan level, and frightened he wanted to run away. When the main character overtook him, the guy asked how he could reach the late stage of Huan. The boy stood over his opponent, of which he had already neutralized, and he lay in a pool of his own blood. Xiangtian, looking at him, said that in fact, none of them told him about his father. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later he finds out the whole truth, so he decided and headed back. He was already approaching a large building and saw his gray-haired master. The main character asked the master if he was already leaving. He was completely covered with streams of sweat after the fight against his opponent. The master replied that today was his last day of practice with him. Tomorrow he would leave the city of Jianghai. He should be careful with unsteady sands. Xiangtian said that he would like to thank the master for his teachings for these days, and he would take into account his instructions. He thought to himself that he did not know when he sees him again, but hopes that this day would come soon. The boy took apart his master, and so they said goodbye to each other. A car raced on the way with a speed. The girl sitting in a passenger seat turned her head towards Xiangtian. She asked who he was chasing this last time. The boy replied that he was mistaken. I thought that this was his old friend, but then he found out that this was not so. Suddenly, something alerted him, and he turned his head to the side. The main character heard his phone ringing and immediately picked up the phone. The girl told her master that she ran away from home. She wanted to learn from him martial arts, but her family did not allow her, and she ran away. Xiangtian got angry and asked what she was talking about. The girl who was driving the car asked who called him. Xiangtian replied that nothing was a persecutor. The girl in the passenger seat told her sister Wen that Xiangtian was her cousin, and he simply pretended to be her boyfriend. Let her not understand her incorrectly, Wen replied that she was thinking it was a girl who he seduced again. Each time she sees him with a new girlfriend, and does he not respect her Zinsui? Xiangtian replied that sometimes it seems to him that she was as annoying as the pursuer as the same. He asked if they were relatives. Wen was very angry and asked him to repeat. The student who called her master asked how he dared to throw the phone and listened to short beeps. She could not understand what to do now. She quarreled with her family and she has no money with her. The master now does not want to see her, and why don't she try to make money? She stood near the road on the side of the road and saw a blue car in front of her. She exclaimed that he was the one she needed and ran to this car. Ven asked the guys who were sitting in the car to be careful and stay stronger. She very sharply pressed the brakes and the guys could barely resist. The girl got out of the car and asked what happened. When asked if she was in order, the student of the master herself jumped under the car and began to cry about her legs and arms. But the main character realized that she was playing a comedy and exclaimed that everything was normal. He wanted to leave, but she again called her master to at least listen to her. Venger became angry, began to approach the girl, and she began to stop her. The sister called her a naughty girl and asked her how she would replace people to deceive people. She promised when they returned to deal with her. The protagonist said that he could not believe and hit the point. Xiangdan told the girl that everything was over, and the sister of Ho went to do household chores. He invited her to have dinner and asked what she was going to do when he invites him on a date. The girl replied that actually this sister Ven suggested dinner. She said that two girls want to see him after watching his basketball match. Suddenly he was called and greeted him. Two girls approached the main character, and one of them said that they saw how he got out of the car and decided to approach him. One of them pressed against the hand of the guy and called him the god of basketball, saying that she was his fan. The protagonist asked seriously whether she said and asked if he had fans now. The girl explained to the rest that the sister of Wen had just left. They just went outside and she asks what happened to Miss Ho. The fan said that she heard that he could guess what underwear people wear. Does he want to guess her? The boy laughed and, squeezing her teeth, replied that she herself asked about it. He thought that this could not be, and the girl who stood near the protagonist asked Xiang Tian what he was doing now. The boy thought to himself that he could not see through all the clothes, it should be a disguise. This happens for the first time in who they really are. He asked if she was masked. His companion told the guy that it was impolite to tell the girl that she had a plastic surgery. Xiang Tian replied that this was not a plastic surgery and he has in mind camouflage clothes. The girl explained that it was because she is ugly and she has not a very good figure, so she had to put on such camouflage clothes. He is her idol, and she asks if he wants to be her boyfriend. But the second girl asked Liner to stop immediately. Xiang Tian said that she was saying as if ugly and why he should be her boyfriend. He decided this is not as simple as she says. He explained that she should be at least at the level of his cousin. The girl asked who said that she had a bad body, and why not take her clothes and show him. Then, the main character agreed and asked now to take off his clothes. The girl explained that there are too many people here and she would take her in another place. But the companion of the protagonist grabbed his hand and dragged him forward, asked why they were leaving. The companion explained that this girl went too far. Xiang Tian asked not to take it in the head. Then they decided to eat together because they were already freed. The girl explained that they were almost at home and asked to eat here. Suddenly, a guy approached them and exclaimed, looking at Xinzi, that she had finally returned and he had been waiting for her for a long time. Xinzi asked why he pursues her again and did she not say that she had a boyfriend. The man replied that the guy is nothing. He has everything still a chance until she is married, whether he says correctly. The guy pointed to a red chic car and told the girl that he bought this BMW for her. He handed the girl the keys, but she asked to let her go and said that she did not want this. But the guy replied that he would never take back what he gave. But the girl continued to say that she did not want this. The main character approached the guys and, taking the keys, to said that he wanted. Then the guy went to Xiang Tian and asked if he really wanted him. If he wants this, then he will give it to him on one condition, that he will leave Zinsui. Then the protagonist asked if these keys to him. The guy immediately agreed and, taking it, turned out to leave. Suddenly, he stopped in front of his grandfather, who was sitting on the ground with a wooden stick in his hands. He pulled out the keys and asked his grandfather whether he sees that red BMW. He told the old man that now this car is his. The guys were very surprised to see how he gave the keys. Zinsui went to the main character and asked what he was doing. She asked not to laugh at people with disabilities. Xiang Tian asked if she was thinking that if he does not want the keys, he will give them to someone else. But the old man replied that of course he wanted and began to approach the car. The guy who gave the keys asked to wait and exclaimed that it was his car. But the old man immediately pressed the gas and the car rushed along the highway very quickly. The guy again asked him to stop and the car hit the wall right. The fair-haired guy was very upset and on his face began to drain slides of tears. He began to cry in his BMW and regret that he crashed. The driver was not he, and after he crashed into the wall, he would not be paid insurance. The main character enjoyed a bright sunny day and, holding his head, began to yawn. Suddenly, he was alert and heard behind him a car approaching him. The girl who was sitting in the passenger seat asked if he was still walking to school on foot. Does he want to get a car to get faster? The man at the wheel asked not to let him sit here. He carries from him manure, and he does not want to stain his car. The girl asked. Really, he does not want to sacrifice the car, but the man replied that he would do everything for her. The guy asked to go carefully because he saw an accident yesterday. If he drives the car poorly, then his relatives will be in tears. Before the protagonist had time to say about the accident as their car had already crashed into a truck, the girl began to scream at Xiangtian. She exclaimed that she did not know why she had liked him before. The main character was already in the classroom near his desk. The guys all gathered preparing for classes, every crouching in their place. They were asked to be removed from the class. The girl exclaimed that he would never find a girl and good that she broke with him since he was not good enough for her. She asked who he calls it to a toad and called him a villain, since no beauty would fit him. Xiangtian agreed with her and said that he did not deserve it, and she deserves. Fish is looking for fish, shrimp are looking for shrimp, and toads of frogs. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. A voice outside the door asked if there was a student named Xian Tian in this class. It was a girl who opened the door and began to ask about the protagonist. The boy immediately got up from his seat and stared at this girl. The guys in the class began to whisper and ask who she is. They noticed that she is very beautiful, that she cannot be compared with a sheet. The guys realized that the main character seems to know her. He immediately rushed towards the girl. The boy began to reach out in the direction of the horse and exclaimed that it was him. He took a wooden horse from the girl and asked who she was and who gave her this horse. The girl replied that he knew who it was and asked to go with her as he was waiting for him. Xiangtian changed a lot in his face and asked him to immediately take him to him. No one knows who the toad is so far until she is equalized with the swan. The guys agreed with this expression. Meanwhile, on the street there was a very bright, colorful day, and huge high-rise buildings rose as if to the sky itself. The man who was on the street was already waiting for the guy and called him by name. Xiangtian recognized his brother Ma in this guy and ran to him with his arms. Brother Ma said that 10 years passed and he looks more and more like their father. The boy replied that he could not believe that he was really he. He missed him very much. Of course, he gave him this horse when he left. Xiangtian grabbed his head with his hand, greeted his daughter. In-law, brother explained that it was his daughter. In-law, Hua Banners. The brother said that he was so small and always ran after him. Xiangtian replied that of course he was 7 years older than him. The boy asked like a godfather, and as his health, the guys were already sitting at the table and Brother Ma began to talk about the godfather. He explained that if not for the godmother who saved him, he would have died. He wanted to pay him in the future, but he forced him to forget the way home forever and said that he would not return. Xiangtian said that his father was always like that. Therefore, he never had friends who could visit him. Brother Ma said that he has no one else at home, so he can move to him, and he will take care of him. The boy asked him not to worry, because he now has where to live. Suddenly, the phone rang from his brother, and he immediately picked up the phone to Xianto that he would come now. He explained that Xianto's father was suffering from gout, and now he cannot go out into the street, so he must fulfill an assignment for him. Brother asked him to go with him. He needs to tell him so much. Xiangtian agreed and asked who Xiantu was. He became interested in why he should fulfill his instructions. The brother replied that he was engaged in building materials, and he had many connections with people upstairs, so he is considered his patron. Xianto is good. He is one of those people who can be bought for money, so he will help him in everything. Suddenly, the main character, seeing the old man, asked not to touch him and immediately ran to him carefully by his hand. The men were very surprised and asked what was happening and who he was. Brother Ma also began to worry and asked his brother what he was doing. Men again began to ask Xiangtian what he was doing and why he took the old man on his shoulder. They asked him to stop immediately and let them go their master. They called him crazy and asked to immediately let him go and catch this guy. When the protagonist turned his head upside down after that, he put him on his feet. The man crouching on the sofa said that he feels much better and thanked the guy for saving his life. The main character came closer to the master and asked what he had eaten now. The man replied that he had eaten a hot soup from a snow toad, a tonic remedy that an old friend sent him. Xiangtian asked if he could look at him. Then the servant of the master brought the soup and showed it to the main character. The boy took a plate with the soup and began to stir it with a spoon. When he struck the soup, he scored it in a spoon and began to bring it to his mouth. He asked the master how much he hates this man. Xiantu replied that he had known him for a long time. His son himself brought the soup. The snow toad is by nature cold, and these herbs can be removed by cold poison from a snow toad. Even a healthy person will live after taking no more than 3 months. The guy asked the old man not to worry since he would stay aside and he just needed a set of silver needles. The man took his hand and asked to save his life. Then, one of the men asked to stop for a minute. and asked if he had a medical license. If he does not have a license for medical practice, then how can he do it? Xiang Tian replied that he did not have a license, just have a desire to save people. If they trust him, he can cure the patient, and if not, he will immediately leave. The man explained that he believes him right now. If not for him, then he did not think that he would have lasted in the hospital of Dr. Go. The boy was very surprised that this is his hospital, not a state. The man began to say on the phone that the not licensed doctor was going to kill a person, and he would call the police. The man asked to forget about him. It's not too late, and he needs to bring him a set of needles that he has. Brother Ma asked Xiang Tian if he really knows how to heal. The boy replied that he had learned a little from his father. Xiantao said that he is the main owner in his house. Brother Ma asked the master why not first call Xiantao. His brother is not an official doctor, but the man when they brought the needles asked to use them. The main character opened the box and saw in front of him the divine needles of Bian. He was very surprised, and the man explained that his younger brother had good vision. But these are not real divine needles of Bian. They were created only by late generations in accordance with the notes of ancient masters. Xiang Tian exclaimed that these needles are a great treasure. With them, he will be able to cure him a maximum of a month. The man was already ready for treatment and told the main character that he believes him and asked to start. The guy went behind his back and began to use the first needle for acupuncture. Brother Ma was very worried about his younger brother, whether he would cope. Xiang Tian already inserted the next needle into the man's back, and he seemed to succeed. This is even better than expected. He decided that it would take him only 10 minutes. Meanwhile, everyone who was in the room was asked to immediately free the hostages and give up. There were a few police detachments on the street. People in the room were asked to immediately free the hostages and give up. The policeman asked the second team whether they can find hostage invaders. The man replied that they could only confirm that there is someone in the house, but they cannot accurately determine the location. The policeman asked if he was sure that the abductors and hostages were in the house. The man confidently replied that they really should be there. Then the police took their pistols and began to climb the stairs. They all fused weapons and flew into the room by putting the pistols in front of them. The police asked anyone not to move and raise their hands up, but the guys sat quietly on the couch looking at them. The officer explained that they called them and informed someone who sees the director's father. The man replied that they were mistaken and he was sitting here all this time and talked with his client. There is no abduction and capture. But the man who slandered him told his comrade, a policeman, pointing to the protagonist, that this person does not have a medical license, and he treats Mr. Cyan and this is illegal. Mr. Cyan explained that he said as if he was accepting his client. This doctor had just been dismissed by him, probably in revenge. He called the police with a false statement. When the man finished, the police grabbed the one who slandered. The man began to say that this was a misunderstanding and asked them to wait. Police took him from there. The main character immediately thanked Mr. Cyan, but he replied that he should thank him. The gentleman told the guy that from this suitcase with needles, he is little benefit, so he would give him to him. Xiang Tian wanted to refuse as it is too valuable, but the man explained that this treasure is useful only in his hands. The main character was very happy and smiling thanked the man. Xiang Tian, when he went out into the street, greeted the mistress of the police officer. The girl asked not to call her like that. Then he asked Bin Bin why she wanted to meet him. The girl asked not to speak like that. Of course she is here to ask him for help. She thought that his aunt asked him to cooperate with her, so she asks to go here. The boy asked where she was leaving him. The police officer explained that she received the task of tracking a man named Van Gan and finding out who is behind him. Now you need to go to the casino and find out what is happening there. The main character asked. Really, she was going to go to the casino in such clothes. The girl asked what was wrong with her. Then the boy grabbed her hand and led her towards the room. The police officer began to worry and asked the protagonist where he leads her. When the girl tried on other clothes, she asked, "Really, she should dress like that?" Xiangtan explained that the more she pulls the t-shirt, the stronger it seems that there is no short sum. The police officer immediately asked the guy to shut up and they headed towards the building. They walked along the alleys and suddenly saw 3 guys near the door. This gang stood near the door as if guarding someone. One of the guys asked who it was. The boy replied that he was a friend of old Zuya. The man asked why he needed her. The main character brought the girl closer to her and said that she was his wife. Xiang Tian, looking at the gang of bandits, inquired, "Really, they still did not make sure of this?" When the guys did not answer him, he began to approach his mouth to the girls' mouths. Bin Bin was a little worried and blushed in surprise, looked into the eyes of the main character, but the man asked the guy not to brag and go into the room. The girl on the way said Xiang Toya that if he was going to do this, then let him do it. The boy immediately thanked her and asked what she had just said. The girl replied that nothing, and they began to approach the entrance to the room. When the guys went into the casino, the main character asked the girl not to be so serious and relax a bit. He put her at the table in the casino and asked to sit down to participate in the game. The police officer asked what he was doing. Then the main character asked whether she prefers whether she is more or less. The girl did not understand what he has in mind. Then, a casino employee came up to them and said that he was asking if she had a bet more or less. The main character took the girl by the shoulders and answered instead of her that his wife was betting on less. Then they began to play, and 124 were smaller. The police officer asked if this was victory. Xiang Tian replied that she simply took and play with them first, and he will go and look in another place. The girl began to put on more. The main character looked aside at the guys and decided that he needed to find information. To do this, you need to find some unhappy person. The guy began to peer into the people who were in the casino. The main character approached one of them and asked if he needed money. The man explained that he could not afford to take a loan. Xiang Tian said that this was not a loan, and if he could provide him with the necessary information, he would give him money just like that. Then, the guy who was sitting behind the bar asked what information he needed. When he already figured it out with everything, he went to the girl and asked how the game passed. The police officer replied that she lost all the money he handed over to her. Xiang Tian, smiling, said that this was a good job. He achieved progress on his part. The girl was very surprised and asked if this was true. The main character asked him to kiss him, and then he will tell her, but when she blushed viciously, she looked at him. He said that he was just joking. The guy whose guy is looking for, Van Gan, walk on this day every Sunday and he will go with her when the time comes. The girl took his card and immediately thanked the protagonist for it. She looked into his eyes and said that actually for her the problem was not to kiss him. The main character took out his phone and greeted his cousin. Before he had time to turn away to talk, like a police officer hit him with his foot on his back. Xiang Tian was very surprised by this and could not understand what was wrong with her. Meanwhile, there were many people on the street and the entrance exams at the university, finally, had already begun to not make noise. The main character approached the secondary school of Shanghai. He was near the doors. Xiang Tian reached tiredly and decided to go somewhere. And why not find a place where you can drink a little? The main character approached the disco bar and immediately went into it. He wanted to relax a bit because the day was heavy and went to the bar. Near the bar, the girl was located and she asked how to treat her to drink. The girl waved a finger in a glass that was holding a guy in her hands. She took a glass from him and began to drink alcohol, then clung to his hand. Xiang Tian asked what was wrong with her. The girl replied that this was just a drink and asked not to be so mean. 3 guys were behind her, and one of them told his brother that she was she. The man asked the girl to return the wallet and they will forget about it. Then the girl asked what wallet and said that she had no idea. The man was very angry and calling her a beauty asked not to force them. Then the girl hid behind the back of the protagonist and asked what he wanted. She explained that her boyfriend is here and he is very strong. Xiang Tian took out something from his pocket without fear and smiling a little. He handed this notebook and asked whether he wanted. The girl thought that she wanted to hide him for a while. Then the man asked, calling him a villain, whether he plays with him. The second said that they really did it. Then the protagonist turned his back to them and exclaimed that he was not playing with men. The guys began to run up to him and one of them gave the command more likely to beat him. But the main character was very strong and brave and began to wave his fists, scattering everyone around. The girl did not have time to understand what just happened as it was very fast. Some guy leaned toward Miss Hong's ear and asked if she had seen it. The girl asked not to take it in mind. Xiang Tian told the stranger that she drank his glass with wine, so let her not pay the bill. The girl went out into the street and asked where he lived. She asked if she wanted her to take him home by taxi. Xiang Tian replied that he was not needed. To herself, she thought that she had his wallet. He will cry when he leaves the taxi and he will not have money to pay for the trip. The girl began to fumble in his pockets and could not understand where he disappeared. But the main character had already taken out his wallet and asked not to look for as he had already returned it. The girl was very surprised and called him a professional. Xiang Tian was already sitting in a taxi. His brother rang his phone, asked how the exams passed. The boy asked him not to worry and said that there was no problem. The tournament will be in 3 days, so it cannot miss it. The boy thought that he was now not as weak as before. This is more than enough to cope with a more serious adversary such as San. The main character was already next to his comrades. He thought that Villa Lulin, the Green Forest, is what it means. The guys began to approach this villa, and the footmen were waiting for them near the steps. They were met by a man who asked for the old one Huya to go inside. I immediately thanked him for it. He asked the young man when he had time to visit the Villa Lulin. He was a little sorry because he thought he would see Mr. Fan. The man who met them asked the guy if his last name was. The main character replied that he had fallen into the point and called his name completely. The man asked if he was sure about today's meeting. The boy replied that if he was not sure, he would not have come. When the man laughed and called him really a hero with a children's body. The man went into the room and told Mr. Fan that they seemed to be a little late. Mr. Fan replied that it was not too late, and since they are all here, then he asked to prepare for the beginning. At first, he suggests discussing the rules, and if they win, he wants Zhui Dechuan to give him his couple of eyes, and this worthless guy should be left without a leg. The main character listened to this man and asked that if he won, the man replied that if he wins, then they would forget the past, and Zhu Dechuan would no longer have anything to do with him and he would not harm him. The guy began to tell his father that they could not let him go and he must die. But his father grunted and said that he was afraid he had no opportunity to kill someone in Villa Lulin. The man pushed his son away and told Mr. Fan that the boy knows nothing about the world and asks not to take it to heart. The protagonist said that it all doesn't matter and if he needs his life, he can put his own. He asked the man what he would say to it. Then the master asked how he could put his life against him. But he said that he would stand against him and let him not think that this time he would save him from the unsteady sands. The man hearing this asked about the unsteady sands and asked him, he was really one of the people of the unsteady sands. The main character threw a surprised look at him and answered very calmly that no. Then the man said that since it is so, then this duel can take place regardless of their bets, and this decision will be protected by him personally. They were going to start the battle and the man rushed to the guy to strike. Jiang Tian immediately set the block and squeezed his fists first to repel the attack. The battle continued, and he repelled the powerful blows of a man, one by one, not afraid of. Mr. Fan was very surprised that the protagonist knew Tai Chi. The enemy asked him really at the early stage of the yellow level. Then he said that he would not hesitate anymore. Jiang Tian wanted to check if he had what he needed. The man was already close and hit the protagonist that there was strength with his foot on the head. The boy immediately bounced very cleverly. The man realized that he underestimated him, and more difficult to cope with him than he thought. It grows too rapidly and he will have to do it quickly. The man from the side exclaimed that San was becoming serious and he would die. The student worried about him and asked the master to be careful. The enemy had already prepared for another attack and began to approach the guy. Xiangtian noticed that this man was quite ruthless and decided to act differently. He thought and realized that he would not leave himself the slightest chance of a mistake. When the boy pushed the needle into the enemy's leg, he immediately sweated. The man fell to the ground, grabbing his sore leg with his hands. He was struck in pain and he did not stop groaning. Xiangtian already approached him faster and faster. He put his 2 fingers forward and hit this sore leg again. The old man and the student were very happy for his comrade and exclaimed that it was just excellent. Xiangtian told his opponent that he had lost both legs, but he would not kill him, and he had many enemies, so he must pay on accounts. Mr. Fan went up to the main character and asked who he studied Tai. The man was very surprised and asked the protagonist who taught him Thachi. The guy replied that he had learned this by chance once in the park. Mr. Fan showed him, and he said that he would once come to him in Villa Lulin. The gentleman said that he was clear to him, and that means it was the same old man. So all these movements were so familiar to him. The old man Shu asked the guy as if they found a place to celebrate. Xiangtian answered the old man that he could not because he was busy and asked another time, when the boy had already left all these guys and approached the same building. He was called by a girl by name. It was a police officer and she said that he thought he would not come. Xiangtian replied that she was late, and so says about him. This is her unusual style and why she was so dressed up. The girl replied that she did not want him to dress her specifically, so she herself chose her clothes. The police officer began to run to the main character to say hello to him, and suddenly he broke out the heel and a leg turned up. Xiangtian asked if she was accustomed to high heels. He asked to help the girl. Behind their back was another, and laughing exclaimed that they had met again. Bin asked the protagonist who she is. The boy replied that she was a thief. When the police officer heard about the thief, then immediately chased after her and asked to stand still. The girl could not understand what was happening and began to run away faster and faster. Xiangtian, smiling a little, spread his arms to the sides and said that he probably should not say that. He looked in front of him at the inscription of the building and thought that he had just launched an instinct of fishing into a mousetrap. The police officer ran into the building and asked to give this unscrupulous thief but the woman covered her with her breasts and asked the girl to wait. Xiang Tian went to the policeman and asked not to do this. He said that she was a thief but did not say that she was stealing now. Bin Bin asked her not acting criminal. The boy replied that she should give a chance to atone for those who have already committed a crime. The thief agreed, because she was already chasing her. But she did not steal anything. The woman who covered her with her breast said that since it was a misunderstanding, she asked to sit down and drink. She decided to treat them all. The police said that she could not drink because she was still on a mission. Xiang Tian put her on a chair and said that she should have her legs from a long run, because she was not used to heels. When the girl crouched, her tears sparkled in her eyes. She really was not familiar. A woman with long hair asked the guy to go for the patching. After the girl was given first aid, they all sat down at the table. The guys began to drink, and the police carefully looked at the girl rally. The guys communicated together and laughed. The main character supported the company. Suddenly, the police began to reach for a glass of protagonist. He was very surprised and asked what she was doing now. Bin Bin began to drink with his glass in one gulp, drinking the contents. Xiang Tian was very surprised and said that it was an indirect kiss. The guys who sat at the table smiled sweetly, looking in their direction. A woman with long hair told the main character that she was jealous. When the kid asked who exactly she meant, Bin Bin continued to drink alcohol from his glass. Xiang Tian asked whether she had in mind her. He said that this could not be in her head, there is no place for such things. But the woman called him a stupid boy because the girls behave so. If she does not believe him, then let him just wait, and he sees everything with his own eyes. Bin Bin took the boy's hand and asked for walking because they have a job, Xiang Tian asked. Really, she could not control herself and got drunk so quickly. The girl sighed a thief and said that it is a pity that he already has a girlfriend, and the woman asked not to steal anything from her bar. Meanwhile, Bin Bin, with a microphone in her hands, said that for the first time in her life she allowed herself to discard all the prohibitions. She asks to let her dream of him and herself. Xiang Tian said that this is a real loss for her not to debut as an idol. The girl replied that her singing is only a cover. She told him to follow the goal and asked if he did it. Xiang Tian replied that he was following. Therefore, it is not necessary to be so loud that they would not hear her. The girl said that she rented a room with the best look and she should be more serious. The protagonist thought about the fact that in reality the goal is already here, but now is not the time. He would not mind interrupting that loving couple, but it is not good to delay the eyes of this mistress of the police officer. The main character had already come close to the door and approached the eye. He looked and grunted, told the police that they already needed to go. Bin Bin could not understand what happened because the song had not ended yet. The main character explained to the girl that their goal had just come out to meet. Bin Bin could not believe that he did not tell her that Ho Yasi was already here. Xiang Tian asked. It's not better now, and maybe he has more serious things. In this case, the police asked to go there and listen to what they would say. Xiang Tian explained that there was no need to go there. He from here can understand what they are talking about, the girl asked. Really? He knows how to read the lips. Xiang Tian replied that the other guy was a foreigner, and 3 days later a relic would arrive in the city of Jinghai, and they did not say what it was, but they were going to do something with him. The police exclaimed that the theft is a big thing. But is it really true that this is not joking with such things? She asked if he was deceiving her. The main character explained that he would not joke with this. Bin Bin said that she believes him, and in any case she would treat him to a drink, since he was accompanied by a mission all day today. Xiang Tian apologized and said that he could not today as his cousin had just written to him to go home. Bin Bin asked whether he was living with his cousin. The boy replied that something like this. The police officer asked him to have permission and how they can live together. He is still not an adult enough to marry. Xiang Tian asked why he had permission. He said that she was his cousin and they live not alone together. She lives with her best friend. When Bin Bin said about 2 girls and 1 guy, the main character replied that the more she says, the more outrageous it became. She must have seen enough fantastic films. Is they really going to do it? They promised to celebrate, so let it be a surprise for him. So the girls agreed in anticipation of the return of Xiang Tian. A bright star night has already come on the street. The sky was bright and beautiful. The main character opening the door exclaimed that he had already returned. When he went into the room, he was very surprised when the girls began to congratulate him. One of them congratulated Xiang Tian on the fact that he became the best student at the entrance exam at the university. The girls were dressed very frankly and their charms crawled out from under clothes. They asked what happened to him and whether he was surprised at such a surprise. The main character was really very surprised and frozen in place, blushed. She asked what happened to him. The girlfriend exclaimed that it was bad and was too exciting for him. Xiangtian squeezed his fists and asked for his vision in no case to open. When the girls came to him very closely, he was excited and asked not to come closer to him. Meanwhile, morning was already on the street and the sun illuminated everything around. Xiangtian thought that these two girls nearly killed him last night celebrating his record grades for the exam. He smiled pretty and decided that it was a very good celebration. He thought again and closing his eyes decided to stop thinking about it, because today he came to Zhenru's sister. The girl was already waiting for him sitting at the table, and in front of her was a bouquet with red roses. The main character went to her room and greeted his sister. The girl looked at him and said that he was just in time, and she asked her to provide her one service. Xiangtian looked at the bouquet of flowers that lay on the table in front of the girl and asked who sent them. He read a note that was dedicated to the dear girl, and it was written there that this bouquet from Hua. The main character said that this is very commonplace. The girl asked to take flowers and go to the garbage bucket. Xiangtian asked what to do to him now. She asked to open the basket and throw them. The boy asked his sister Zhenru what happened. The girl explained that this is all the woman Zhao Hua is one of the fourth young gentleman, Jiang Hai. He constantly pursues her and annoys her. The main character thought and replied that he constantly heard about the four young gentlemen. The girl listed them all by name and said that four rich and influential playboys in their families directly say it. And Wen Zhaohua, the second son in a powerful family of Wen, Xiangtian exclaimed that he knew this guy and he pursued his cousin. Zhenru said that he was better not to provoke him since Mr. Van is known as the ingenious doctor #1 in the city of Jianghai. Its network covers the whole city and no one dares to provoke it. Xiangtian spread his arms to the sides and explained that he had already done it. The girl asked in this case to forget about what she had just told him. The boy asked Zhenru, "The light in the dark night, is she here?" Xiangtian asked Zhenru what to do and whether she wanted him to let him in. The girl replied that she did not want him to enter. Because of his personality, everyone is very scared. Their guards do not dare to be strict with him. The boy replied that if she does not want to do something, then let him take care of it for her. The girl asked what he wants to do, but the main character has already approached the door. He began to open the door behind which a man with a bouquet of flowers stood. When the man opened his eyes, he was very surprised to see a guy in front of him. Xiangtian was frightened and asked what kind of creature he was. The man got angry and asked what he was talking about and who is called the creature. Then the boy asked was he not a creature? The man again asked not to joke like that. He began to look over the guy's shoulder and asked the girl why she does not answer his calls. Zhenru answered the man that she asked not to call her Xiaoruru. The guy with the bouquet of flowers asked the girl not to be angry because he bought her flowers again. The main character approached him close and asked him not to def. I asked him not to call her so. Then the man asked who he was and said that he would fail because this is not his business. Zhenru explained to the man that Xiangtian, now the special director of the Zen groups, and of course this is his business. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, asked if he had heard her, and he should leave until the girl drove him out. The man laughed in response and asked in this case to try to drive him out. But the boy had already overwhelmed him on the floor and asked if he wanted him to drive him out. He never heard such an absurd request. Yantian took this guy by the scruff of this guy, and he began to ask what he was doing. The man asked him to let go immediately and began to shake with fear. The main character grabbed him and lifted him into the air into a huge garbage tank. He explained to the guy that garbage should be sorted properly. The man promised that both of them would pay for it. Zhenru asked what he did with Wen Zhaohua. The boy replied that, as she already said, he went to the basket and threw it. Xiangtian asked the girl not to be afraid anymore because when she is with him, she does not need to be afraid of anything. Nothing will happen to her if he is there. The girl smiled, pretty much looking at the guy. Xiangtian explained that he should introduce her to his brother. Zhenru asked if he had a brother. The main character explained that he was not his brother, but he treats him as a native, so he decided to introduce him to him. The girl replied that she would also like to meet his family. To himself, he thought that he had no future with her, but he began to consider her his family. Meanwhile, the man began to call and Biao and ask him to help with what? He asked if Zen groups did not come out with the new water of the snowy lotus and asked to go to help him bring a rustle. The man decided, since Zhenru does not look in his direction, then let him not blame him for ruthlessness. Zhenru asked the protagonist to see in another place. Xiangtian is already tired of going shopping since he cannot wear so many clothes. The girl replied that before going to his brother, she should dress him properly. She does not want him to look too big. She explained that this is the outlet of their new lotus water and asked to go to see how things are going. The girl noticed that it seems a lot of buyers. Xiang Tian said that they were not customers. The girls were very unhappy and talked about the fact that they spoiled their face in lotus water. This is poison. They asked to pay compensation and pay for medical expenses. Each of them asked to pay her. The woman could not reassure these ladies. Zhenru asked how this is possible. She immediately grabbed her phone and explained to her that everything was very bad. Someone leads a live broadcast from their point of speaking that there are problems with the quality of their products, and many victims have problems. The girl could not understand how this could happen because she also uses lotus water. Why or how many people side effects have? The boy asked her not to worry and first call the police, and he would take care of the rest. Zhenru asked that if this is a problem with the quality and it will not be spread, Xiang Tian asked her not to worry since he knew what was happening. The boy asked the girls not to arrange a scene and tell him what was happening. The girls began to ask who he was and why he was worried. The boy explained that this is a lotus water, their product, and it certainly helps. Then the girl asked him to look at her face. She explained that this happened to her immediately after she took advantage of his products and how he could fix it. The guy grabbed her phone from her, and the girl began to ask what he was doing and what he was for a thief. Taking someone's phone and viewing it with a photo album is illegal. Xiang Tian answered, showing her her own phone, that lotus water is a new product. But from her photo album, he sees that she has an acne for 6 months. And the scar on her face is false, and whether she is going to tear it off herself or wait until he does it. Suddenly, a reporter of the morning newspaper appeared and asked how he thinks whether it was appropriate to put pressure on the victim. Yang Tian replied that he should have called this exposure of the fraudster. And is it really a reporter of the morning newspapers? He asked if he had a press card. As far as he knows, only one person who is a real reporter, and the rest of the interns, should be present at the event. The man exclaimed that he was just a liar and asked him to show him evidence. The second replied that they would sue him for slandering them with his empty words. The main character asked them not to worry because they could tell in detail the police right here. The policeman came up and said that they received a call about the current fraudulent group, so they were asking them to cooperate with the investigation. Xiang Tian asked if they think that only they can upload videos on the internet, and there are many witnesses. Now they will look and whether the lotus water is a fake or they are all scammers. The policeman thanked for the help and said that these people are professional scammers who are engaged in all types of extortion. As a rule, companies do not want to get into troubles and pay. Therefore, many people like they are brave enough to report this on the spot. Xiang Tian replied that he was not afraid of these bad people because their brand was on the right track. The girl thanked the guy to herself. She was grateful to him for trusting their brand more than she herself, and she was not mistaken in him. The man threw an evil look towards the protagonist and squeezed his phone in his hand. He squeezed his teeth with these guys by losers. Meanwhile, on the street it was already getting dark, and the stars appeared in a bright, beautiful sky. Xiang Tian went to the building of the nightclub and going inside greeted his sister Hong. The girl's thief immediately waved her hand and greeted him again. She rushed to his meeting and approached her hands to the sides. The woman asked if he had everything well recently drinking a glass of wine. Sister Hong got angry and asked the protagonist why he avoids her calling him evil. The boy replied that her abilities are greatly developed and he should be on the alert. The woman noticed that they are always quarreled when they see each other. The guys again sat down at the table and the girl, the thief, began to drink wine again. The girl explained to her sister Hong that later some would come to disturb her, and they would arrange a duel here. The woman answered the girl that while they didn't hurt anything here, Xiang Tian said that he would stay aloof so as not to fall under the crossfire. The girl's thief asked him not to worry because it was her brother and sister will come here. They both want to steal something with her, and they will compete in technology and not in a fight. The main character was surprised and said that thieves are now quite ordinary, and they have their own competitions. The guy was in the back of which the girl was entered the room. He asked Tao Xin whether everything was ready. The girl said that she was ready. Xiang Tian realized that her name was Tao Xin. Her arm was a round area that was shown to everyone. The boy activated X-ray vision. At first he decided that it was a glass pearl or diamond. It is amazing how the diamond was polished to shine, but the blood in it is real blood, which is still flowing, and this is a real treasure. Tao Xin said that he could steal him from her and put it in his pocket. But the guy replied that she was deceiving and bead not even in her pocket. But the girl replied that if she had not had these skills, she would not have become a star thief. Meanwhile, the partner of the guy who came hugged the girl's thief by the shoulder. Suddenly, her bead began to fall out of her pocket and fall right on the floor. The partner immediately leaned over and began to raise this bead from the floor. Tao Xin asked what kind of trick it was, and she does not feel her left hand. The girl replied that if she had not had this skill, she would not be her sister. Then the brother turned to them and said that they agreed that if she loses, then this thing would be them, and he leaves. He gave Shin that they had two attacked her too, and this is not considered. The brother looked at his hand and could not understand where the bead went. The protagonist held a glass in his hands in thought, and on his face was a delicate, malicious smile. The girl became interested in whether she fell to the floor. The boy replied that he did not know, and they offered to go and look. Brother asked her sister if she had played them. Tao Xin replied that he dropped her, so why she said that she had done it. In addition, her hands are still numb and she cannot move them. The girl replied that you should not say that, and in the end, she was very talented. The brother asked to forget about it and simply say that this time they failed and would return for her next time. Tao Xin asked the guy not to leave because he lost his things and just wants to leave. This is a treasure left by the master and how he wants her to tell the master. The guy said that it was easy and just necessary to say directly that she had lost a bead. A girl with green eyes replied that it was. Tao Xin asked how it could be. Then the main character apologized for lent him. He began to approach the guys, and in his hands there was a glass with a drink. The boy held his glass tightly and with a bold step approached the guy. Suddenly, he overturned this glass with a drink right at this man allegedly did it by chance. Xiangtian immediately began to shake alcohol from him, but it had already saturated the sweater. The guy considered it a huge bad luck and turning around went to the exit. The girl also followed him, and they regret to leave more from here. The main character gave the command to this guy to fall and he rolled right from the steps down. The girl asked if he was in order. The guy replied that you should not talk and you need to go to the hospital. He does not know what happened to his feet, and they suddenly became very weak, Tao Xin said, looking into the eyes of the guy that he deserved it. But how is the bead of the master? They probably took her. Xiangtian asked the girl to see again, maybe she has her. She did not expect this to grab her head and asked how it could be. The girl asked her sister Hong not to laugh. The sister replied that she could really look for him just in case. She began to feel herself in her pockets and everywhere, after which she was again surprised and asked how this could be. The girl's eyes flashed with great surprise and she picked up the bead. The girl asked really she really was with her. Sister Hong replied that her older brother really brought a lot of things. Tao Xin could not believe and asked how the main character could do this, how he was able to steal something from her older brother. The boy asked her not to be so rude because he was going to give these stolen things to the police. Then she asked, looking at the bead, Li He and her older brother. Tao Xin, smiling, hit the boy on the shoulder and said that he was really something. Xiangtian began to open a small book and saw a heavenly scroll in front of him. He asked whether the usual place of her brother's business. The girl replied that it was really here. She went to the boy and asked what happened. Xiangtian turned around to approach the door and told his sister Hong that he needed to do something so he would leave first. Tao Xin asked her sister why he left, because she wanted to ask several professional questions. The bright sunny day came and the sky was blue and bright. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. The main character held a leaflet in his hands and thought that they were similar, but they were not the same, and someone was looking for other scrolls. He too will have to conduct an investigation and the truth that he wants to get in them. The boy took the phone and answered the call. It was very urgent and it was necessary to appear tomorrow at the Taekwondo club and say that he is her boyfriend. Xiangtian asked his cousin why she was pretending again, that she had a boyfriend. The girl replied that she was not a Qinqi. She was Binson, and why he can't even recognize her voice, but in any case, he must come. The boy thought to himself whether he should give himself an expensive rent as a guy in order to make money in the future. And then the next day came, training in the gym continued, and the guys were on their fans. Binson saw the protagonist and asked why he got here for so long. The guy looking at the girl explained that there was a cork and he was stuck in it. The girl asked to hurry and help her because the situation is now completely one-sided. Xiangtian changed in his gaze, looking at the guys who committed the receptions. Each another hit with all his might with his foot in the face, and he turned over and fell to the floor. He did not cease to beat him, and the struggle was simply cruel and very serious. The girl asked to immediately stop because he violated the rules and this is not Taekwondo. The guy replied that he simply said that they should train and who said that they should follow the rules of Taekwondo. The main character felt something familiar, and it was a huge feeling of disgust. A picture arose before his eyes, and he remembered those people who brought him confused. Jiangtian approached this impudent guy and said that his next adversary is enough. The guy in response decided to start introducing himself and said his name. But before he had time to finish his name, as the protagonist hit him with his foot between his legs. He agreed for him that his name was also a dough. Broken eggs. The guys from the side supported him. They said that he did not comply with the rules and how he could suddenly hit and harm a person. The main character, looking at the guys, said that there were no rules. He means he did nothing wrong. If so, is it possible to do this together, the guys? They wanted to kill this impudent guy. But the girl asked how they dare to mock them. They decided not to be afraid of them anymore. The main character told the guys that he would cope with this alone and asked them not to come closer. A serious fight began, and the protagonist was garbage of those nonsense who behaved so badly. He scattered all the villains on the floor. They now and then scattered on the sides, falling back down. One of the guys of which he threw on the floor asked what he was doing. He was scared and earnest, as well as the rest of the guys began to crawl from the protagonist back. The battered guy asked what he was doing because the fight was over and he won. Xiangtian replied that not because he does not like what he did. He will have to teach him a lesson so that he will no longer do anything bad. Only screams were heard and girls closed their eyes and ears so as not to listen to this. The boy thought that it was so refreshing, and he was very angry when he saw this guy. Meanwhile, the girl was already on the street and called the protagonist by name. He asked what she was doing here. The girl explained that she wants to ask him about something. Have you ever heard of a strange disease that makes you feel the cold every time the full moon comes? Xiangtian replied that he knows, and this is called a cold moon. This is a hereditary disease, and 80% of people suffering from them do not live up to 30 years. The girl asked if he really knows about it and whether there is medicine from her. Her mother died of this disease, now her family is in danger. The boy replied that he could cure it, but she should become his young wife. The girl immediately agreed, and the guy was surprised why it was so easy. He said that he was just joking and how he could take advantage of the situation. He asked not to worry because he would follow her home to check her family's disease. Suddenly, some man began to run up to AI and exclaimed that he had finally found her. The man held a bouquet of flowers in his hands. AI hid behind the protagonist and told Zhao Tianyu that she said not to look for her anymore and asked him to fail. The man asked not to say so because she is his future wife and her father agrees with this. Before he had time to finish, as the main character got up between the girl and this arrogant man, Xiangtian replied that if her father agrees, then let her marry her father. Didn't he hear her told him to leave? The man began to scream and ask who he is for her, and in general this is not his business. Xiangtian replied that now she was his young wife, and how he thinks who he was for her. Zhao Tianyu told Bai Ai that this guy was carrying nonsense and asked if he was saying the truth. The man grabbed the girl's hand and asked to go with him. He wants to see how she will explain with her father. The girl began to scream and ask what he allows himself. Suddenly, the main character approached him and grabbed abruptly by the hand. He asked if the man wants to kidnap the girl in broad daylight. The guy began to scream in pain. Xiangtian made him a reception and threw it far aside. He asked Bai Ai not to pay attention to him and is now more important to return home. The den was a very bright and colorful sky blue, and nothing portended trouble. When they went into the room, the woman was sitting on the couch and she asked the guy if he was Xiangtian. The girl explained to the main character that it was her grandmother, immediately greeted her. Grandma said that as a girl, he said a good young man. Xiangtian could not understand what kind of atmosphere it was. Why is it similar to acquaintance with parents? The protagonist took out the needle and said that then he was starting the treatment of Bai Ai right now. Grandma was very surprised when she saw a divine needle in front of her. The boy noticed that his grandmother had a very keen eye and approached the girl with a needle. He injected the first needle in the back and continued to treat his patient. There were already several needles in the girl's back, and she was waiting for the further movements of the protagonist. He stuck another needle and said that everything was fine. The girl smiled and took her hand by the shoulder. She said that the cold in her body disappeared and she never felt so relaxed. Xiangtian replied that he read it was very difficult to eradicate the root of the disease, so he can only guarantee that it will not return in 5 years. Grandmother said that 5 years is a long time and their family suffers from this disease every day, which is very difficult. The guy went to his grandmother and said that now her turn came. The grandmother immediately agreed, but suddenly a man appeared in the room, who asked what he was doing. Bai Ai answered uncle that it was Xiangtian, whose doctor she asked to come and cure their family. Uncle asked what kind of doctor was he had a license, from which a hospital he is, and he is not to revenge them. Grandmother explained that he came to them for free, and why he continues to interrogate him as a thief. The man replied that free cheese was only in the mousetrap. Xiangtian said that if it is not free, then this is fraud, and if for free, then it is generally good. Grandmother asked to immediately apologize to the doctor and leave, but the man answered his mother that he told her that he would find a doctor who would cure them. All she needs to do is give him another 100,000 yuan. The girl asked his uncle how many times he already asked his grandmother that money, and how many times he found a reliable doctor. Why does he not believe in this guy? Because she really got better. Uncle did not listen to her and waved his hand to hit her, asking what she was talking about at all. Before he had time to strike the girl, as the main character grabbed the man by the hand, he asked what he was doing. Shangtian replied that he was checking his pulse and sees that women have much more serious than men, and he knew that he was talking correctly. The uncle was immediately covered with streams of sweat and exclaimed that he was carrying nonsense. Shangtian said that this is why he took a lot of money from the family under the pretext of finding a doctor. He wants to kill women of the Bai family so that the state of the family becomes him. Grandmother said that if you think about it, it's true that he constantly says that they raise a hype around this disease, constantly asking her money for a trip to the doctor. The man asked his mother to listen to him, but the boy intervened and asked her grandmother to teach her son a lesson for her. The grandmother agreed and asked to punish this unbearable son. Bai Ai asked her grandmother not to be angry. Shangtian asked him to let him tell him in advance that in women, the disease is not harder than in men, but they manifest it later. It can manifest itself very quickly. Whether he noticed that recently he has been feeling more uncomfortable than ever. Uncle asked how he found out about it. Bai Ai asked the guy whether he was telling the truth now. The main character replied that this is true and he may not live until the end of the year. Grandmother said that he was her son, even if he was a villain, and asked to save him. Shangtian replied that he would save him, but it would not be free. He wants half the value of the property of his family. The man was simply shocked by such a statement and his eyes became narrow with anger. Bai Ai thanked Shangtian because she came to help her family today. Her uncle was so rude with him today and she asked for forgiveness for him. The boy replied that this business has nothing to do with her. He can come to him when he wants to recover. But she must remember that half of the family property must be it and it is not traded. Meanwhile, music sounded very loudly in the disco bar and there were many people in the room. Guys and girls danced and had fun moving their bodies to the music. The fair-haired guy asked the girl. Li said that she knew the details about Shangtiana. The girl answered, looking into his eyes, that she knew everything about this guy. Then the fair-haired asked her whether she was a friend of him or something more. The girl replied that he was her enemy. To herself, she thought it was all because of him. Su Xiaokon no longer wants to see her. She wants to buy branded things. She can only go to such a place to earn money and wants to die. The main character stood next to the girl and asked her whether these people came to her with troubles. The girl replied that they did not come, but he himself must be careful. He beat the guy great and should look carefully so that he does not take revenge on him. Before the girl had time to finish how the fair-haired guy had already approached her with a bouquet of flowers and called her by name. Zinsui did not even say the word as the main character with all his might hit him with his fist in the face. Xiangtian immediately apologized to the guy and said that he thought it was someone who wanted to take revenge on him. The fair-haired guy grabbed his hand by the cheek and told the main character that he knew all his secrets. The main character thought about his secrets because this is his special physique that was discovered. Does he really know that he has a scroll of the heavenly remnant and whether he knows about his parents? The guy said that he was poor, who had just graduated from Zhonghai Secondary School. He used to go to work on the street and the money earned by him, and this was enough for food. He asked Shinji not to allow himself to deceive himself. This guy is not a rich person at all, but the girl asked if he would have dinner with her. The main character replied that he needs to do something and he must leave first. Zinzi asked why he was always so busy, but the boy replied that he was leaving. The girl asked him not to come home too late. Shangtian left the room and thought about the alley forward. He probably knows why these guys did not return for new troubles. They were waiting for him all this time. The main character asked if this territory was open enough. The guy in the cap replied that he wounded Takashita Dairo. He asked if he said correctly. The boy asked if his name was so, and he had already forgotten about it. He asked whether the guy sent him, but the guy in the cap replied that the dead did not need to know so much. The main character stood opposite his enemy. He realized that he would not leave so simply. A sharp, powerful dagger sparkled in the hands of the kid. He began to get him out of the scabbard. After that, jumping up, decided to strike a guy who wanted to attack him. Before he could fly to him, as a guy in a cap asked how he found out about it. But Xiangtian had already caused him a knife wound and exclaimed that this was not important at all. He went to his enemy and, turning him to the ground, brought his sharp dagger to his throat. He explained that people who are going to die do not ask so many questions. He wanted to find out from which organization this guy who he killed. He took out his documents from his pocket and said that he found out where he came from him a good idea. The boy laid back his documents and left to lie on the asphalt in a pool of blood. Before us is a huge building and a long corridor. In the office, there was a man standing in front of his boss. He explained to the girl that this time they sent a total of 36 experts. The Dragon Group also arrived, and also invited Fan Zuifan to help. The boss asked to beware of frozen sands. This event cannot be missed. Well, this anxiety was inside her, as if something was supposed to happen. Meanwhile, the girl told her sister to go with her. The sister replied that this was their only chance and they should not fail. The man stood in front of the Lord and said that everything was ready. There are only 3 first-level killers, 27 second-level killers, and 100 killers of the 3rd level. The Lord asked Li Fanjufeng participated. The guy replied that Yi Vankin, the director of the Special Operations Department, asked him about this. The Lord got angry and said that this Fan Zuifan sooner or later he should kill him. Despite everything, the scroll of the heavenly balance should be captured. The man in a black suit and in a hood asked his people whether everything was ready. The guys answered him that almost everything. The commander asked where everyone else. The guy explained that Takashita was wounded, and he learned about this to take revenge for Takashita. The boss asked him not to wait because he knows where the place was, and they headed for him. Before us rises a high, beautiful building on the ground floor of which there was a cafe. The girl asked her brother what it was that the islanders were asking them to steal them. The brother replied that this was a small scroll of about this size. He lost the photo, but he still remembers his appearance. The girl asked if they would really get 5 million when they get it. The brother replied that maybe even more if they talk about it again. They reported that the key battle should take place tonight. The evening has already come and the stars appeared in the sky, illuminating everything around. A string of cars rushed along the highway, and these were SUV jeeps. The sister asked her brother to hurry because the car was already approaching. The guy laughed and asked the girl to see what would happen next. At the wheel sat in a cap, and a girl near the passenger seat. The man noticed some people ahead and was a little alerted. When he slowed down right in front of 2 people, they noticed that these were 2 people. The driver said that some 2 old people blocked their way. The girl looked carefully and asked how the old people could be here. She gave the team to remove them from here. The guys with machine guns began to get out of the car. The old man told the second that as soon as they let them down to get into the car, everything would be in reliable hands. The old man began to lament and politely ask children with machine guns to help them. The guys began to approach these 2 and took their hands on their heads, pulling themselves. They took off their wigs, and one of the guys said that it was expected from the boss. The guy with a machine gun gave the command to end with this lawlessness and leave the road. The girl asked the guys to be a little softer. They began to approach the side of the road. The car was parked right near the roadside where these 2 dressed old people were located. The girl decided that what should happen and would happen. She asked the guys to get out of the car and said that the guests were already here. The sister asked her brother what was happening. Didn't he say that you can simply steal it and why they shoot? And he could not understand whether it was really shots. They used them as a bait. The girl asked to run away from here rather. Guys with machine guns who got out of the car really started shooting. The girl did not let out the gun from her hand and said that since they are all here, she asks them to introduce herself. If they shoot again, then she thinks that all the flying tigers in the city of Shanghai will be dispersed. And on the other hand, the guys in caps slowly left the forest and approached them. The man told Fan Zuifanu that he was already so many years old, and he was still fighting, and whether he was afraid to die here. Fan Zhufeng asked to worry about himself. He never lost in battle against him. The girl threw a curious look at him and exclaimed that they were here too. The guys in the hoods were already approaching faster and faster at the scene. Near them, there were 2 more girls on which iron masks were wearing. The man said that there are still many people who do not know how to live and die. The one who dares to steal a heavenly scroll from him will immediately die right on the spot. The guys had already rushed at each other so that the birds began to fly around. The guy looked out the window and noticed that the battle was ongoing. He was interested in who would eventually get a heavenly scroll. The seagull and media are fiercely fierce, so he is still a fisherman here. Meanwhile, the struggle continued and the leaves scattered around the district and the birds flew away. 2 girls beat one guy, sticking a knife into him on both sides, one behind and the other in front. And this was a very cruel spectacle. The man told Fan Zhufeng that he would kill him today, and he was very serious. But the guy was also nonsense and asked if he had such an opportunity. The struggle continued and one man in the hood began to approach the girl. The man defended her and exclaimed, covering her with his body, that he was his opponent. A man in a hood said that a scroll lies in this car. He gave the command to his people immediately attack the car and get a scroll. When the girl saw it, it was very upset and asked her people to immediately stop them. Now the fight began right near the car, and the guys protected the scroll. One of the guys in a hood began to break glass in a car with his elbow and opened the door. At the wheel sat a man who looked fearfully towards the enemy. The guy in a hood turned his head to this driver and said that the object was in his hands. The girl was very upset, and squeezing her fist moved her eyebrows to the nose in fright. She began to look at the thicket and clenching her fists. She decided to slow down slowly. The man was very worried about his boss and called the girl E. The guys who were in black costumes and in hoods began to quickly run away. The girl saw it was very upset and there was a small wound on her face. The boy continued to watch looking out the window after everything that was happening. He noticed that it looked like a winner was determined, and he waited for this moment. The main character exclaimed that now his turn to act and he clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the guys in the hoods ran through the forest thicket and one of them said that they were still pursuing them. They tried to run very quickly and tear themselves away from those who pursue them as soon as possible. One of the people in the hood noticed the immortal steps of the wandering clouds. The guys were seriously wary of seeing in front of them a new, stronger enemy. One of them has not yet understood and asked Takashita why for so long. The guy told his comrade that he was the best in terms of secrecy, and handing him the box asked to take it and run. He asked to remember that he would meet him in a standard place as they agreed. The guys ran on, and the guy remained with the casket in his hands. In front of them were warriors with machine guns behind them, who also fled towards. The main character was very pleased and thought that it was too simple. He would be furious if he found out that he had handed it to him and not his comrade. Xiangtian had already opened the box and decided to look at it. He took out 2 small bundles and was very surprised how 2 are suitable for each other. The protagonist was the first to connect these 2 ogresses, from which immediately turned into a single whole. The path can be passed, God can be killed. This is also the path to heaven. The path can be passed and God can be killed. It is also the path to heaven that was repeated again and again, over and over again. The main character woke up as if from some nightmare, and completely wet from sweat was breathing heavily. He woke up and immediately sat in the lotus pose and began to slowly meditate. The boy smiled pretty much and thought that he seemed to have made another breakthrough. He continued to meditate and squeezed his fist by reassuring his thoughts and feelings. Of course, he broke into the 3rd level of Heavenly Awakening, and it is just great. It's even incredibly that this power of the Heavenly Remnant scroll is so powerful. The girl threw several notebooks on the table and exclaimed that this business could not remain in this state. She gave the team to her people to find and destroy everyone from the unsteady sand in the city of Jianghai. The guy answered boss that they did not have enough staff. Although there are many recruits in the Special Operations Department, their combat effectiveness is very limited. Miss E asked to bring people and hire experts from the Dragon Group. She wants to reorganize the city of Jianghai. Meanwhile, the main character woke up and began to dress. He heard the sound on the phone and realized that he had received an SMS message taking out his phone. The message wrote that he had to buy AI, and if he wants her to survive, he should come alone to the Sui family warehouse in the east of the city. The boy suddenly got angry and thought that he again decided to create problems. On the street, there was a bright light day, and the sun illuminated everything around. But the main character was the following case to save his girlfriend. He had already approached the building and saw a man who held a knife near his throat. The man was behind the girl and told the main character that he was finally here. Bai AI asked the guy to help her. Xiangtian said that another warehouse and another abduction. Do they all act according to the same scenario? He could not understand if they could not change the plot, and it is very boring. The girl looked towards the protagonist and asked the guy to be careful. Xiangtian immediately wary and a flash occurred in his head after which he froze. Behind him were 2 guys with sharp sabers in their hands who were ready to attack. The boy said that it doesn't matter, and he would give them another version of the plot. The kidnapper exclaimed that he would destroy him. But before, he wants the guy to see how he plays with this woman, not letting him move. The main character scratched his head and asked if he would really destroy it. Today, he will show him what it means to be destroyed. The guys completely surrounded the guy from all sides and prepared for the attack. Xiangtian changed and was very angry. He gave the team to all the guys to kneel immediately. It was very unexpected and they really knelt before him. The man asked them what they were doing and why they knelt so abruptly. The guys themselves could not understand what was happening. One of them replied that he did not know and unexpectedly weakened. The second also said that he became weak. The rest of the guys took the knives in their hands and ran to the main character. They said that this guy was planning something and decided to kill him as soon as possible. But the protagonist began to throw his opponents one by one without letting them attack him. Xiang Tian said that today he would do a good deed and destroy all his desires. He was never so ruthless, but this time, he will make an exception for him. The man asked not to come closer and asked how he did it all. The main character replied that if he only touched him, he would not be so angry. The man was simply shocked and scared. He called the guy not a man, but a demon. Then Xiang Tian asked how he dared to touch his woman and came even closer to the enemy. The kidnapper asked the protagonist not to approach and presented the knife even closer to the girl's throat. He explained to the guy that if he came even closer, he would be forced to kill her. But before he had time to finish, as Xiang Tian cut off his opponent's hand with one clever movement of his hand, the hand was chopped off and flew right on the floor. The man began to scream in pain and grabbed his limb in horror. The protagonist hugged the girl and he promised to take her out of here when he was finished with the last business. The boy said to turn to the man that before he was leaving, he would give him a gift. He again approached his enemy and with both hands put his fingers forward on certain points on his body. He explained to the man that he stopped his bleeding so that he was supposed to thank him. But now he cannot move not only because of blood but also because of his whole body, since it itches and causes him pain. But he cannot move or speak. Therefore, he will have to suffer forever. The main character made it clear to the man that this is exactly what he deserves. When they went out into the street, the girl asked whether he would always be like that. She just asked to punish him for several months so that he would no longer dare to do anything to them. Meanwhile, the man asked the doctor, really, his son is really hopeless. Can they really not do anything in such a big hospital? But the doctor asked Mr. Zhao to calm down as he is very sorry. But how are the rest of the people who brought here? All are broken by the lower parts of the body. The man was very angry and realized that it was Xiang Tian, and he destroyed his son. He has not yet finished with him. Meanwhile, there was already sunny and bright morning outside. Before us was an empty high-rise building. The man in the hood approached his master and said that he had already checked. Takashita was dead and his clothes were taken. Then the man asked what the man who was desperately helped to escape not Takashita? A man in a hood replied that this is really the same, and their brothers died in vain. The man was very angry and hit with both hands on a wooden table. This table was completely broken and pieces of wood scattered in different directions. He got angry with the name of the man whom Takashita hunted. The guys in the hoods were very upset that they were weak compared to their enemy, and one of them replied that his name was Xiang Tian. The man got even more angry and asked to bring this guy to him immediately. He explained to his guys that he only needed a guy alive. They immediately began to execute his order. The sun continued to shine, illuminating high, beautiful buildings. The girl was sitting in her chair and calling the main character asked if he wanted to have dinner. He replied that it was very pleasant when you are invited to dinner. The girl said that he himself would decide where to have dinner and order everything he wants. She was very serious and apparently wanted to make a surprise to the boy. He already went to the destination and waved his hand to Zhenru. He smiled at all his teeth. The girl went to the boy and greeted him. She asked where he wanted to go. But the main character showed a finger to the side and told the girl that there was no need to go anywhere because it was nearby. She looked at the cafe and was very surprised to ask either he shows. Then she turned towards the building and they slowly began to approach him. Zhenru looked at the sign and saw a gorgeous, spacious restaurant in front of her. When they went inside, the guy asked why she was standing and asked to sit down. But the girl said that if he wanted to come to such a place, he had to tell her in advance and she would at least change. Xiang Tian replied that everything was in order and she looks great that she would not put on. The main character made her a compliment, and the girl, a little embarrassed, lowered her gaze. They ordered many dishes and have already brought different goodies on the table. Xiang Tian noticed that it smells very tasty and he likes it. He asked if the girl liked these dishes. Before he had time to finish how he heard some kind of sound and looked a little alertly looked aside, Zhenru threw a surprised look at him and asked what was happening. The protagonist looked at her in response to her that someone was following them. She asked who it could be and where he is now. Xiang Tian replied that these were several islanders who are now changing clothes. They will probably be here in a few minutes. The girl asked where he knew and why they are now dressed in. Xiang Tian explained that now the Department of Special Operations is hunting for a ninja everywhere. If they appeared like this, then they would be tracked in less than a few hours. Zhenru asked to see as they are already going in their direction. Indeed, many men were heading for them. The man had already approached the main character and the girl and began to surround them from all sides. He asked the guys to go with them and whether they would pay their account now. One of the men asked the guy not to resist. To kill Takashita, his forces should be at the middle or late yellow level. The man explained that they have 4 of the same power as he did not have a chance against 4. The main character grabbed the girl so that no one dares to harm her, and one of the opponents fell down. He rolled over with a bottle in his hands and overturned his forehead on the floor. When he got up, he asked him really no eye. Then the girl leaned over before that and said, apologizing that she simply did not notice. The man took her by the chin and said that she was very beautiful. He will forgive her if she eats with him. Jiang Tian immediately turned to him and said that this was his girlfriend and he advises him not to touch her otherwise. He would kill him. The man immediately exclaimed that in this area, there was not a single woman who he could not get. The rest of the guys could not understand what was happening. Or someone wants to quarrel with Biao's brother. They called the main character crazy. Jiang Tian became interested in whether he was thinking that he was alone. Does he not see that his subordinates are here? The men were just horrified by the events turned out, but they asked if the guy was thinking that they were afraid of them. They will show them now. The man asked if he was rich enough to hire bodyguards. And where is their master? He said that he would kill them if they do not say this. The guys asked the protagonist not to run away with the girl. Zhen Ru, when they had already come off, told the guy that it was great and he was smart. Now let them bite each other. Jiang Tian replied that this was already too good to be true. These morons will not be able to cope with these dogs. The girl asked the kid to leave here since this lane is a dead end and they get stuck here. The main character approached the wall and listened to pressed against it as close as possible. He asked the girl if she wanted to become a hero. She asked what he meant. Jiang Tian handed the girl a metal pipe and asked to take her. Zhenru thought that she was always saved by Jiang Tian and she should be bold. The girl squeezed this metal pipe as strong as possible and decided to be a hero. But the boy held her shoulder and asked to wait a bit since not the time. Jiang Tian called his brother Shu and greeted him. He said he needs a man to send a car. While he was saying this, the guys were already approaching the building, behind which they were. Jiang Tian took the girl's hand and they were in full expectation of his opponents. The guy was asked to stop hiding because they know that he is here, but the protagonist replied that he himself was surrounded by the environment, therefore, let him surrender. The man called the boy reckless, and they began to approach the wall behind which the guys were. Jiang Tian told the girl that now she could do it. She asked for whether she asked. The man could not understand what was the matter. He could not move his partner too. Jiang Tian said that these people do not do anything good in their area, and they have all the villains who took several lives. He explained to the girl that she just needed to hit them, and she headed in their direction with a metal pipe. Zhenru grabbed the pipe tightly and approached the opponents one by one. She flooded all the guys who attacked them, and the main character praised the girl. He asked her to relax a bit and said that the rest he would do. He went to the man and asked how many of them they were still alive and where they are. The man exclaimed that if he had enough courage, then he could kill him. Jiang Tian replied that he has a way to make his life terrible. After he said these terrible words, he approached with a needle to the neck of a man. He explained that he had put a cut at a certain point for him and wants to see how long he could endure it. The man began to writhe in pain and exclaimed that he would tell everything. He asked him to stop. The main character was very surprised because it was less than a minute, and he quickly began to bend. The man replied that there were 10 of them. Jiang Tian said that if he does not tell the truth, he would ask someone else and make him suffer like that until his death. The man immediately said that he answered the truth. There are 3 more Jonin and 2 special students. Special Chunins live in the small hotel in the wilderness, and Jonin in an abandoned warehouse. At this time, Mr. Sui and his younger comrade were already approaching the guys. The boy told the master that he had in his hands the things that he disperses. Jiang Tian was surprised that the old man had even personally arrived. Sui replied that it was, and he was sure that he would have to do this himself. The student asked the master to tell him to dismember them or throw their corpses at sea. Then they will do it all at once. The wounded men listening to this were covered with droplets of sweat and threw a despicable look on them. The main character smiling answered his comrade that there was no need for this. One of the guys opening the door told his boss that something terrible was happening outside. She threw a questioning look at him trying to figure out what was the matter. When the girl went outside, she saw their people sitting on the floor and beaten. She came closer to them. On paper, it was written that her order of the ninja will be delivered in several packages. The girl began to look around and noticed that there was no one here. She saw the police who led men and dealt with the rest. Suddenly, the girl glanced at 2 men who sat related on the floor. On one of them was a special delivery sign of Chunin. She looked at her carefully. A man approached the girl and asked his fist to clench what had happened now. The girl explained that this work style is similar to the work style of Brother Long, but he had died many years ago. On the street, it was already getting dark and the car drove up to a certain building. The main character came out of him and headed for his business. He asked the guys to wait for him in the car. The boy instructed no one to come in until he came out, so that they would not hear. He asked Xiaofei if something happens to protect their two. The guy promised to do everything he could. The boss, when I went into the office, could not understand what was happening here. Also, what Brother Long did? Is it possible that this is Xiang Tian? But he studied martial arts with Yin for only half a month, and he could become so strong. These ninja do not want to speak. Therefore, she decided to personally ask the protagonist. When she called him, the recruited number was not available. She was surprised at this. The girl noticed that this guy buys a phone and holds it off every day. Meanwhile, the boy was already inside a huge building and moved into the very depths. He asked if she was waiting for him to invite her on a date. The boy dodged in time when a sharp dagger flew in his direction. Before him was a man in a hood and said that he did not expect at such a young age he had such abilities, and is not surprising that they fell into his hands. Xiang Tian smiled maliciously and replied that he would also fall into his hands. The guy in the hood put the dagger in front of him and said that he was not like them and him Jonin. Xiang Tian asked if he wanted to play with cold weapons and said that he personally was ready to play with him. The guy was very surprised when he saw in the hands of the protagonist a dagger of a green cloud. He asked from the unsteady Peskov. The boy exclaimed that they did not deserve it. Opponents approached one another, and a fight on two daggers began. The protagonist dodged the strong blows of his enemy, but he could not hurt him. Xiang Tian told the guy in a hood that even if he has plans today, he will not be able to implement them. Then, the guy in the hood asked if he wanted to stop him and said that it would be quite difficult. He threw some smoke bombs towards his enemy. He exclaimed that it was his house and he lost. When he approached the dagger once again to the guy, he barely managed to evade the blow and broke his dagger. The enemy noticed that he was now even unarmed, and how he could fight him. They can find a shinobi and attack the enemy without eyes, and Xiang Tian cannot. The guy asked not to use such children's methods because he would not find him, listening to his voice. He asked to give the heavenly scroll, otherwise he would die a terrible death and he would not spare any of his relatives and friends. Xiang Tian replied that he could not stand when people want to touch his relatives and friends, so that now he will have to worse than others. The guy in the hood did not think that he sees him, and why he was so confident in himself, he could not understand this. Surely he will bluff and does not see where he is and not to escape from him. The main character asked the guy in a hood when he suddenly turned out to be behind him whether he was thinking that he was using his hearing and not vision. Xiang Tian told the guy in the hood approaching him with his fist that he sees him. The enemy was very surprised and could not understand how possible. It is impossible for no one to see someone in such color smoke. The boy replied that he was relied on sounds and smells to determine the location. He apologized and said that he was supposed to eyes, so he lost from the very beginning. He filled the enemy directly to the ground. He could not understand what happened because he could not defend himself and his body does not function. Xiang Tian explained that he allowed him to hit himself with a knife to control his acupuncture points with a silver needle. He hates when people touch his relatives and friends. Therefore, in the end, he will be worse than everyone else. The protagonist began to beat his opponent, as he wanted to harm him relatives. He approached with another blow, but unexpectedly noticed some kind of dagger from this guy. He reached for the dagger with his hand and began to get him very surprised. He opened his pain points and balance points, crushed his bones so that let this good blade enjoy and leave it to himself. Meanwhile, the car was near the building in which the boy was located. Zhenru was very excited and asked Li Xiangtian in order. She asked if he had come out yet. Suddenly, they all heard some sound and were wary. This was the main character who went outside with a guy in a hood. He drove him to the street directly to the car. The girl asked if he was wounded. They approached the boy, and the girl began to touch his face, asking him in order whether he was. Xiangtian asked her not to worry because after a while everything heals. The boy told Mr. Suyu that when he returned, you need to take the book to copy it and let several dozen translators translate the words to the Chinese, and then you need to give it to Xiao Fairy. The old man immediately obeyed his student. Xiangtian said that there was another package. Meanwhile, the boss and her guys approached the guy in the hood that was lying on the ground. The girls became very interesting who could do this with a poor guy. Meanwhile, the protagonist was in a house on a sofa thinking about something. Suddenly his phone rang and he picked up his aunt. He was asked if he wants to join a special team. The boy replied that he did not want to do this and immediately turned off the phone. When aunt called again, he again said that he did not want to. But in touch was Father Zhao Tianya. He explained to the main character that his son was dead, but the boy replied that he did not hit him much. The man began to scream that he made his son a cripple and he killed him. Xiang Tian called him a scoundrel. because he just wanted to teach him. His son would have recovered a few months later. The man asked to stop lying to him. It was he who sent him on his way with his own hands. In this case, he will set on the road and buy AI. The main character was scared and asked what he did with the girl. Meanwhile, she was already in a car with tied hands and a glued mouth. She could not understand what was happening and looked at the driver who was sitting with her eyes closed. Buy AI was very scared and looked out the car window in the green meadow. She tried to somehow get to the handle of the car door and pull it over. Someone killed Zhao Tianyu. Well, why is the corpse sitting on a driver's seat near it? She could not understand what was happening and wanted someone to help her. Meanwhile, the man stood on the edge of the cliff and laughing told the guy on the phone, which was already too late. He had a remote control in his hands with a large red button on which he was going to press. The girl was very scared as she felt that the car began to slowly move. The dead man was behind the wheel and how it can move. She was approaching a huge cliff. The man explained to the main character that the girl was with his son on the highway 32nd in the city. He liked Buy AI and he sent her to make him a company. Jiang Tian, when he found out about this, immediately moved to the door and began to fly out into the street as soon as possible. The boy began to use the immortal steps of wandering clouds, including its speed. When the main character ran very quickly on the highway, two girls stood. One of them thought, "Then this is a very strong wind." The second replied that it was Superman. The boy fled really faster than the wind and asked for himself to wait for him. He promised that nothing would happen to her. Buy AI was already very slowly approaching the cliff. The car was already almost on the very edge and she closed her eyes to herself, whispering the name of Xiang Tian. The car was already completely close to the edge and the girl thought there was no chance of salvation. But suddenly the main character appeared and began to push the car in the opposite direction. The girl covered one eye and saw Xiang Tian in front of her. She was very delighted with this. But the boy did not have so much strength to push this huge car that raced to the edge of the cliff. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and hit the hood of the car. Apparently, it was his next plan. The car finally stopped and he went to the door to help the girl get out. He opened the door and she began to get out of the car. The boy exclaimed that everything would be fine. But before she had time to get out of the car as a man with a gun was in front of them, he said that he just thought that it would be easy for him. But you won't break against the bullet. He held the gun opposite the protagonist and wanted to press the trigger, after which he laughed. He promised to bury the boy with his son for what he did with him. Xiang Tian replied that apparently he was not good enough and he wanted to try to catch a bullet. But he did not succeed. The man was just shocked and asked how it was generally possible. It's just unrealistic to do it, and he put the weapon directing him towards the enemy. The protagonist dodged the bullets and streams of sweat flowed across the man's face. Xiang Tian told him that since he was crazy, he would allow him to go crazy completely. The boy pulled one of his long, sharp needles and approached his enemy. Meanwhile, a sunny, bright fairy tale day was already on the street. The main character was opposite Buy AI. He asked the girl to go home since this guy would no longer harm her. She asked what he did to him. The boy replied that nothing and he completely went crazy. He waved to the girl and asked her to go home and not think about anything. The protagonist headed along the path about his business and answered the aunt to the phone. He was again asked if he wanted to join a special team. She said that she thought to include him in a group with Lin Binbin after he joins a special team. Well, since he does not want this, she asked to forget about it. The main character asked who said he did not want. He just listened badly to the aunt and is going to behave well now. He thought to himself that recently a lot of things have happened and he wants to find out a lot. So it would be easier if he joins this special team. Aunt began to explain that this special team was divided into 7 ranks. Those who just joined a special team are interns, then the 1st, 2nd, and up to the 7th rank, which is the highest. From today, he becomes a member of the 1st rank of the Swazi Special Purpose Team, in the entire province of 100 members of the 1st rank. And in Shanghai, there are only 30 of them. The boy could not understand that he had already joined the team and would he not be a minute. The girl replied that she knows everything about him, so there is no need to undergo an internship. After all, really no one knows him better than his aunt. The girl said that in a special purpose team, an increase in rank occurs due to the completion of the tasks. Moreover, the more difficult the task, the faster it increases in the rank. Xiang Tian asked what the advantage of promoting the service ladder. The boss explained that a special forces team works here, the advantages of which he will learn later. You need to be careful and not go beyond the rank to get the task. The deadly will be very high. She asked if there was something else he would like to know. Xiang Tian decided to ask the girl about his parents. She replied that when he once reaches his father's level, he will have the right to know everything. The boy understood and said that he was already leaving. Ant thought to herself that she knew that he could do this because he was the son of his brother Long. When the main character went out into the street, the girl met him and said that she heard that he had joined the special forces and he was with her. He told Sister Lin that she was very well aware. He asked for permission to tell her that his greatest desire was to join the dragon team, and if he wants to join her, she should become a member of the 7th rank. Lin exclaimed that this is why she would work hard on tasks in order to gain experience and hopes that he will not be a burden to her. The boy asked the girl not to worry because he would definitely cooperate. Lin asked him to go to the hotel room with him. The main character asked, frightening what they would do there. The girl replied that they would complete the task. The boy went to the door and asked the girl, "Can he enter now?" She blushed a little and said, "Cyan Pol that she needs to wait a minute. She is not ready yet and only needs a little." Xiangtian went to the girl and said that he could no longer endure it. Lin replied that if he could not bear it, then let him go and sit there. This site requires a personality confirmation at the first entrance. The girl said the main character blushing a little that he was breathing in her head and it annoys. Xiangtian replied that they actually came to the hotel only to use the computer. And is it bad to choose an internet cafe? The girl explained that you can't look at such a secret site in public. Xiangtian asked why they would not go to his house. Not very secret to use a hotel computer. The girl replied that she did not want to stay alone with him at home. And this site has confidentiality measures with others. He will never leave traces of use and will not be hacked. The task of the Special Forces team can be divided into 7 types. Its current level for completing tasks is the most basic. The hope of completing the Class F's assignment is very small. The boy advised choosing 10 ransomed. Lin decided that he was crazy and she could take only 2 at a time and she has a last period for their implementation. Therefore, they will have to choose. The main character approached the computer and offered to take these 2. One is the arrest of a fugitive, and the other is a collection of evidence. Lin explained that both tasks have a 3-day period of execution. That is, they must complete 2 tasks within 3 days. She asked if it was good or bad, but the boy called her to follow him. They went outside and approached the large building on which the Zvezda Club was written. In the club sat a girl, Sister Hong. She was behind a bar counter with a glass of wine in her hands. The main character approached her and asked to check for him the whereabouts of a man. He explained that he would return in a few minutes, but Sister Hong replied that she was taking this fee. Lin asked the guy where he wants to start. Can he at least tell her a plan? The main character asked the girl to take him to the next purpose and got into the car. When they got out of the car, Xiangtian explained that the house of the secretary of the suspect in corruption is here, but they have strict rules for their apartment. To enter the building, you also need to present a card, so they should come up with a way. He said that the window was not closed. Lin asked how he knew about it. After all, the apartment is already on the 4th floor. She asked her not to say that he could see it. The boy asked her to stand on guard. The police girl stayed in place and did not have to do anything. How to wait for the protagonist. Xiangtian thought that at that time there was no one at home, so he did not know where to spend money. The boy approached the window and through it climbed into the apartment. He began to use his X-ray vision and decided that his next step was to find evidence. When he raised the sheet, he decided that it was as smooth as the plot of television program. Lin at that time walked near the fence back and forth, very worried about the protagonist. The boy had already run out into the street and began to approach her. She asked what was there. Xiangtian explained that he collected a lot of evidence, photographed the accounting book and so on. The girl exclaimed that it was just fine. The boy said that the assignment of Sister Hong was practically fulfilled. They again went outside and began to approach the building of the Star Club. The main character approached the table and the woman put an envelope on him with something standing inside. She explained that there, the information that he asked and asked where her money was. The boy thanked his Sister Hong and said that there are still several 100,000 on this map and she can translate them. He said the password from the map. Why the girl was very surprised. The boy explained that they were following him. The police officer asked if he was soon. The main character replied that the information of Sister Hong is very important for him and reliable. They have already entered the street where a bright lantern shone near the room. Lin told the guy that when she reads to 3, she needs to go. It remains to be counted. Even after they counted them, rather hit the door and went inside. Lin took out her gun and with a scream of police asked anyone not to move. Before she had time to finish, how a man with a bat in his hands turned out to be behind her and swung over her head. He did not have time to hit the girl, since the fist of the protagonist was already on his face. He knocked out the bat from the enemy's hands and he rolled over, falling to the floor. Another guy with a saber in his hands began to approach them, and the main character asked the girl to be careful. He pulled out his needle and threw it towards the enemy. She was approaching right to her mouth, a villain. Lin put her leg forward and neutralized the enemy in one movement of the leg. She laughed and said that she did not expect everything to go so well. Xiang Tianyu said that due to the fact that she was too strong, none of them had time to react. The girl replied that he himself was not bad if it weren't for him. They could not catch them so quickly, and they decided to give them more likely and approached the man at the reception. The man was very surprised and his eyes widened. He asked, "Really so fast? They are only 2 on the assignment." The girl carefully looked into the eyes of the man and asked the protagonist to give her all the glasses of experience. Xiangtian asked him to hurry to pass the mission and simply give all the glasses of experience to the girl. He is in a special forces team because of it. Therefore, his experience points are useless. The man replied that they beat the speed record, so they would be accrued 50% of the total number of experience. But the reward would not increase. The main character answered him that he understood everything. Lin turned to the guy and thanked him. Xiangtian went to the girl and, stroking her head, asked to begin new tasks. When the guys left, the man thought that it was crazy night. Xiangtian and Lin completed 18 tasks in one night. This is just an amazing result, and can it be? Since the boy did not require experience with the only person, and the mud in the system was a molting, and all members of the first-class team learned about a man named Lin from the city of Jianhai. And although they were surprised and envious, some of them were in a very bad mood in relation to her. One of them was Lu Qing, who took first place in the tasks of Class G. Meanwhile, there was a fabulous day on the street, and a conference room rose in front of us. There were people inside, and the man said that it was she who Polan Binbin completed 18 tasks in one night. The second man asked to look at the second page. There is only a dozen tasks, and in all there are she. It looks like she is their new employee. The guys were wondering how she looks. And the girl was very angry and hit her hands on the table, looking forward. Lin ran into the room and asked whether it was here. The men asked them to come in, and she greeted everyone and said that she was Lin Binbin. At the same time, she smiled and waved her hand. Before the girl had time to go, like the one who knocked on the table stood up and made her a bandwagon. She asked something. She was looking. She wants to apologize for hitting her leg. Lin replied that she pulled her leg and forced her to stumble, and how she could kick her. A man appeared for the thresholds and asked what kind of noise was there. He asked to use his strength to complete tasks, and not to fight each other. The girl asked the captain why he was so casually treating the staff set. He is gaining anyone. The captain asked what it means careless. Lin Binbin set a record 18 tasks in one night and a maximum of 30 a week. The girl grunted and crossed her hands on her chest, closed her eyes. The main character approached her and apologized imperceptibly on the leg, and the girl immediately flew down, falling down the floor ahead. She asked what he was doing. Xiangtian answered, looking at her from above, that a good dog does not get in the way. When the boy took a step forward, the girl clamped her fist and decided to take revenge on him. She suddenly began to get a sharp dagger from her scabbard. The girl waved a dagger right above the head of the protagonist. The man asked her to stop immediately. Lin. When I saw this, asked Xiangtian to be careful, but the boy stood without even a fit. The girl could not understand what was happening to her. She could not move her hand. The captain asked the girl, knows if she knows what he was doing. It will be removed from work by 3 days, and her experience of promotion will be halved. The captain went to the main character and said that he would also be suspended as he saw how he specially kicked her. He will leave him without experience for the next 30 missions. Xiangtian replied that it doesn't matter. The captain parametered that now when everything is settled, they must inform him of their plans for the next week. Lin told the guy that now they can take a task of another level if he wants to take it. Xiangtian was surprised that she wanted more difficult tasks and agreed to try. But in the meantime, the envious girl thought that she was going to increase her to the 2nd grade, and she was all to blame. Wait and see. Yingtian told the girl to go. He would go home for clothes. Lin asked him to hurry. The boy called Xiana Tian and asked him how to do it. He asked not to return until he saw Van Nanolin wandering below. Xiangtian told him not to worry since he is there, he should help him remove the garbage. The main character approached the high building. He walked along a wide alley with his hands in his pockets. A gang of some guys with weapons in their hands appeared behind him. One of them held a huge wooden bat. A fair-haired guy waved a fist over his head of the guy and wanted to hit him. But the main character began to dodge their blows and turn this big man over. Another guy at this time shot everything that was happening on the phone standing behind the building on the roof. He had long been going to follow Xiang Pul, and he was a pleased result. This is what he wanted to do. The guy continued to look at the video on the phone. He just wanted to cut the video a little and go to inform the newspaper's editorial office. I wanted to show that this guy beats citizens. Before he watched the video, as the main character had already taken the phone from him, he squeezed his phone with one hand and then cracked into small pieces, after which the guy threw him away. The fair-haired guy asked what he was doing and asked not to come closer. Xiang Tian replied that he should ask him what he was doing here. He looked him right in the eye. The boy asked never to do such dirty tricks with him and stay away from Zinsui. Otherwise, he will certainly regret it. The guy got to his feet, asked him to wait because he had not finished with him yet. When the boy left, staggering along the way from the blow of the protagonist, the man asked his father as a liner. He told his father that he should save him. The old man replied that he was his grandson and he would save him. As if life force sucked out of his body, it is necessary to find out who he recently offended. The man said that he would like to see who dared to attack his members of his family van in Jianghai. Lin told the chief hero that this is the most difficult mission of E's level of E, to meet face with a killer from a frozen sand. She asked whether he really wants to take this task. The boy replied that when he saw that it was a bitter sand, then he decided to take it. This is the best way to take revenge. He asked the girl to follow him because he knows where to look for them. She asked why they should be in his house. Xiang Tian explained that since people from unsteady sand always watched his house and continued to observe, they followed them. When they change, they will go to their support point and destroy them all. Lin was very surprised and asked, they really would deal with them? And what do people of the unsteady sand do watching his house? Why does he constantly have problems with them? The boy replied that this was just a small misunderstanding. They think that he had something that they need, but it is not. But with her strength, they could get it. So why are they still watching him? Xiang Tian asked the girl to see as they began to act. They are more relaxed when they just handed over the shift, so you need to use it. The man went to the entrance to the building. Around it was dark and deserted. The girl with a gun stood next to the main character. They carefully looked inside the warehouse. She promised a friend that she had a good accuracy of shooting and she would kill everyone she can. Shang angrily shouted to the attackers indoors so that they would give up. The bandits turned to him in dismay. A girlfriend shouted to the guy that he was crazy. Shang continued to scream the bandits to come out, or otherwise they would be killed. The criminals got angry and ran to the exit. One of them shouted to the main character that he himself came to them. The girl put the weapon in front of her and told the guy a dissatisfied voice that he had opened them. The main character took out a small set of metal needles from his pocket. He asked his girlfriend forgiveness. Xiang launched his needles into bandits. After their hit, the criminals began to fall dead on the floor. The girl was surprised when she saw that the bandits began to fall to the ground. She told herself that she had only one shot. Xiang shouted to his companion to follow him. The main character ran into the warehouse and began to beat the bandits with his hands with all his might. Xiang with all his might pressed his hands on the heads of beaten bandits to the floor. The bandits were very scared. They could not understand when the main character became so strong. Xiang turned around and viciously reminded the criminals to give up. He threatened them to beat. The bandits were scared and began to flee with all their might to the exit. Xiang stood and looked at them calmly. The main character grabbed metal needles and stuck them in the neck of one of the attackers. The bandit fell unconscious to the ground. His accomplices stood and looked at him in dismay. They wanted to attack behind the protagonist. Xiang looked sharply to the side and noticed that the girl struck criminals with accurate shots. The guy looked at his girlfriend. She stood with a gun in her hands and carefully watched that none of the bandits rose. Xiang smiled and praised the girl. At this time, a police car drove up on the side. He stopped at the entrance to the warehouse. The girlfriend told the main character that she caused reinforcement. The police began to go inside the room. The man went to the guy with the girl and asked, "Did they really do it together?" Xiang honestly replied that his girlfriend had done everything and he was watching. The man told the girl that from today, she is an employee of the second grade of the Special Forces team. The worker was surprised when she heard such words from the captain. Xiang looked joyfully with a smile at the girl and congratulated her on success. The police officer smiled at her friend and thanked him for the congratulations. The woman was sitting in a room with a phone in her hand. She said in an evil voice that she will now be a rival with Lin Binbin. Two men were sitting in the mansion on the couch. A fighter with a glass in his hand told Mr. Hu that something happened to Van Nanen. Xiang Tian did a lot of things. He disgraced the four young gentlemen, Jiang Hai. The fighter said that the protagonist should be beaten to death. Xiang is very close to the girlfriend Zhenru. It needs to be used to lure the Jiana into a trap and then kill both of them. Hu turned around and asked his partner in an incredulous voice, "Is it possible?" The fighter said in a confident voice that, with their strength, they could easily take away 2 lives. He asked his partner, "Is he really afraid to kill a woman?" Hu looked in front of him and in an evil voice told the bandit to kill the woman. The fighter with a glass in his hand laughed loudly and said that everything would be like that. The main character the next day woke up at home. The sun shone brightly in the sky. Xing got out of bed. He thought to himself that this time everything completely cleared up. Group of unsteady sands will not send people to him. At this time, the guy came to the phone. He read that Zhenru's girlfriend is in danger. The main character called a girlfriend. He really wanted her to finally answer him. Zhen took the phone and asked his friend with excitement, "Is everything all right with him?" The guy's voice was excited. The girl was sitting at the table in an armchair. She asked a friend what happened to him. Cyan scaredly asked that she would not go anywhere and waited for him. Zhen was very worried. She held the phone in her hand and could not understand what happened to her friend. The girl again rang the phone. She asked my partner's impatience, "What is happening?" The stranger demanded from her girlfriend to go down and help her dying friend in the underground parking lot. The hostess got up from the chair and asked the unfortunate to the strangers on the phone, "Who are they?" Zhen started the door in dismay. She thought with excitement so that nothing happened to her friend. The girl quickly ran out to the underground parking. She stood among the cars and was looking for her friend. Zhen grabbed the phone with all her strength. The main character did not answer her calls. The girlfriend saw the main character fled to her in the underground parking. She called him. Zhen stood in an underground parking lot and did not notice how someone watched her from the car. Hu sat in a car with his fighter. He ordered one of the subordinates on the phone so that they began. Xian stood near the car with his girlfriend. At this time, the headlights turned on in one of the cars. A very powerful explosion was suddenly heard in the parking lot. Everything was covered with smoke. The car door opened. Several fighters jumped out of her to the side and ran. Adjusted by Hu, along with their subordinates, hit the glasses and wanted to drink for a successful business. Suddenly, the protagonist approached the car on the side. He slyly asked the boss, where was he going? Xiang sharply grabbed his hand out the door and opened it wide. The bandits inside were frightened. Hu trembled with fear. He asked the guy in dismay, how could he be saved? The fighter held out his finger and pointed to the protagonist. He promised a trembling voice that for Cyan, luck would not be eternal. The main character took out his metal needles. He told the bandit that he will no longer have a second chance. The fighter went too far when he pulled his girlfriend. Xing turned around and prepared to leave. He told the finished bandits that they will no longer be able to get into their senses until the end of their lives. The bandits, after the metal needles hit the car unconscious. Zhen asked his friend with interest and admiration if he finished. Xiang pointed a finger at a girlfriend and reminded her that she could not leave the office anywhere. The girl looked slyly at the guy and said that she was worried about him. The main character laid his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder and promised that there would be no problems in the future. A police car drove up to a large high-rise building. The policeman watched with great attention how their employee arrived. Lin turned around and told the subordinate that she would first return to the department. The policeman asked the boss to not in a hurry with this. The police officer went into the elevator and went into the cab. She prepared to go down. Lin pressed to the desired floor and began to go down the building. The element of the elevator arrived on the first floor and the girl prepared to go out. The employees were scared when they saw that their boss began to fall unconscious from the elevator. The main character at full speed on the street ran to the hospital building. An excited guy ran into the ward and asked the policeman, "What happened?" The policeman looked at the protagonist and said that he was well acquainted with Captain Lin. Xing sat near the patient's bed. He asked the man, "What is the name?" The officer replied that his name was Qian, and all this was just a gesture of goodwill. The guy with excitement put his hand on the girl's hand to check her pulse. The main character examined his unconscious girlfriend. For him, all this seemed strange. Xiang turned around and asked the officer how the girl fell ill. The man said that they investigated the murder cases where the victim died in an incomprehensible way. Lin fainted as soon as she left the crime scene. The guy closed his eyes. He put his hands to the patient's head to find out her exact condition. Xiang opened his eyes to study his girlfriend with a special glance. He still held his hands near her head. A dark aura appeared near the girl's head. Xiang at this time held metal needles in his hands. The main character swung and launched metal needles into the patient. Lin came to her senses and said in a weakening voice that he had a headache. The policeman was very amazed. He said that the girl woke up and for him it is incredibly, the patient stood on the bed. She asked how she was here and what was happening. Xiang explained to his girlfriend that he did not know exactly what the essence was. The essence itself was like a ghost from the film, but it was created by people. Lin was very scared when she heard about the ghost. She shouted that there was no need to joke like that. The guy said a frightened patient that she was sick. The essence sucked a lot of energy from it. He told the girl to rest, and he himself would come out and breathe air. The main character told the policeman that he would lead him along. Chen agreed with the guy. Yang went into the elevator with a man and began to climb the building. Zhang stood behind the protagonist. He said that the patient with whom the accident occurred was on the 18th floor. Suddenly, the elevator cabin began to shake very much. Everything around swam. The policeman was very scared. He did not understand what happened. Seeing held out his hand to the side, he asked the invisible partner, "Why does he play such tricks before him?" The elevator stopped on the 18th floor. The guy told the policeman to wait here and leave in a minute. Zhang was still very scared. The main character went along the corridor. The man shouted after him that the deceased was in a neighboring apartment. Xian tapped the door at the door. He explained to the policeman that the killer was in this place. Zhang was very scared. He looked at the guy and waited for him to continue. The protagonist opened the door in passing. He looked carefully at the apartment. Sheng went into the room and carefully looked in all directions. I did not see people around. The main character turned around and looked into the corner of the apartment. There was nobody there. A black aura appeared around the guy. He strictly demanded that him come to him who touched his future wife. An unfamiliar voice told the man that he had destroyed his plan and wounded his child. The main character in a cunning voice said that he had many enemies. But for the first time he dealt with someone like such a guy. The main character, without turning around, told the stranger to go out. He came to arrange a fight with him. A dark spirit appeared in the form of a dead man with a hood. He told the guest that he did not know what he was doing. Xiang activated magical vision and turned around to look at the spirit in the room. He carefully examined him. The main character was scared. He asked the stranger with fear, "What is he?" The spirit extended his hand to the man and said that his energy is very strong. He told the guy that he is a treasure for his practice. Xiang picked up needles. He told his partner that he was not a man, not a ghost. The stranger extended his hand forward and attacked a man with the help of a black aura. The main character launched his needles forward. They dissolved in a black aura. Xiang looked at an unfamiliar spirit in dismay. He decided to attack him. The main character jumped up high and shouted to the ghost that he should finish him now. Xiang swung his hand with all his might and hit the ghost on his dark hand. The monster's hand turned to the side after the blow. Xiang cheerfully told him that he was very weak. He took him for the master. The demon viciously ordered his spirits to kill the guy as soon as possible. Xiang was very scared. He felt that he was cold. Dark perfumes flew around him. The main character lit a small fire circle in his hands. After that, the liquidation of the formation began. Suddenly, the ghost was frightened. He shouted to the man that monster and so that he would not come closer. The main character ran up and on the go hit the ghost with his hand. Zhang stood in the corridor near the door. He waited for the guy to get out of there. Suddenly, the policeman heard some kind of noise under the door. He ran up to her, scared. The door suddenly opened and the main character came out. Zhang asked the guy, "What was it?" The body of a demonic ghost on the floor fell out of the apartment. The man asked with fear, "What happened?" Xiang with a smile explained to the surprised partner that the ghost had committed a crime. "You need to pick it up and interrogate it." The main character returned to the hospital building to visit a girlfriend. Xiang went into the ward to the girl and said that he had taken care of the case specifically for her. Lin asked his friend if he was wounded. Lin told the guy that he saved her life and helped to open the case. She owes him more and more. Sang approached Lin and told her in a cunning voice that if she became his wife, he would pay him for everything at once. The main character called the phone. He picked up the phone. This was called by Father Van Nanlin. He demanded that the main character come to him. Song told the man that he knew no one named Van Nanlin. He turned off the phone. The stranger got angry. He squeezed the phone with his hand and called the name of the protagonist in displeasure. The girl came up from the side. She asked a man, "Did he really have problems with the hand?" The girlfriend looked slyly at the man and said that she knew what the guy's weakness was. The main character was on hospital payment and cleaned the apple for a girlfriend. Lin told the guy that he could just wash the apple for her. She will eat him anyway. The main character answered her that he wants to be an exemplary visitor for her. The guy rang the phone. He picked up the phone and continued to clean the apple. A frightened girl called in tears. She told the main character that they abducted Zinzi. Yang was very scared when he heard the news of the abduction. He dropped the apple with a knife. The main character ran to the exit from the ward. He shouted to his girlfriend so that she would not call the police. Lin scaredly asked a friend, "What is happening?" A girl ran into the room. She shouted to her sister that there was a funny situation. A girlfriend sat and read a book in an armchair. She replied that she does not like to look at such fun. A girl with green eyes asked her girlfriend with surprise, was she really about the god basketball himself? The girlfriend was very surprised. She turned around and asked her girlfriend, "Is it really about a guy?" A frightened girl on the street told the main character that she had not even remembered the car number. She was useless. Xiang promised his girlfriend that he would definitely return Zinsui. The main character took the phone and called the kidnapper. The man was unhappy and replied that he was busy. Xiang called and viciously informed his partner that he was to blame. The main character strictly threatened the kidnapper that he would destroy his family if his cousin was suffering. The girlfriend grabbed the guy behind the hand and said that she would also follow him. The girl with tears in her eyes explained that Zinzi is her best friend, and she could not leave her alone. Xiang hugged his girlfriend and said that they would go together and return his relative. Two girls stood aside and followed the main character. And his companion, the stranger, asked her sister if she saw this. The girlfriend replied that the guy had a very murderous aura. She explained that there are two types of murderous AURs. One is caused by murder and the other is caused by anger. The stranger slyly looked in front of herself and said that anger can be to such an extent that there is a desire to kill another person. Inside the Van's estate, the subordinate came with a report to his boss. The fighter told his boss that his plan had worked. The guy went to certain death. The owner was sitting in a chair and asked the subordinate if the master Zhang was invited. The fighter told boss that now the guy is already in the backyard. The owner viciously shouted that he would first break his hands and legs and then allow his son to personally torture Cyan. The main character, along with his companion, approached the gates of the estate. Xiang thoughtfully asked his girlfriend Binson, "Where should he beat first?" The girl answered the guy that he should first hit the face. Her guy asked how he needed to start spreading the house. The girlfriend explained to a friend that he should hit the plate. The main character shouted to the girl that she said, well, he jumped to break the sign. Xiang swung and spread a sign with a powerful blow near the entrance. He shouted to the owner that he would smash his whole estate. The servant ran and shouted to the master that the protagonist had broken their tablet. The boss angrily said in response that his father made us signs. The main character swung and knocked out the door with a powerful blow. He went inside the estate. Xiang angrily looked through the knocked-out door to the estate. He saw people there. Two girls sat and carefully looked at the estates. A girlfriend was sitting on a branch and told her older sister that she likes how the god of basketball does everything. A girlfriend stood near the trunk of a tree and replied that the guy may have problems. The girl smiled slyly and told her girlfriend that they came here to look at the fun. The more troubles, the better. The older sister was silent and looked in front of her. She did not answer her girlfriend. The main character with a confident step went through the broken gates and headed for people in the yard. The boss got angry. He shouted to his fighters to kill the main character. A whole group of bandits with weapons rushed to beat the protagonist from all sides. Bin looked scared at her friend and shouted to be more careful. One of the bandits swung a bat to hit the guy. The main character looked angrily at the attackers and prepared to fight off them with his hands. Shang ran up to one of the fighters and threw him with blows 2 hands back. Other bandits were frightened. The guy looked angrily at the attackers and said that they were already very late for them. A very strong fight began. The main character massively beat the bandits. The main character neutralized all the attackers and headed for 2 men. The boss scaredly pointed to the guy with his hand. The master answered his master so that he would not be worried. The owner was afraid to ask the master to help him. Jiang explained to his master that he is the guardian of the Van family. If someone dared to destroy the family plate, then it should intervene. Jiang asked the guy who was his master. The main character answered the man that he was not worthy to ask him about the master. The fighter became in a combat pose. He looked angrily at the guy and said that if he is ungrateful, then he was not to blame. Xiang swung and his hands and rushed forward to attack the master. Jiang swung his hand and rushed forward at the guy. He shouted that he wanted to break the egg on the stone. Xiang attacked the opponent with 2 fingers. He beat the master successfully. Xiang with all his might hit his fingers with his fingers. He broke the bones inside his hand. The main character rushed forward at the boss. He threatened the owner that he would break his bones. The boss was very scared. He held out his hand forward to the main character and demanded that he stop. Xing grabbed the master's hand and turned it to the side. He viciously asked him, "What did he say?" The owner at the same time demanded that the guy let go of the master Jiang. He threatened that the main character would regret this for the rest of his life. The main character told boss that he would do as he wants. Before him was a broken master on his knees. Xing swung his foot and, with all his might, finished off the master with a blow from above. Zhang, after a powerful blow from the protagonist, flew straight to his boss. The huge guard managed to catch the master flying on him. He viciously said that the main character is very ruthless at a young age. The main character calmly answered the guard that he had found someone else in order to try to beat him. Two fighters ran up and helped the beaten master step aside. Xiang pointed his hand to the boss and said strictly that he wants to fight further with him. The owner viciously asked the guy, did he really decide that he could come and leave when he wants? Xiang right to the exit from the estate. He waved a farewell to his surprised owner and said that he was leaving here. The main character suddenly stopped halfway and turned around. He waved his hand to the boss and said that he had returned again. Xiang viciously smiled at the owner and the guard and asked if any of them can stop him. Van, in an evil voice, the owner shouted to the guy out of the window that he could not budge. The main character viciously told the men that they could stop him. The guard strictly answered the guy so that he would not forget that he is here. Xiang looked at the man and told him that Van would not talk to him just like him. The security guard answered the guy that even Fan Zhufen would not dare to talk to him like that. The main character asked the owner, is he ready? Van in dismay asked the guy, why did he need to be prepared? Xing smiled slyly and told boss that he should be ready for beatings. He chased him. The guard was very surprised. He did not understand why the main character was so fast. Xiang ran up and at full speed grabbed the boss with his hand to abandon him. The guard angrily rushed at the guy and shouted that he thought as if he were not here. Xing put his hands in front of him and was able to defend himself from the hit of the guard. After the attack, the main character bounced back to a safe distance. The guy thought his opponent was very strong. The guard threw off his outer clothing and said angrily that he had not been in battle for a very long time. The guard swung his hand and rushed forward at the guy. Xiang managed to bounce to the side. The man knocked on the scope with all his might into the concrete wall and she scattered. The girl stood under a tree. She said with excitement to her sister that the protagonist had a problem. A master of Zhuan's level of the level of Swan opposed him. The girlfriend replied that the master was strong, but he is not very fast and dexterous. It can be defeated if you find the right opportunity. The stranger said with the excitement that the basketball god was only at the late yellow level. He has little chance of victory over the fighter of the Xuan level. The girlfriend carefully watched the battle. She said thoughtfully to her girlfriend that they would see what will happen next. The main character very quickly bounced far back from the attacks of the master. The fighter screamed angrily after the guy not to run away if he was so impudent. The guy shoved sharply with his foot in flight and flew to the side. The main character sharply offended. He decided to attack the opponent as soon as possible. Xiang in the flight with a blow of his legs tried to hit the master. He managed to evade. The guard bounced back. He rested his hands on the ground and glanced angrily at the guy. The master fastened the other bracelets for a further attack on his hands. The fighter looked at the guy and told him in a strict voice that he made him do it. The main character was surprised. He decided that the master wanted to defeat him with several bracelets. Xiang launched metal needles against his opponent. The fighter calmly beat off the needles with a steel bracelet. Xing said in a dissatisfied voice that he would not be able to hide part of his strength today. The fighter abruptly broke off and ran forward to attack the guy. Someone shouted to people from the side to stop. A woman with a guard came up from the side. She shouted to the master and the guy to stop. The guard, along with the main character, looked at the guest with displeasure. The woman viciously told boss that he had abducted her daughter. The frightened old man explained to his girlfriend that some kind of misunderstanding had happened. The guest viciously demanded from the boss to give her daughter to her. The owner was worried. He talked about something with a man. Suddenly, a frightened girl appeared in the courtyard on the side. She ran to her mother. The woman hugged the girl and began to calm her. She said that everything will be fine. The old man viciously explained to the guest that it was his son to kidnap his daughter, but nothing terrible happened. The woman answered the old man that she could try to grab one of his family members. The old man went to the man. They talked about something very concentrated. Xiang told Aunt that he was wandering behind his cousin, and she could just look. The woman told the guy that his opponent was Xiaofan. He is a former number 1 of the city of Shanghai. Fan told the guard that he had not seen him for several days and his strength had increased very much. He looked at the fighter and viciously asked if he wanted to join in battle. Fan with a smile answered the opponent that he had never defeated him. He does not need no one to defeat Sei. The girls sat on a tree and carefully watched the battle on the territory of the estate. The girl jumped from the tree to the side. She asked her with surprise, would she really not look further? The main character looked angrily at the master and said that he himself was good enough to win him. Sei was silent. He studied his opponent with great attention in front of him. The woman hugged her daughter. She saw that the protagonist had the level of Xuan. Around the guy was a very dark aura. Around him there were different levels of Swan. Sang looked at the frightened master and told him that he would remain an idiot for the rest of his life. The main character took out metal needles and launched them into the master. People around were very surprised. They could not believe the guy defeated the old man. Shang turned around and silently looked at others. He looked at the boss and the old man. The guy was surprised to notice how a dark aura appeared around the body of a grandfather and a man. The woman knew that the main character was the only master of the late stage of Xuan in the whole city. She did not understand what happened to the guy. Xing thought to himself that he had not yet reached the late stage of Xuan. He just bluffed to scare the enemy. The main character looked around in surprise and noticed that no one else wanted to fight him. Shang saw a huge stone in front of him, which stood on the ground. He approached him. The old man was very scared. He asked the protagonist, what did he think? The woman was very scared by the guy. She called him by name. Shang raised the stone above his head and prepared to throw it into the building. Shang held the stone above himself. He threatened the man that he would now destroy his estate. The old man and his subordinates were very scared. He wanted to say something to the guards. Grandfather angrily looked at the fighters and demanded that they go and smash the whole mansion. The man ordered his subordinates so that they would not wait until the guy demolishes the house with his own hands. Shang stood and held a stone above his head. Van scaredly watched the main character. At this time, his subordinates carried the building. The protagonist carefully watched how the servants completely smashed the building of the estate. Shang no longer held a stone above his head and immediately threw it to the ground. Fan smiled and told the guy to come to him on the Villa Lulin and meet him for tea when he has time. The woman told the guy that they also want to go. The old man was very surprised and amazed. He watched the guests left the door of the estate. Suddenly, grandfather fell unconscious to the ground. The servants scaredly called the master. The main character was sitting on a chair near the table in a large house. Opposite him was a hostess. After a small pause, the hostess told the guy that they should talk about it now. Shang with a smile told his girlfriend that if she asks him, he would tell her the truth. The woman held out her hand to the guy and asked strictly when he became so strong. The guy answered his girlfriend that he became strong after training. He could not admit to her that he became stronger after he stole a heavenly scroll. The hostess handed the guy a small document. She told him that he is already a master of the late level of Xuan and can no longer be a first-class member. Xiang had to go to the second grade. Bin Bin has already been raised to the second class. The hostess looked at the guy and said that she would make him an instructor for special operations. The main character was very surprised when he heard such an offer from the hostess. The woman told the guy that he could receive the position that Fan Zoifan could occupy. The main character jumped to his feet and said with a smile to the woman that he would not do this. The hostess explained to the guy that this was her order. Xin shouted to the aunt with a displeasure that she was depriving him of freedom of action. The woman grabbed the guy's hand and reminded that she was his aunt. The hostess took the hand of the protagonist and put the imprint of his finger on the document. Shang looked at his hand very scared. The woman told him that it was necessary to gather all team leaders from 1 to 7, and she would introduce him to everyone. The protagonist and the woman went into the training complex. The fighters knew that they had a new instructor, and they decided that it could be Fan Zhufan. Ant went with his nephew. She told the fighters that she wants to present them a new chief instructor. The woman pointed her hand to the protagonist and said that this is the chief instructor of their special operation named Cyan. One of the men said with suspicion of a girlfriend that the main character used to be a member of their team. The woman explained to the fighters that she invited the protagonist to get acquainted with the situation. Xiang looked at the aunt in dismay. Ant told the fighters that Xiang had come to the first training session with a special operation. For their 7, official training will be organized by him. The soldiers fell silent. They looked at each other displeased. Xiang told the men that his training is very simple. The main character sat in the hall in a chair and looked at his subordinates. He told the fighters to try to drop him from his chair. The soldiers were very surprised. They looked at the instructor in bewilderment. The woman was silent. The main character sat next to her and smiled calmly. The soldiers scaredly told the instructor that they could hit the guy very much. They could cripple him. Yang told his subordinates that if one of them could injure him, he would receive the position of chief instructor. The fighters became more serious. They decided to fulfill the wish of their commander. The soldiers with a whole group rushed together to attack the protagonist. One of the fighters swung his fist to hit the guy with all his might. Xiang put 2 fingers in front of him in defense. The soldier felt a very severe pain in his hand. He sharply threw her back. Jiang sat in a chair. He calmly held out his hand in front of him and grabbed a fighter's fist. The woman stood aside. She watched with interest as the guy fought off the soldiers. Father became more and more like his son. Xiang sat in a chair. He asked the exhausted fighters, do they recognize their defeat? The main character told the soldiers that if they lost, they should run around 10 circles. Ant told the guy that he very easily subjugated the fighters. Xiang replied that to interact with different types of people, various methods should be used. Xiang waved a goodbye with his hand. He told the woman that the rest of the training will be another day. Ant looked after her nephew and said in a cunning voice that he was a broken. The main character walked along the city street. He went to one of the stores. Jiang went to the store and asked the seller Sui, how was he doing lately? The old man answered the guy that they earned a little money thanks to him. The main character handed the seller a card. He said that he had a little money left. He would like to invest them in some business. Zhu asked the guy if he wanted to invest in money and antiques. Xiang replied that you can invest in anything. The old man told the guest that they could invest in hotels and restaurants together. The old man asked the guy how much money he had on the card. Xiang picked up a small cup. He told Zhu in a calm voice that he had about 40 million on the map. The old man was very amazed. The guy asked the owner, is it really not enough money? Shui replied that such an amount would be enough for everything. At this time, the main character rang the phone. Officer Qian told the guy with a frightened voice that the suspect had escaped. The policeman specified that the demonic man had escaped, whom the main character grabbed at the crime scene. The main character sat with the policeman in the office. They looked at the computer. The man showed the guy a video of the suspect in the room. The stranger was lying on the bed. Zhang told the guy that something strange happened that night. Suddenly, a dark spirit appeared near the bed with the suspect. The policeman told the guy that he did not know how this person appeared. The dark ghost caught a man on his shoulder and began to take him with him. The unfamiliar ghost held the suspect on his shoulders and gradually began to disappear with the man. The policeman said that there were no signs of hacking on the door lock. 2 persons simply disappeared in the room. The main character demanded from the policeman to take him to the room. Jiang opened the door to the room and told the guy to go inside. Xian stood in the center of the room. The policeman told the guy that there was almost no trace of a stranger left. Xian knocked on the wall and listened. The man told him that the walls are also in order. The guy carefully looked at the wall in the room. He thought that the movement of a stranger was careful. Therefore, there are almost no traces left. Jiang asked the guy with interest if there was anything in the room. The main character turned around and said that the policeman checked the roof. There should have been a clue on the floor of the maintenance. Jiang was surprised. He could not understand how the suspects could climb onto the roof without tools. Xiang told the man to look for how he told him exactly. The main character thought that the stranger would definitely return to take revenge. He remembered his girlfriend in the hospital. In a large building in an apartment, a woman went to the man in the room. The woman told the older brother named Khan that he was careless. He was caught and broken. The owner was sitting on a chair. He viciously explained to his girlfriend that the guy appeared out of nowhere and was able to kill his 2 fighters. The girlfriend strictly asked the Khan if someone from Maoshan attacked him. The man thoughtfully said that the guy did not use Maoshan's materials at all. He just fought. The girlfriend was very surprised when she heard that the fighter could just fight. It was impossible for her. The old man looked angrily in front of him and said that the guy was full of Yang's energy. If he absorbs this energy from the guy, then he will definitely be able to return to his peak. The woman thought about it. She listened with great interest to the owner's words. The woman told the man that if she could catch a guy, then they will separate his energy by Yang. Khan explained to his girlfriend that only 6 people were left in their sect. They must hold together. When they recover, they go together in search of the treasures of their ancestors. The woman answered the old man that she agreed. Xiang returned to the hospital building where his girlfriend was. She was very surprised when she heard that the suspect was running away. The main character stood in front of a frightened girlfriend. Lin with excitement asked him to tell in detail what happened. Sheen spread his hands and said that the suspects had fled through the floor of the maintenance. A girlfriend angrily asked the guy, why is he not looking for fugitives? The main character explained to his girlfriend that he was worried about her. He added that the police have a clue to quickly catch the fugitives. At this time, the door to the hospital ward opened. A stranger with a fruit basket went inside. She asked if there is Madame Lan here. The patient was lying on the bed. She asked the stranger with displeasure and suspiciously, is she like that too? The guest smiled and told the girl that she came to apologize for her brother. The woman handed the patient a fruit basket and said that it was an apology. The patient asked the guest, who was her brother? The stranger told with a smile that her brother accidentally wounded the police, and then the main character broke his leg. Lin was surprised when she heard such words. She turned the basket of fruit and asked the stranger, did she really rescue the suspect from the camera? The woman said that her brother was very weak to be in the police station. Therefore, she took him. Lin asked her girlfriend, was she afraid that she would be arrested now? The guest with a smile told the girl that she came to her here to visit her. Lin should be ashamed to arrest her. The patient told a girlfriend that arresting bad people is her work. The main character asked the woman what she wants. The stranger promised the partner that her brother would never attack him. She offered to forget about everything. Lin told the stranger that a police officer could not agree with the criminal. The main character demanded that the stranger leave. He promised to pretend that there was nothing. The stranger angrily looked at the guy and said that it was fine. The main character demanded that the woman so that she would not touch any of his loved ones in the future. He threatened to kill her. Xiang asked the stranger if she heard him. The woman replied that she understood everything and they agreed. The stranger turned sharply and ran out of the ward to the corridor. The main character silently looked after her. Lin asked his friend, what happened to the woman? She was very scared. Xiang replied that he did not know. The stranger after the hospital returned to the building to see her brother. The old man asked displeasedly why she quickly returned. The woman with excitement and fright said that the main character is very frightening. The old man asked the woman what happened. The girlfriend scaredly shouted that she felt the aura of death in the guy's body. After a small pause, the woman told her brother that all this was terrible. Khan asked his girlfriends, if the other 4 dead, will anyone will fight for the treasures with them? The sister asked the old man, did he mean the murder with a knife? The man smiled viciously to the woman and said that everything was so. The main character was in the evening in the club with his girlfriend. Shang received a call to the phone. He was informed that young Mr. Jiang wants to meet with him tomorrow. The girlfriend was very surprised. She listened carefully to how the main character communicated on the phone. The girlfriend scaredly asked the protagonist, did the young Mr. Jiang called him? Xiang replied that he did not know any young Master Jiang. The girl said that Jiang is one of the 4 young gentlemen Jiang Hai, and it is better not to offend him. The guy replied that he had probably called one of the people of the young master. The main character with a smile answered his girlfriend that he had already met with 3 other young gentlemen. Ru warned the guy that he might have problems. Xiang asked the girl how much the young master can be compared with the fan. A girlfriend said that Jiang and a hairdryer would never have contacted each other. The main character grabbed the glass with his hand. He answered the girl that he understands everything. Ru invited the main character to call the young master. Xing thought that the problem could be if Jiang was on the same level with Fan. The guy took the phone in his hands. He realized that he had more important things to do. A girlfriend of Ru could still wait. The main character walked along the street. There were buildings around him and other people walked. Xiang told himself that Ru unexpectedly invited him to dinner. He does not even know what happened. The building has a sign on the celebration of the 90th of Madame Zhen. The guy prepared to go inside. The main character stood near the entrance and read the sign. He thought about Mrs. Zhen. The main character met the girl and called her by name. Ru, in response, called her friend. Xing asked the girl about the old woman. Ru replied that her great-grandmother was 90 years old today. The guy scaredly told his girlfriend that he could prepare some gift for her great-grandmother. Ru answered a friend that she had already prepared everything instead of him. The girl whispered to the main character that Ven Zhaohua also came to the holiday. Xiang remembered to himself that he turned Venya and Hu Fanjie into idiots. They could not come here. Ven came up and viciously told the main character that he did not become an idiot and could disappoint him. Xiang looked displeased at the guest and confirmed that he was very disappointed. The guest laughed angrily. He told the main character that his sister was inside with the guy. Wen came up and in a cunning voice told the partner that his sister's guy was called Hu Fanjie. The guest invited the main character to go inside with him and promised to introduce his sister. Xiang thought to himself that he needed to find out what a miracle the doctor was behind the guys. Inside the conference room stood guests. The main character approached there with his girlfriend. The guest, along with his girlfriend, turned around and carefully looked at the protagonist. Ru told his friend so that he would not pay attention to two guests. The guy answered his girlfriend that he could not spoil the birthday of her great-grandmother. The guy with a microphone climbed onto the stage. There was an old woman in a wheelchair. The guest bowed to his grandmother and ordered that everything was quiet in the hall. A guest with a microphone said that Madame Zen is 90 years old today. Everyone could bring their gifts. Guests at the wedding were very happy. They began to clap and congratulate their grandmother. A fat guy entered the stage. He went to his grandmother and brought her a box. The guest handed the old woman a jade bracelet. He wished her to live for a long time. Zen thanked him. Another guy came up and gave his grandmother a sapphire necklace. He wished her to live 90 years. Guests at the wedding discussed gifts. Someone said that the sapphire necklace is very beautiful. Hu turned around and said joyfully that the main character had to bring some gifts. Other guests also looked with interest at Xian and his companion. Ru told the guests that the guy gave her grandmother $100,000 in the red envelope. The guys thought and laughed in displeasure. They could not believe that Xiang could make such a gift. One of the guests said that sending money was directly very careless. The other said that money could belong to Mrs. Zen herself. Ru, with excitement, told a friend that she did not have time to dress him in advance. Xiang explained to his girlfriend that everything was in order. Xiang went to the stage. He shouted to the guests that he had a gift. The protagonist climbed the stage. Grandma and guests looked at him with displeasure. Hu asked the guy, did he really want to sing a song for his birthday for the old woman? Xiang congratulated the old woman on his birthday. She thanked him in response. The guy told the old woman that he wants to give a gift for her. He hopes she will be happy. The old woman told the main character that things for her are a waste of time. The guy put his hands on his grandmother's feet. He said that the gift from him cannot be empty. Guests could not understand why the main character squatted near the old woman. They did not know what he was doing. Ru was very worried. She looked at the guy with great interest and distrust. Xiang got to his feet. He told the old woman to take the medicine for blood circulation after returning. He also added that my grandmother should be engaged every day so that her legs would recover. Zhang could not believe that her legs could recover. Zhang looked at his grandmother and said in a confident voice that it was his gift for her. Hu said cheerfully that Xiang Tian is very funny. The guy squatted for a minute in front of his grandmother. Perhaps divine waves emanated from him. The main character told the old woman that she could not move her feet yet. She can get up. The guy explained to the guests that Zen could not move her feet for a very long time, and she could not get up. The old woman concentrated. She leaned her hands and tried to get to her feet. Zhang joyfully stood on her feet and shouted with the surprise that she felt them. The guy was very scared for his grandmother. He grabbed her with his hand so that she would not fall. Zhang, in a frightened voice, told the relative that she did not think that someday she could get to her feet. The protagonist asked Starikin if she likes her birthday present. Zhang answered the guy that this was the best gift she someday received. The guests slammed joyfully. They shouted that all this was a miracle and clapped their hands. Hu was very unhappy. He sternly told his friend that they needed to find the young Mr. Zhang. Together with his friend entered the estate. There was also a girl with them. The servant said joyfully to the guests that a young master was already waiting for them. The guys were delighted. The servant told the young master that two men came to him. Khan said in a thoughtful voice that he had cured these both men. And the Van family is now leaving. Van replied that now there are vacancies of one of the four young gentlemen Jianghai. The young gentleman was sitting in a chair. He told the guests that they would choose another. The guests agreed with this. The servant held the guests. He told them that the young master was here. The young gentleman was sitting in a chair. Han and Bath stood behind him. They looked at the guests in surprise. The girl turned and told Jiang that the main character for them is a headache. Hu confirmed the words of a girlfriend. Jiang sat in a chair and looked at his guest with great interest. The girl stood next to her boyfriend. She still looked at the young master. Zhang waved his hand and demanded that the girl approach him. Van introduced his sister to the owner. He said that she is a girl Hu Funier. Zhang displeasedly explained to the guest that the girl would approach him anyway. Hu turned to a girlfriend and demanded that she go to the young Mr. Zhang. The guest went to the guy and stopped near his chair. He looked at her carefully. The girl extended her hands forward and Zhang grabbed her with all his might. She was scared. The young gentleman pressed the guest to him. She felt a strong constraint. Zhang pressed the girl to him. He demanded in a strict voice that Wen would go to visit Zen Ru and arranged a commotion there. The guest answered for the young master that he would make a lot of noise. Jiang told the guest displeased that it was better not to let him down. Again, he recalled that he allowed Kapow to save their lives. Khan was silent. He stood next to the young master and listened carefully. Hu strictly promised the young master that he would not be the next time. The girl breathed frightenedly. The young master demanded that all guests leave him. Van, along with Hanem, remained standing near the chair of the young master. Wen grabbed his friend by his clothes and said that he would follow him. Outside the doors, Wen explained to his friend that they needed to achieve their own. To do this, you need to do as the young master wants. Hu, along with their companion, arrived in the office building. They broke into the office. Wen, along with his friend, threw one employee in the office on the floor. Hu, along with their companion, went inside the office. Beaten workers were lying on the floor. The secretary ran up. She told Madame Zen that he had come again and creates problems for her. The secretary ran up and looked at the guest from the side. The guy was silent. Ru told the guest in a displeased voice that she would call the police if he would create problems for them. Wen, in an evil voice, told the girl that he was not afraid of the police. He explained that he could no longer protect her. As the young Mr. Zhang returned, the guest still wanted to say something about Xian. The main character ran sharply behind and hit the guy with his foot in the groin with all his might. After that, Wen immediately bent in pain. Xiang asked the guest displeasedly what was wrong with him. The main character walked along the office towards Venus. There were beaten workers around. Wen felt still severe pain after the blow. He continued to repeat to himself about the young Mr. Jenks. The main character swung and hit the guy on the face with all his might. He said in a dissatisfied voice that he could not utter a single proposal. Shang asked the girl how many people beaten. Ru explained that the guest beat one guard and 2 leaders. Xiang angrily told the guest that he would hit him 10 times and they will be calculated. Wen shouted to his partner to wait. Xiang swung and threw himself on his face with all his might. He continued to beat him. Ru scared her eyes. She did not want to watch her guest beat. The beaten workers stood near the doors. They listened to how the main character struck Venus and counted. The battered Wen in displeasure asked the protagonist how many times he hit him. Xiang swung to hit the opponent. He demanded that he count instead. The beaten wing fell to the floor. He asked the protagonist to give him a break. Xiang angrily told the opponent that he insults the DNA of his ancient family. Ru demanded from the secretary to pour water into a cup of water for the young Mr. Cyan. The main character at that time put his foot on Venya and demanded that he think. The main character turned around and told the girls a dissatisfied voice that he was tired. Ru reached his friend a cup. She said that he could drink a little water. The main character turned to the side. He viciously demanded that the beaten Hu pull out his master. The beaten guests ran away. The main character asked the girl what she wanted to ask her. Ru answered the guy that the guest brought an invitation from the young Mr. Jiang. Shang picked up an invitation card. He asked the girl what young Mr. Jiang wants to do. The girlfriend explained that she received an invitation to a luxurious cruise airliner at a party. The main character wanted to break the invitation. He told the girl not to go there. Ru reached for the invitation. She scaredly said that she should definitely go. Xian returned the invitation to his girlfriend. He said that he would go with her. A car with beaten guests stopped near the entrance to the mansion. They went out and went inside. Hu, along with Venom and the driver, went into the gates of the estate. The servant carefully watched them. A servant with a fan informed the young master that Venya beat the main character before his death. Jiang answered in a dissatisfied voice that it was a punishment for a guy for not managing his work. The gentleman demanded that the servant not postpone the banquet. The servant answered the boss that Xiang Tian would definitely come to the banquet in the evening. Jiang said in a thoughtful voice that he wants to make the protagonist feel fear. The servant told the master that he added a little spices to today's dinner. At this time, Ven entered the room with the Khan. He was already extracted from beatings. Wen with a smile thanked Jiang and Mr. Hipao. He said that everything is in order with him now. Jiang calmly looked at his guest and said that this was good. He called on the servants to prepare for today's banquet. In the evening, many people gathered on the ship. There were expensive cars on the shore. Xiang was in an evening suit. He told the girl that the liner accommodates several thousand people. A young master appeared on the deck, accompanied by his servants. Xian stood on a deck in a white suit. The servant with glasses on the move noticed him. The servant informed the young master that Xian arrived with his girlfriend. Zhang ordered the war to entertain the guests. Wen came up and greeted the protagonist. Xiang looked at him with surprise with his girlfriend. The guy looked joyfully at the guests and with a smile said that they came very early. Xiang remembered that he had left the guy on the verge of death. He decided that Venya cured the mysterious man. Wen, with a smile, thanked the protagonist for mercy. He also promised to pay off Xian. The main character answered the partner that he was really impossible to win. Xiang squeezed his hand into a fist. He said that Venya is still painful, and this means that the beating was not in vain. The guy looked scared at the protagonist and asked what he was up to. Xiang grabbed his opponent by his clothes and told him angrily that he wanted to look at how quickly he could recover. Wen demanded that he be released. The main character swung and with all his might launched the opponent to the side of flight. Ru fright approached her friend. The main character demanded from a girlfriend that she would not pay attention to Venya and go with him. The beaten guy was lying on the deck. The main character, along with a girlfriend, calmly stepped aside. Someone watched them from the upper deck. Jiang held a glass of wine in his hands. He said in a delighted voice that the protagonist was striking him. After that, the young gentleman demanded that Hayao deal with Van. The subordinate replied that he would do everything. The servants opened the door to the ward. They brought inside a beaten guy. Khan strictly demanded from the servants to put the guy on the chair. The Khan came up and grabbed his hands on a broken patient. He decided to help him. The old man directed his energy to Venya's body. Nearby, everything was brightly lit up. The beaten passenger felt relief. His body began to heal. Khan held out a thin needle and stuck it into the guy's body to extract. Wen felt how bruises began to go on his face. Khan viciously told the partner that next time he would not treat him. The guy answered the old man that he would remember this. Sheen stood near the table and consumed a treat from a plate. A girlfriend with wine stood next to him. At this time, someone called the main character from the side. He would be very unhappy. Shang turned around displeasedly and wanted to remind the girl that he had already said so that she would not bother him. A stranger ran up in a green dress with red hair. She called the guy a master. Xiang asked the stranger who she was. The girl proudly replied that her name was Ho Laziao. Xiang looked displeased at his girlfriend and said that she was a real Ai Laziao. The girl could not understand what her partner was talking about. The protagonist told the angry girlfriend a thoughtful voice that the upper part of her body is very small. Ru said in a cunning voice to the main character that he could talk so far, and she to go and say hello to friends. Ho told the guy that if he came here to her, he could meet her grandfather. Xiang answered his girlfriend that he had never heard of her grandfather. He did not want to meet him. Kate shouted after the guy that her grandfather was very famous. The main character replied that he was not interested. The main character stopped on the deck. He noticed some stranger in front of him. An unfamiliar girl came up and leaned on the protagonist. It was difficult for her to stand on her feet. Xiang picked up a stranger and asked if she was all right. The stranger sharply grabbed the protagonist by the hand. He did not have time to break out. Xiang was very surprised. He looked displeased at the girl and did not understand what she wanted from him. Suddenly, the girl demanded from the protagonist so that he would not molest her. A crowd gathered on the side. The guy also ran up. He shouted to the main character so that he would not molest his girlfriend. Xiang, in a dissatisfied voice, told the guests that they acted very straightforwardly. The next time they could be more inventive. Hu asked the protagonist displeasedly, "Why does he do such disgusting things?" Whedon, in a cunning voice, said that the young Mr. Xiang could not resist the beauties. The guy viciously demanded from the protagonist to give him an explanation. Xiang told Venus, a dissatisfied voice, that he had already recovered. Xiang demanded from the stranger to let him go. He did not want to beat her. The girl angrily answered him that all this proof that he had molested her. Ru approached the side. She swung with her hand and with all her might beat the stranger's hand from the guy. The stranger shouted angrily that Ru hit her. She held her hand near her face. Ru swung again, and with all her might hit her opponent with her hand over her face. An angry man ran up from the side. He demanded that the girl stop. The main character strictly explained that he would kill anyone who will stand in the way of Ru. Zen told the stranger that only her friend does not beat women. She asked, "Who forced her to come here and look for troubles?" The stranger was silent. She turned her head to the side and looked at one of the guests. The man was scared. He shouted to the girl so that she would not look at him and he would do anything here. After that, the man, accompanied by his companions, ran along the deck. The main character took a girlfriend by the hand. He told her that they just needed to leave the guests. Shang saw a crowd in front of him. He told the girl that you need to approach what was happening there. In the center of the deck there was a man. Around him, several fighters were lying. The man viciously told the opponent that he would take the last place of 4 young masters Zhanghai. The fighter scaredly answered the opponent that this place should belong to the older brother Zhao. The man prepared to hit his opponent with his foot on the head. He demanded that Zhao Long come to him for explanation. The protagonist listened carefully to what people said in the crowd. They all discussed Zhao Luna. A young guy appeared from the side. He demanded that people let him go. Zhao went to the beaten fighters. They demanded that he avenge them. A man came up from the side. He turned to the guy. Zhao demanded that the guards deliver his friends as soon as possible to the hospital. The man shouted to the guy that he wanted to pick up the title of the 4th young Mr. Zhanghai from him. Zhao turned around and asked the stranger, why did he beat his friends? The man invited the guy to do cultivation with him. Zhao explained viciously to his partner that he was not interested in the situation of 4 young masters. He just came to the banquet. The man got angry and prepared to hit the guy with his hand. The guy stood calmly. The man stopped his fist straight near his body. The fighter viciously demanded that the guy fight. Zhao explained that he did not need trouble. The guy turned around and began to leave. The man looked very displeased with him. After that, the fighter swung and hit the guy in the ass with all his might with his foot. Che rushed forward at the man. He shouted that he would make him fight. The main character, along with the girl, heard someone who came up and called Zhao Luna. Yin came up and said that he wants to see a duel between Zhao and Li Yuan. Zhao turned around and told the young master that he did not want to compete for the place of 4 young gentlemen. Zhang sat in a chair. He demanded a very malicious voice with the guy to fight. The young gentleman in an armchair threatened the guy that otherwise he might die. Zhao fell silent. He looked very viciously in front of him and thought whether he needed to fight. Zhang looked at the sofa and asked the servant, "Are the staff here?" The waiter asked the guest, "What did he need?" Xiang pointed his finger forward and said that he wants himself such a sofa on which a young master was sitting. The waiter answered the guest that he could not help him. The main character was unhappy due to the fact that the waiter did not hear him. Ru told a friend so that he would not suit the scenes. The main character ran sharply to the side. A girlfriend called him scared. Zhang told the guy that if he wins, he would receive a place for himself among 4 young gentlemen. Li strictly promised the young master that he would receive this place for himself. The main character ran up and with one hand raised the sofa above his head. The guests around were surprised. The main character stood in the center of the deck. He brought with him a huge green sofa. There were surprised guests around. Zhang sat on the sofa. He told the girl to sit down to watch him fun. Wen strictly pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that he was tired of living. The main character asked his partner, did he really own the sofa or deck? Wen was very angry. He did not know what he would say in response to his partner. The guests around were talking. They could not understand why the young Mr. Jiang remained in a good mood. Zhang was sitting on the couch. He said in a joyful voice that the time came to start the game. Was he strictly asked the guy if he would dare to disobey the order of the young master? The man swung and tried to hit the guy with his foot. He shouted that he would kill him. Zhao put a hand for protection. Li shouted joyfully to the opponent that he had skills. They can continue. The man rushed forward in attacking the guy. Zhao dodged and stepped back. Jiang demanded that the guy not defend himself, but participated in battle. Zhao was very excited. He caught his breath and decisively rushed on the attack on the opponent. The guy swung to immediately crush the opponent with a powerful blow. Zhao, after a powerful and quick blow, was able to get a man in the face with his hand. Li, after the blow, answered the guy that he was finally able to repulse him. Li tore off his butterfly. He shouted to the guy that he would also try to fight him now. Zhao continued to fight against a man and fight off his attacks. Jiang called a servant named Bin Yi. The fighter approached him from behind. The young gentleman asked the fighter how many movements he needed to cope with Zhao and Li. Bin answered boss that 1 movement would be enough for him. Zhang pointed to the protagonist and asked the fighter, how many movements did he need to destroy him? Bin looked aside and thought. Xing sat quietly on the couch next to his girlfriend. The man looked at him carefully. The main character was absolutely calm. He sat next to him silently with his girlfriend. Bin answered boss with a thoughtful voice that he did not know how many movements he needed to win. Jiang answered the subordinate in a joyful voice that he really cannot lie. A girlfriend told the guy that they would have trouble if they will sit further just like that. Xiang explained to the girl that the young gentleman has long been trying to cause him trouble. Ru was surprised. She said that her friend in a quarrel with young Mr. Jiang. Xiang said that the young master invited him, but he did not come. Ru was scared due to the fact that her friend refused to invite Zhang. Zhao stood opposite Li. They continued to fight fiercely among themselves. The girl asked a friend how many movements would he need to defeat two rivals. Seong explained that he did not need to make a single movement. The guy hit the man with all his might and he flew into the table. Lee jumped to his feet and grabbed a plate in his hands. He decided to launch her into the guy. The man, without thinking twice, launched a plate and she flew straight into his opponent. Zhao sharply raised his leg up and with all his might beat off a plate flying on him. At this time, someone launched a plate on the side. She flew straight at the young master. Lee together with Zhao were very scared. They realized that the plate would now fall into Jiang. Bin Yi, in time, appeared on the side. He was able to grab the plate with his hands in full flight. Xing thought that the fighter should be very strong to stop the mass of the plate and inertia of the blow. The guard stood angrily and looked in front of him. He decided to attack the protagonist. Bin Yi swung and launched a plate into the sofa with all his might, where a guy with a girl was sitting. The main character sat and calmly looked at a flying plate. He activated his magical look. Suddenly, a flying dish scattered into many fragments in the flight. Bin Yi was very amazed. He was interested in the abilities of the protagonist. The guests around were very surprised. They did not understand how the plate itself could break in itself. The servant told the guard that he had finally met a worthy enemy. Jiang sat on his chair and was silent. He carefully looked at the battle between a man and a guy. The young gentleman demanded that the guy not stop, but fight on. Zhao raised his leg in front of him. He prepared to rush at the opponent. The guy ran very quickly to the man and with all his might hit him with his hand over his face. The guy told the man that he had lost and the duel is over. Lee did not want to admit his loss. Lee jumped up and shouted that the fight was not finished yet. He held a broken bottle in his hands. Zhao put his hand in front of him and was able to defend himself from an attacked man. Lee rushed with a bottle forward at the guy. He shouted angrily that he won it. At this time, the main character intervened in the battle. He beat off the man with his foot to the side. Xing looked strictly and angrily at the man and demanded that he stop. When asked the protagonist displeasedly, how did he dare to spoil the battle? Xing replied with displeasure that it was not a battle. Zhao approached him from behind and thanked for his help. The guy calmly folded his hands and confirmed that he had lost the battle. Zhang told the man that from today he will be one of the 4 young gentlemen. He demanded that he now kill Zhao Luna. The guy was very scared. Zhao in response thanked the young Mr. Zhang. He looked in front of him and said that he wanted to see who could kill Zhang. The guests were very scared. One of the guys asked with excitement from the protagonist, "What does he do?" The protagonist turned to the side and noticed that he was his acquaintance by the name of Xiao Ma. Xiao bowed to the young master and demanded that the main character also apologize to him. Zhang was unhappy due to the fact that an unfamiliar guy approached him. The main character laid his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that he would not allow someone to oppress him. Zhang went to the young master and invited him to fight to death, until someone alone came out of them alive. Zhang looked at his opponent and said that he would give him the opportunity to die. Zhang answered his partner that he did not know for sure who will die. At this time, the old man laughed on the side. He said in a cheerful voice that he never thought that he would live to such an age. 29. Xian turned around and asked a friend who was standing in front of them. Xiao bent his friend's hand in a bow. He said that the old Huo was standing in front of them. The old man told the main character that he was very harmful. Many times he asked her granddaughter to invite him, but Xiang always refused. The girl explained to the main character that her grandfather was standing next to her. Huo told the young master that today there should be no death. He suggested leaving everything as it is. They had a long day ahead. Zhang thought deeply. He decided that he should not show disrespect for the old man. Zhang waved his hand and told his partners that if they stood up for the protagonist, then you need to forget about everything. Xin shouted after the young master that he would let him live another 2 days. The protagonist hugged his friends and said that they would go and have fun in interesting places on a liner. Ho wanted to call Sion and held out his hands to him. The displeased old man said that the guy is very difficult, although he saved his life. The granddaughter told his grandfather to keep up. The master left them. The old man asked the girl, why was she in a hurry? There were a lot of people inside the gaming hall. They sat at tables with gambling. The main character looked around and said that everything looks very interesting. The girl answered him that she would look for a place to relax. Shane said he would agree with his girlfriend. Ru answered the guy that she would not delay his game. Xiao told a friend that he would accompany the chairman of the Zen. The main character was very delighted. He prepared to play at the tables. Ho ran up from the side. She shouted joyfully to her friend that she would play with him. The main character answered the girl to play with other children. I just reminded a friend that they study in the same class. The old man came up and told the dissatisfied granddaughter that this place is not suitable for her. The main character went to the table and asked him to be given a chip in 10 yuan. The girl with a smile told the guest that they have 100 yuan, the cheapest chip. Wen stood with a girlfriend. He said in a cheerful voice to the main character that he had never been in a casino. The main character explained to the guy that he had only 10 wen with him. Wen took out a bill in 100 wen. Suddenly, the guy threw the banknote to the floor and said in fright that he dropped it. Wen slyly demanded that the protagonist raise the money himself from the floor. Xiang thought that the guy wanted him to bow his head before him. Xiang activated his magical skills. He decided to raise the banknote into the air. The protagonist watched as a monetary bank fly in front of him in the air. Xiang grabbed the money in his hands and told his partner that he would take them with him. Wen was angry and said nothing. He looked very viciously at the protagonist. Xiang went to the counter and handed the bill. He demanded a chip in 100 yen. The employee handed the client his chip. Wen threw 2 chips. The girl told the main character that his chips are 100 times more than that of Xian. The girlfriend was surprised. She took the chip and said that she cost 100,000 wen and thanked Venya. The employee in displeasure told the client that he used sexual harassment against her. The guy angrily answered the girl that she should do everything for money. The main character asked the girl, "What is her name?" The employee answered the guy that her name was Din Min. Xiang told the girl to follow him. He promised that she would make a lot of money. Din was silent. She thought about the offer of the protagonist. The worker returned Venya the chip and said that she would go with the main character. The client said displeasedly that the waitress is the former star of the second echelon. Song held the chip in his hands. He told the girl to make only bets where he would tell her. Din took the chip from the client's hands. She told him that she believes him. The surprised girl stood near the table. She and the guy were informed that she won. Wen, along with a girlfriend, were very amazed when they heard that the waitress won. Near the next table, the girl and the guy was informed that she had won. She extended a large pile of chips. Wen menacingly accused the protagonist that he was cheating. Xiang explained that he did not touch the cards, but just turned to his assistant. Xiang asked her girlfriend if she would play with him in a large way. Din answered the guy that she would play with him in a large way. The protagonist looked concentratedly in front of him. He told the girl to put her on a draw. Din told a friend with excitement that the probability of a draw is 1 to 100. Xiang answered his girlfriend to do this as he said, the guest came up and warned the waitress that she could lose 800,000 yuan. Ding replied that she was still standing in a draw. The main character asked his partner if he could win. Wen answered the guy that if he wins, he will eat a deck of cards. Xian said strictly to the guy that he would wait and look when he would eat a deck of cards. Truck at the table told the player that there was a draw in the game. Wen was very scared. The main character in a cunning voice asked his partner how to cook cards for him. He held the deck in his hands. Shang asked the waiter to bring seasoning for the young master. At this time, Wen shouted to the waitress that he hired her to escort the guests, and not so that she would win his money. Dian displeasedly answered the employer that he had deceived her, and this did not look at the work of the model at all. The main character grabbed the chips with his hands. He viciously asked the guy how much he paid for hiring people. Song launched a whole bunch of chips into the guy. He viciously shouted that he would give him more, if not enough. An angry woman headed for the exit. The main character reminded him that he still did not sit down the card. Din asked the guy his name. The protagonist named his name and told the waitress that she would not thank him. In parting, the main character shouted to the girl to leave herself all the chips. Din invited her surprised new friend to treat him with dinner. The waitress in a cheerful voice told the guy that she wants to thank him. Xing smiled slyly and said that he was just hungry now. The main character, accompanied by his companion, went into the restaurant premises. There was a waitress. She waved her girlfriend and shouted that she had been looking for her for a long time. Xing was very surprised and wary. He carefully studied the waitress. The main character grabbed the employee by the hand. She angrily asked him what he was doing. Xiang explained to his girlfriend that he picked her up so that she would not fall due to high heels. The employee displeasedly pointed to the guy with his hand. She shouted to him displeased that he had planned something bad. Din came up and tried to calm her girlfriend. Men Yao, Din explained to her girlfriend that she wanted to invite the main character to dinner. She handed her a chip. Yao was surprised when the waitress saw a chip of 100,000 wen. Din pointed her hand towards the guy and said that she won a lot thanks to him. The main character was sitting at the table and with appetite echoed food from a plate. The waitresses looked at him in surprise. Yao looked at the protagonist and said that he looks like a poor guy. Din answered a girlfriend with a smile that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. Din told her girlfriend so that she would not be worried. She promised to bring and drink. Yao sat at the table with food. The stranger approached her and asked with interest, "Is she alone?" The main character came up behind. He viciously told the stranger near the table that he was blind. The guest grabbed his hand by the chair. He told the chief hero that you could not talk like that. Xiang answered the man that the lobster was lying on the chair, and he sat down and did not even look at the table. The man abruptly jumped up from the chair. He looked carefully and noticed that there was nothing on the chair. Xiang picked up a small lobster and put him in the client's clothes. The guest was very angry. He pulled the lobster out of clothes and shouted that his jacket was expensive. Xiang calmly answered the stranger that he should return as soon as possible. He will leave after dinner. Din laughed. She told her new friend that she did not notice how he put food in the client's clothes. Xiang continued to eat food with his appetite. He told the girl that his hands could be faster. Din told him in surprise that he eats like a pig. Din told a girlfriend that the main character could eat as much as he wants. It will all be at her expense. She ordered more drinks. They will be brought later. Yao answered the girl that the guy could not stop eating. The waiter brought food and put it on the table. Yao said with the surprise of a girlfriend that she was supposed to buy drinks. Din replied with a smile that she ordered more food for the guy. The protagonist smiled at the waitresses and said that this is a sincere gratitude. A stranger appeared on the side. He viciously pointed to his guard named Lin on the protagonist. The client approached the girls and joyfully said that there were already two of them. Yao answered him that they were not familiar. The man viciously explained to her in response that from today, they would recognize each other better. Lin looked at the girls and said with an evil smile that he could provide commercial performances and advertising for them. Din told a man in a displeased voice that this is not interesting for her. Lin approached the girls and said that he could introduce them to the directors to work on television. At this time, unexpectedly, the man noticed how a knife flew to him and pierced him into the table. Xiang told the guest that the girls demanded that he leave, but he had a bad hearing. The man looked angrily at the protagonist and asked if he who he was knows. Xiang looked at the guest absolutely calmly and said that he was a discharge of the rich. The man was very unhappy. He angrily asked the guy, what did he say? Xiang held a fork with food in his hand. He told the man that he wanted to show himself with the help of a rich chain of gold. He called him a garbage. Lin pounded his hand on the table. He said in a cunning voice that his cousin is young Mr. Jintiansh. Both waitresses were very surprised when they realized that the guest is a relative of the young master. The man looked very viciously at the guy and thought that he was afraid of him. Yang looked absolutely calmly at the stranger. He did not tell him anything. Lin swung to hit the guy with all his strength. The man grabbed his friend and shouted to calm down. He recalled that today was the evening of the young Mr. Jiang. The protagonist suggested a man so that he would work with him in a dispute. Lin asked the guy what they would argue for. Song invited a man to bet on two girls in front of them. Yao was unhappy due to the fact that they were betting on them. Din said in a confident voice to her new friend that she would be his bet. Yao shouted to her girlfriend that she was crazy. The waitress looked at the protagonist and said with a smile that she trusted him. Xiang told the man that they had not yet talked about his bet. Lin answered the guy that he could pay as much as needed. The protagonist demanded from a man to run around after a loss and shouting that Wen Jiahua is an idiot. Lin, angry and gambling, shouted to the guy that they agreed. Xing pointed his hand to the girl. He told the man that he could decide what they would argue about. Yao viciously reminded the guy that the bet was on Ming's sister. The man viciously told the guy that he would ask him to guess what color he has underwear. Shang was surprised when he heard such requirements from Lin. The girl shouted to the guy to ask the man to change the conditions. Yao fell silent. She looked at the protagonist with surprise. The guy smiled. The waitress was very surprised. She did not understand why the main character laughed. The waitress cunningly asked her girlfriend, "What about the main character with the face?" Ding replied that everything would be in order with the guy. The man told the guy that he would give him 3 attempts to guess. The main character told a man with a smile that he simply could not resist laughter. Shan shouted a laughter to the man that there was no underwear on him. The man viciously pointed his finger at the protagonist. He shouted that Lin was not some kind of child who could go out without underwear. The guest was worried. He turned and asked his brother Lin, "Is it true?" Lin Evil turned around and demanded that his acquaintance shut up. The man was very scared and surprised. He could not believe that his friend would go without underwear. Xiang threatened his partner that if he did not admit now, He would pull his pants from him and show everyone evidence. The waitresses were shy. Yao closed her eyes with her hand and said that she was afraid to lose her eyesight. Xiang looked at the man and asked if he would do it himself or he will have to do it. Lin turned his back to the guy and headed for the exit. The main character silently followed him. Lin ran and began to scream at full speed that Wen Zhaohua is an idiot. A friend rushed after him and shouted to wait for him. Xin shouted a lot of fun after the man to slowly run. The waitresses looked after the running man. Yao was surprised when I realized that Lin came up with all this well about one of the 4 young gentlemen Zhang Hai. Sang invited his friends that they needed to go to another place. The waitresses shouted to the guy to wait for them. Din stepped forward and stepped on her shoes on the clothes of one of the women. The guest turned into a waitress displeasedly. Dean answered the woman with an apologetic tone that she just did not pay attention to her. The woman recognized the waitress. She greeted her with surprise. Din was surprised when Yu Venli saw in front of her. Yu looked at the protagonist and told her girlfriend that her current man looks bad. The waitress told the woman to laugh at her, but did not molest others. Yu accused her friend that she had come on her dress. Yao ran up from the side. She shouted to the woman that she always had problems with the mean, and now she came to cause trouble. The woman viciously shouted to the girl that her dress cost 32,000. She continued to swear with waitresses. The main character followed the side of everything. Xiang extended his hand and grabbed the girl's dress. He pulled him to him. Yu viciously turned to the guy and asked what he was doing. Xiang held the edge of her clothes in her hand. The main character with all his might tore his hands a piece of clothes on a woman. Xin showed a woman a piece of torn clothes and said that no one else would come on her dress in the future. The waitresses laughed merrily. Yu stood and in bewilderment held a piece of a torn dress in her hands. Xiang grabbed his girlfriends and went with them to the exit. Yu threatened them. Dine looked at the protagonist and thanked him for his help. The main character smiled and told the girl that he needed her to win a lot of money. Xiang walked with the waitresses on the deck. At this time, Lin ran around and shouted that Wen Zhaohua was an idiot. The guy sat inside the cabin with his companions. He heard some kind of noise outside. The guest was unhappy when he heard that someone shouted outside and called him an idiot. The guy shouted, scared by the young master, that someone outside was trying to slander him. Ven gloomily replied that he had heard everything. The guy got angry. He wanted to see who insults him on the street there. Lin continued to run around the deck and shout that the wing is an idiot. The subordinate told the young master that he would bring people to teach a man a lesson. The guy angrily hit the surprised hand. A surprised hand over his face? Wen explained to his subordinate that a Lin, who is the cousin of the young Mr. Jiang, walks and screams around. Wen said thoughtfully that he could not touch the people of the young Mr. Jiang, but he knows who is behind it. He demanded that the protagonist be found. A huge ship rushed through the sea. The spotlights from the side lit water. The main character stood in a casino with a bunch of chips. He shouted that he had to get down to business. Yu came up from the side. She angrily pointed her finger towards the director Van to the protagonist. The director approached the guy from behind and said that he offended his people. This will not end with anything good for him. Van viciously came up and shouted to the guy what he was talking to him. Yang turned around and asked the man who was won. The main character was in the casino. He stood next to his friends. Opposite him was the director of Van and Yu. Xiang looked at the man displeasedly and asked, "Who was the one?" Yu explained to his partners that the director Van shot more than 20 films and received many awards. In the industry, everyone knows him. The protagonist turned his back to the man and said that he was not watching films. Therefore, he does not know him. Van invited the guy to go to their company and engage in development. Yu said that the protagonist contacted Din to enter the film industry. Xiang turned around and looked at the girl. He realized that she was originally an actress, but then she was driven into a corner and she was left without work. She had to go to work with Venus. Van told the main character that he has a good patron named Venjawahua. At this time, Lin passed on the side. He continued to scream that Wen is an idiot. The director with a girlfriend was very surprised. Yu told the waitress that she still dares to call Ding as a sister of Ming. Yao shouted to the woman that she was preventing her sister from meeting other people. Din looked angrily at the woman and said that she had no right to laugh at other people. Yu in an evil voice told her girlfriend that she was very attentive to the guy. It is like true love. Dean swung and with all her might hit the woman on the face with her hand. Yu asked the waitress displeasedly, how did she dare to hit her? Din explained to her girlfriend that her patience is the limit. The director pointed a strict hand at the girl and said that she would never appear on the screen again. Ding answered the man that she was leaving. Van viciously glanced at the girl and recalled that her contract with the company was still not expired. Din was silent. She did not answer the director and only looked in front of her. Xiang asked the girl, should she pay if she violates the contract? Ding answered the guy that she should pay 20 million for violation of the contract. Xing pointed his hand to a table with chips. He said that the girl could use them to pay. Ding answered the guy that the chips would not be enough to pay for everything. The main character invited the girl to use 800,000 she earned to bet. Then, it will be possible to win 20 million. Din looked at the guy with a smile and said that she believes him. Yao shouted with the excitement of her girlfriend that she was crazy. Van looked with interest at the guy and said that now all the money will fly into the pipe. The main character, along with his girlfriend, approached the table. The girl laid out the cards. The waitresses around were very surprised. They looked at the protagonist with admiration. Xing smiled joyfully at the girls and confirmed that he had won again. Van did not believe that this could be. At this time, Van appeared in the casino along with his subordinates. They approached the main character. The director went to the young Mr. Venus from the side and asked if he remembers him. A trunk came up from the side. He asked the protagonist, what did he really need? The woman turned around and was surprised to say that the director Wang was here too. The director held out his hand to Venya. He said with a smile that such a noble person forgot how they had dinner. Wen turned out displeasedly and looked at the director. Wang continued to smile at him. The guy came up and asked the protagonist, what did he want? Xiang answered his partner that he wants to see how he would play poker. Ven replied that he did not agree, and all this would not be in the subject. Xiang answered the partner that he would hire another guy who would run around the casino and scream. The director was surprised to notice that the main character rudely spoke with Mr. Venom. He realized that both guys were familiar. Ween invited the main character to make another bet. He added that if he loses, then he would come out of this place naked. Xiang answered his partner that he could put on everything he wants. The guy angrily told the main character that he would find a person who would make a bet with him. The young master stood aside and talked about something with his acquaintance. Wang pointed his finger at the protagonist. He shouted that Wen could knock him out with one hand. The guy suddenly got angry. He turned around and hit the man with his hand over his face. The director in a dissatisfied voice told the young master that he tried for his sake. Wen demanded a man to clean. The young master was unhappy. He did not want to deal with these people anymore. The director and Yu headed for the exit. The girls were very amused when they saw such a comic scene. They were very funny. At this time, Zhang entered the room, accompanied by his subordinates. He was all greeted. The protagonist carefully noticed that a man came in, but he already looked without any damage. Xiang realized that there were no intervention of some miracle of the doctor. Two servants ran up and transferred a large chair for the young master. Zhang pointed a finger at the protagonist and demanded that he also bring a chair to him. The young gentleman sat in a chair and carefully looked at the protagonist. A chair was also brought to Xian from behind. Xiang prepared to sit in a chair. He asked the young master, will they really make a bet with him? Xiang pointed his hand to the girl. He said that it would imprison Paris. The stranger greeted and said that her name is Mimiko Simagawa. The protagonist was surprised at the fact that his opponent wanted a Japanese person to play instead. Zhang answered the partner that the girl studied gambling very well. Mimko cunningly told the main character that he was afraid to lose. Xing looked at the girl and asked what she wanted to put on. Mimeko told the chief hero that if he wins, then she will eat a whole deck of cards. If Xiang loses, then he will jump without clothes from the liner. Din was very scared when she realized that her friend would have to go beyond the side. Mimeko told the guy in a strict voice that he could leave the liner or even fly away. Din said in a dissatisfied voice that all this is very unequal. Wang will eat a deck of cards, Xian will risk his life. The protagonist in a confident voice replied that he was taking a challenge. The waitress called him in dismay. Two servants entered the casino room. They brought cubes and large glasses on the tray. Din was very surprised. She did not understand why there were so many playing cubes. Another waitress said in surprise that the glasses were also large. Mimeko told the guy that each of them would throw a dozen cubes. The one who scores the least points will win. Xiang answered the girl to start the first. The girl brought her glass and gathered a dozen cubes inside him. Mimko trotted a glass in her hands. She prepared to throw cubes from him. The girl put her glass on the table. She told the opponent a confident voice that she won. Xiang Sly looked at the rival and told her that she would not be so fast. The girl shouted that she won. Her table had a whole bunch of cubes on the other. They all showed 1 point. Mimeko told the guy that it was impossible to get less than 1 point. She asked if she wanted to try. Xiang replied to her that if you do not try, then not to find out the result. The main character laid his hand on an inverted glass with cubes. Zhao very carefully watched the actions of the protagonist. He expected that he would shake his glass. Yao asked a friend, "Why is he not shaking a glass?" Xiang replied that he had already finished shaking him. The protagonist explained that he was no longer just finished, but already won. He lifted the glass, and below was a bunch of small plastic. The audience was surprised. They realized that the protagonist won the duel. Xing held out a deck of Venus and explained that he paid everything and was not a deceiver. The guy looked scared at the card deck. He still did not dare to take her. Wen grabbed a deck of cards and began to gradually eat it with tears. The waitresses laughed. They were very fun to see Venya like that. Zhao looked at the protagonist and said that he was an expert at Huan's level. In response, Zhang called Xian a splinter. The second round of the game began. The main character was able to defeat the rival in the cards. The main character was confidently able to defeat the girl in the third round. Xiang raised his hand in front of him and waved. He said that they were already leaving. The ship arrived at the shore. The main character, along with his girlfriends, went to the ground. Xiang walked along the shore. He noticed how 2 strangers appeared behind him. The stranger asked the protagonist his name. Xiang asked his partner who was one. The stranger looked at the protagonist and invited him to compete in speed. The stranger cunningly glanced at the protagonist and invited him to compete. Which of them is faster? Yang looked at the guy in displeasure. He remembered that he was constantly competing with someone today. The main character suggested that the end point be near his house. The guy replied that he was not opposed. The stranger looked at the protagonist with a studying look. Xiang looked at him in response. Xiang, along with the stranger, ran along the deserted street with all his strength. The main character barely overtook the opponent. He used the technique of immortal steps of wandering clouds against him. The main character fled at full speed and could not overtake his opponent. The stranger ran to the house and stopped. Xiang gradually ran to this place. Xiang slowly ran up to the building, where the opponent was already waiting for him. The main character was out of breath and ran to the entrance to the house. There, a stranger was waiting for him. The opponent answered in a calm voice for the protagonist that he was already waiting for him for half an hour. Xiang was very surprised when he heard this. Ian realized with the surprise that he spent 45 minutes on the road, and his opponent is only 15. The stranger asked the protagonist, did he want to participate in another competition? Song agreed. The blonde bowed his head in front of the main character and silently looked at him. The stranger abruptly dodged to the side. Xiang realized that he acted very quickly. Suddenly, the blonde sharply ran towards the back of the protagonist. The stranger sharply rushed to the side and ran very quickly forward. Xiang looked around in dismay. He realized that his opponent had just disappeared. The protagonist looked up in front of him in surprise and did not notice that a stranger flew over him there. Xiang raised his hand up. He told the invisible partner that the human body cannot freely move in the air. He wanted to see where his opponent was hiding. The blonde was very surprised and amused when he heard such words from the guy. The stranger flew over the main character. He approached his hand. The blonde neatly touched his shoes to the fingers of the protagonist in flight. The stranger flew up sharply. Xiang stood on the ground with an outstretched hand to the side. The protagonist was scaredly realized that his opponent was not jumping, but was in flight. The blonde, after the jump, landed on the ground in front of the main character. The stranger looked at the guy and said that his name is Bai Yu. He was the fastest person in the world. The main character told the opponent that they would check how fast he was. He held needles in his hands. Xiang launched the needles aside. Bai hit them very quickly with his flying pen. The needle fell into the ground. A small Perishko landed next to her. Xing looked aside with excitement and thought that it was all impressive. Bai answered the opponent that his silver needles were also magnificent. The blonde suddenly swung to hit the protagonist's hand. Bai swung with all his strength, pounding the protagonist's hand. Xiang did not expect an attack at such a moment. The main character did not have time to defend himself from the blow. He had blood from his mouth. After a very strong blow, Xiang flew to the side and fell to the ground. The protagonist was scared after the injury. He realized that the stranger wanted to kill him. Bai approached the guy and asked, did he really think that he wants to kill him? The blonde swung and with all his might hit the protagonist with his foot in his stomach. After a strong blow, Xiang came to his senses and immediately rose above the ground. Bai looked strictly at the opponent and said that he was very slow. The blonde sharply jumped up to hit the protagonist in the flight. Shang looked with excitement in front of him and thought that this was not a training. Sion scaredly thought that he could die. He raised his hand up to protect himself. The blonde stopped and looked at his opponent with great excitement. Bai jumped up and prepared to run on the guy again. The blonde scaredly asked the opponent, "How did he do it?" Xiang looked at his hand and said that all this was instinctive. Bai looked slyly in front of him and said in a joyful voice that it became interesting. Xiang closed his eyes. He thought that the feeling that he had just experienced was not a coincidence. The blonde accelerated with all his strength to attack his opponent again. The main character stood with his eyes closed. He thought that 3 meters in diameter is a range of his attack. Xiang looked in front of him. He thought that in this battlefield his technique would not be defeated. The protagonist headed forward in the direction of the opponent. He used the first level of Immortal Steps. Xiang activated his combat abilities and was able to evade the opponent's blow. Bai was very amazed when he realized that the protagonist was able to dodge him. Xiang held out his hand forward to try to hit the blonde with his fingers. Bai with excitement followed the actions of his opponent and shouted to continue. Xiang thought with the excitement that he could not fully master the immortal steps of the Wandering Clouds. He has now overcome the first level. The main character continued to fiercely fight on the street against the opponent. Xiang bounced back and stood at a short distance from the blonde. Bai told his opponent that he could maintain fast speed for 10 minutes. Xiang brought his hand to his face. He was surprised when he heard about 10 minutes. Bai sharply jumped up. In parting, he warned the protagonist so that someone would beware of strong enemies. Xiang was surprised to realize that the stranger appeared in front of him to warn him. The main character realized that if Bai turned out to be a strong fighter to warn him, his enemies would be very strong. The main character returned to his home and went to the shower to refresh. Xiang told himself that he needed to find a method to bring the technique of immortal steps to a new level. The main character closed the water in the shower. He thought that he needed to deepen the study of a book of change. It is also necessary to increase the ability to calculate and spiritual power. How to increase it, he certainly did not know. Xiang wiped his hair with a towel. He decided to ask the stranger about everything when he meets him next time. Xiang opened the closet. He did not know what kind of clothes he should not spoil her in a fight. The guy looked aside. He thought that he needed to go to the ATM and take money. The main character neatly made his way to a large building. He went into the room. There were drinks on the table. A bunch of male and women's clothing was lying on the floor in disorder. Wen was sleeping very calmly on the bed. 2 girls lay next to him. The guy rested calmly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and realized that someone had come to him. Wen screamed in fright when he saw the protagonist in front of him. Xiang said quietly to the guy that he came to take his duty from him. The partner explained to the guest that he had already ate a deck of cards. The main character reminded the guy that he still had not paid him for the work that he completed. Wen was very surprised due to the fact that the guy first beat him and then asked for money. The guy carefully stood up on the bed. He noticed that the girl did not wake up next to him. The main character explained to his partner that if the girls wake up, then he would beat him again. Wen got up and handed the main character a cards with money. Xiang grabbed the card. The main character thanked Venya. At this time, the girls woke up on the bed. Wen woke up and viciously shouted to his girlfriend so that they would clean up as soon as possible. Xiang went into a large library during the day. He needed to find a book for himself there. The main character sat at the table with the book. The girl looked at him from the side. Guests in the library were surprised when they saw that Xiang was holding a quantum reading book in his hands. The main character asked a classmate to lend him paper and a pen. The girl handed the guy a pen. The main character thanked her. Xiang sat and wrote down something on a piece of paper. The student stood on the side and looked at it. The girl looked closely and realized that the main character calculates something on a piece of paper. Xiang asked the student, "Can she use a pen?" The girlfriend replied that she was just wondering what the guy was doing. The main character said that he is not very well versed in mathematics. The girl answered the partner that his books have long been beyond the university level. Xiang cheerfully answered the student that she had bitten him off. The student asked the protagonist to help her in mathematics. She said her name is Milan. The main character answered the girl that he would help her. This will be his gratitude for the fact that she lent him paper and a pen. Milan, along with the main character, sat in the library building and studied. The girl looked into the phone. She said that she had almost come for an appointed meeting. Xiang asked the girl, "Really, something happened to her?" The student looked at the protagonist and said that he would go with her. Milan approached with the main character to the next table. She introduced him to her acquaintances of students. Students at the table greeted the protagonist. Someone said that they are pleased to meet. The student showed a side and said that her boyfriend Dean Hu was sitting next to her. The student greeted the protagonist. At this time, some unfamiliar guys got up from the next table. The stranger went to the table and invited students to sit together and revive the situation. Milan answered strangers displeasedly that they were comfortable here. The guy told the girl that she could choose one of them too. The student asked the stranger in displeasure, "What does he do?" He grabbed her by the hand. The stranger in a green t-shirt held the student by the hands and did not want to let her go. The main character came up on the side and told the student that he wanted to be killed. The stranger explained that no one was afraid of anyone at the Shenlun Martial Arts School. The protagonist angrily told the stranger that he should apologize. The student answered the partner that he could hit him. The main character decided not to waste time. With all his might, with all his power, he put his opponent from his feet with a powerful blow. Shang bent down and hit the students with a powerful blow of his legs and they fell. The main character looked joyfully in front of him. It seemed to him that everything went well. A very strong fight started right in the center of the library. People were scared. A man in a suit ran. He asked the students to talk in a civilized manner. Xiang told the man not to go to the place of fights. He promised to pay for everything. A beaten stranger grabbed the phone. He called and demanded that he be brought to all the fighters. The student told the main character that they need to leave as soon as possible until the help came. Xiang replied to her that the fighters were already here. It's too late to leave. An angry fighter ran into the room. He asked who attacked his people. A student named Dean Hu got up and told the stranger that he attacked his people. The fighter said that his name is Shen Delun. He explained that he could not ignore everything that happened. Dean said, in response to his partner, that he was ready to meet him face to face. The girl said with excitement to the main character that he could go unnoticed. She wanted to call the police. The main character warned the girl that her friend would also be held accountable for the fight, since he defended her. Milan scaredly asked her friend, "What should they do?" Xiang answered his girlfriend that she could wait with him here. He will not allow Din something to happen. The girlfriend was surprised. She could not believe that her familiar genius of science could fight. Dean swung and with a very powerful blow of his hand heezed one of the attackers. The main character looked aside and realized that Dean Hu was a professional in boxing. The student continued in all directions to wave his hands and smash his rivals. Dean swung and hit the Shenya with a very powerful blow. Dean turned and went to the window. He told the fighter to take his people and not create any more problems. Shen stood on the floor on all fours. The fighter looked angrily at the student. He held out his hand and grabbed a broken bottle. Shen swung a broken bottle against the guy and prepared to attack him. The student was very scared. She shouted to a friend to be more careful. The main character realized that he needed to intervene as soon as possible. He jumped forward. The main character at full speed ran to Shenya to grab his hand. Shang arrived on time. He grabbed a bandit with his hand with a broken bottle. The main character stood and very powerfully held his hand with his hand. Shana viciously looked at the opponent. He tried to free himself from him. Shang in a strict voice told the surprised fighter that he was now in turn to attack. He was still holding his hand. The main character squeezed the opponent's hand even more with his hand. He prepared to attack. Shen fell to the ground. After that, the main character ran away very quickly. The subordinates ran from the side to his boss and helped him get to his feet. The fighter looked angrily at the protagonist and asked who he was. The main character calmly looked at his opponent and called him his name. Shen asked the student displeasedly, why did he intervene in his battle? Xiang explained to his partner that he had lost, but tried to attack Dina from the back. Shen shouted menacingly that while he could still stand on his feet, he did not lose. He threatened the main character that he attacked one of the students of the Shenlun Martial Arts School. Shang calmly looked at the opponent and said that the martial arts school is just a school. Dean stood on the side. He told the main character that he wants to fight with him. Shen strictly demanded from the opponent to apologize. He promised to let him go. The main character agreed with the demand of the fighter. He apologized to him. Then the main character slowly in a slow step approached Shenya. Xing came close to the athlete and with all his might hit his face with his hand. The protagonist in a calm voice answered the surprised opponent that he was regretting. Shang grabbed the fighter by the clothes. Shen was very scared and did not know what to do. The main character continued to beat the fighter in the face with his hand. He repeated the words of an apology to him. The beaten Shen looked very displeasure at the protagonist. He was still very surprised. Shen angrily shouted to his subordinates so that they would not stand but attack the guy. Xiang raised his hand in front of him and activated the skill called the Higher Nirvana. Xiang neutralized all the fighters with very powerful and strong blows with his hand. Shen looked scared around. He saw that all his subordinates were lying on the floor. The bandit viciously realized that the main character is an unusual person. He decided not to stop until he achieves his. Shen suddenly turned around and ran to the exit. He shouted so that the main character waited. Xiang answered the opponent with a displeased voice that he did not have time to wait for him here. Shane Farewell shouted to the main character so that he would leave him contact details. Xiang answered a fighter in a calm voice that he could find him near the section of mathematics books in the library. Shen sharply ran to the side. He shouted to the main character that he would still regret it. Dean thanked his friend for his help. Xiang answered him joyfully that he was also involved in this matter. The student was very scared. The neighbor in response told her that they could all go to the cafeteria. There should not be many people there. The main character, along with his friends, went to the cafeteria. They sat down at the table. One of the girls told friends at the table so that they order everything they want. It was all at her expense. A student entered the room of the cafeteria. Everyone around shouted that it was a beauty Yun Mao. There was a girlfriend next to her. The girlfriend told her partners to carefully look who came. They all turned around. Yang decided not to waste time. He grabbed the cutlery with his hand and began to eat. On the side, everyone shouted compliments to the student and called her. The girlfriend went to Yun Mao and called her to her. Yun carefully looked at the table where the main character with a girlfriend was sitting. She decided to approach them. The girls at the table were delighted. They realized that the beauty decided to approach them. Yun approached the students and said that she wants to sit next to them. The main character showed the girl aside and said that there is a place for her. At the next table sat joyful students. They waited for a girl. The student offered a beauty to sit next to them. She promised to order food for her. Yun explained in response that the main character is not glad to see her. A girlfriend told the main character that he had problems in communicating with girls. Xiang told the student that he did not know her and wants to greet her. Yun asked the guy if he was free tonight. The main character explained in a strict voice that it is very dangerous to meet people of the opposite sex late in the evening. The student looked at the guy with a smile and said that she wanted to chat with him. Around everyone was surprised. The main character got up and headed for the exit. He told the student that he knows the course of her thoughts. Sang told a surprised girl that she wants to invite him late in the evening. Then she will pretend to be drunk and falls on him. Xing turned around and said to the student in a strict voice that this would never happen. The red-haired student looked after the departing main character. She said he waited. The girls sat at the table with surprise and looked after the departing main character. One of them said that she thought that Xiang could only fight. The main character went out of the cafeteria. His phone rang. Girls fled behind him. The partner told the main character to be careful. Recently, masters of unsteady sand have been to the city. Xiang answered a friend that he understood everything. The beauty shouted to her girlfriend named Lin to return. She wanted to talk to the guy alone. The protagonist asked the student with displeasure, "What's wrong with her?" The girl replied that she did not want to leave Yun with a pervert. Xiang was unhappy that he was called a pervert. He asked who was pestering him all the time. The student unexpectedly told all the names and surnames of the girlfriend of the guy. The main character was very surprised. He asked the girl, "Did she really study him?" Lin, in a calm and shy voice, answered the guy that she did not study him. The student smiled slyly and told the main character that she was following him. The main character thoughtly thought that two girls had some skills. He decided not to contact them. Yun turned around and demanded that Lin return. She said that she would be all right. The girl asked the main character to take a walk with her. Xiang replied that he would joyfully have to be beautiful. Yun walked along the path with the main character. Trees grew around and it was deserted. After a small pause, the student told the guy that he has a fragment of a heavenly scroll. Xiang turned to the side and told the girl that he did not know what she was talking about. Yun answered the guy that he should store this thing well. Father received this subject when he risked his life. The main character was surprised. He asked the girl, "Did she really know his father?" Yun answered her companion that she had heard many stories from her master. Xiang asked the student to tell him more. The student said that the father of the protagonist was called Xiang Long. In China, he was known as the Western Hidden Master. There were 4 great masters in China. In the east, there was Zhang Venchen. In the west was Zhang Long. In the south, there was Wei Guan. The Western master was Bin De Huai. Yoon with a smile told the main character that his father was a womanizer and he inherited his abilities. Xiang answered her girlfriend so that she would not compare him with her father. The student told the guy about the battle of his father. At first he fought with his family Xiang, then there was an Inaman, and then there was a battle of the game by Life-san. Yoon said in a quiet voice that during the battle on Mount Diana-san, the man died. The protagonist said that he belongs to the Xiang family. He did not understand how his father could fight against this family. The student told the guy that the Cyan family in the Imperial City is his tribal family. The girl told the guy that when his grandfather disappeared, her father was expelled from the Xiang's family. When a man was expelled from the family, he promised that he would return dignity and beautifully. Then the man returned to the Xiang family, at the age of 19 years there. He fought with 7 elders. The man left 4 large hieroglyphs on the plate of the Xian family. This battle made him famous. The second battle was in the yoke. The strongest people of China gathered in this place. The protagonist asked the girl, "Was she really from the yoke?" Yun replied that she was from this place. The girl told the guy that the wars and hidden sects happened due to the fact that he had a heavenly scroll in his hands. She asked the guy if he knew Evankin. The main character answered his girlfriend that he knows this girl. Yun said that the girl at one time worked in the Special Operations Department. The family was always headed by the Special Operations Department and the Dragon Team. Van Zin wanted to achieve a man, but he did not accept her and considered her only a younger sister. During one of the tasks, Van Zin accompanied the remaining heavenly scrolls. She was wounded, and the scroll was stolen by the Master Inman. The father of the protagonist was very angry. He immediately climbed Mount Taishan alone. Xiang carefully listened to the story from his girlfriend. Yun said that the guy's father shouted at one point so that everyone would come out quickly. The girl told the chief hero that his father during the battle, Inaman fought against 78 masters of Taishan sect. After that, the man became famous for the whole world. Yun told the main character that he was carrying a scroll that his father had previously received. Xian scaredly replied that he had no scroll. Yun told the guy not to be nervous. She was not going to steal his scroll. The girl looked up. She said that that battle was called the most serious battle over the past centuries. The main character asked the girl, was the man really an idol for her? Yun turned aside and said that the fighter was an idol for everyone in the yoke. Yun said that the third was the Battle of Mount Dianson. There were a lot of victims in it. The girl said to the guy with a sad voice that the battle was unexpected for his father. Xiang asked in a frightened voice, "Did his father die in battle?" Yun answered the guy that the man had won. The protagonist in dismay asked why his father died if he won. Yun explained to the main character that his father decided that the battle was over and he was left alone. Wei Guan brought all the masters from the unsteady sands and was waiting for a warrior there. There was a chaotic battle. The father of the protagonist alone opposed everyone from the unsteady sands. He killed 16 masters of Xuan level. As a result, the father of the protagonist was heavily wounded. He jumped 1,000 meters down. Xiang thought. He repeated to himself the words about the grouping sandy sands. Xiang asked the girl, why was Wei Guan should kill his father? The girlfriend explained that the father of the protagonist was an ancient enemy of the unsteady sands. Yun told the main character that all of China knew that his father had a heavenly scroll. Xiang vowed that he would destroy all of the unsteady sands and take revenge on his father. The girl told the guy not to think about revenge yet. He is still far from the masters of the unsteady sands. Xiang replied that he would certainly achieve success. The protagonist asked the student if she knows anything about his mother. Yun answered the guy that no one knew anything about his mother. The main character told the girl that he wants to be in silence. Yun did not understand what he wants. Xiang extended his hand forward. He told the girl that he wants a little silence and peace. The protagonist, with his eyes closed, laid his hand on the girl's chest. She was very surprised. Xiang opened his eyes sharply. He said that the student has a very pleasant shape. Yun swung with all her might and hit the protagonist with his hand over her face. The protagonist answered the girlfriend with displeasure that all this was an accident. Yun told the guy that he touched her and now he was responsible for her. Xiang said, in a dissatisfied voice, that it would be good for him to have several wives. Yun told the main character that he should decide the crisis in which his wife is located. Xian in dismay asked his girlfriend, was it really too late for him to repent due to the fact that he fell into her trap? The student smiled slyly for the protagonist and said that everything was already very late. The student said that for her the problem is created by the young master of sect Shan Yun. They have 3 masters of earthly level. The main character said thoughtfully that the three masters of the Earth's level are a big problem. Yoon answered the guy that he should train hard. Someone else could take his wife. Xiang looked after the departing girlfriend. He told himself that he was in trouble. The main character approached the gates of the building. A sign hung in front of the entrance. Xiang extended his hand forward. He remembered that his father always defeated in major battles, but he is still far from his level. The main character opened the gate to the estate. He carefully looked inside. Xian stood in front of the gate and prepared to close them. He wanted to leave. Suddenly, the main character heard some suspicious noise on the side. He turned around. There was some unfamiliar fighter. He kneaded his hands and prepared to fight. Xiang realized that in front of him was a master of level of Zhuan from Unsteady Sands. The stranger demanded that the main character give him a heavenly scroll. Xiang answered the master that if he wants to kill him, then he should come. The fighter very sharply and quickly rushed forward at the protagonist to attack. Xiang was very sharply and quickly bounced to the side. The fighter flew past him. The main character extended 2 fingers forward and touched the point on the master's body. Xiang very quickly bounced back from the opponent and landed on one knee. The master looked at the guy very viciously and said that he was interested. Xiang looked at his opponent and explained that the most interesting would be ahead. Xiang attacked the master with the help of 2 fingers in the chest. The master very quickly evaded away from the attack of the protagonist. He hit him in the back. Xian, after a very powerful and strong blow, flew away to the wall. The main character rose above the ground. He said that he had become even faster than he was before. The master came up from the side. He told the guy that the most interesting thing will be still ahead. Xing grabbed needles in his hand. He swung and launched them straight into the master. The fighter repulsed the needles that flew on him. The protagonist rushed to the attack. Xing ran up to the fighter at full speed and touched his fingers to his body. The main character continued to fight against his opponent. He struck his fingers. After another attack, Xiang bounced back at a safe distance. The master was still on his feet. Xiang looked at his opponent and immediately realized that he was very strong. The protagonist attacked the fighter from above. He wanted to break through his shell. Xing swung his foot and hit the master's knee with all his might. The main character was surprised to notice that his opponent was numb. Xiang held the needles in his hands. He viciously told the master that he was waiting for this opportunity. The main character rushed sharply against his opponent to demolish him. Xiang swung his foot to hit the master. He managed to fight off the guy. The main character, after a very powerful blow from the opponent, flew to the side and fell to the ground. The guy thought displeasedly to himself that he was still very inexperienced in battle. Xiang looked aside. He realized that the opponent wants to attack him now. The master swung his foot. He shouted that the main character is as useless as his father. Xiang did not have time to defend himself from the attack. The opponent's blow fell on his face. Xiang raised himself on all fours. He viciously said that the master does not dare to insult his father. The master took out a small knife. He told the protagonist that he was as miserable as his father at one time. The fighter told the guy that if he is very upset, then he could come up and kill him. The main character tried to rush forward to hit the opponent. The master swung and hit the guy in his shoulder with his knife. Proceedings of blood appeared. The fighter viciously asked the opponent, why did he not dodge this blow? Suddenly, the master felt a very strong blow in his body. It was as if something had struck him. The fighter could not resist his feet. He fell to the ground. The main character sat next to the knife. A small ball appeared near the hands of the protagonist. He had a relic of the ancient Buddha. The main character suddenly heard some kind of noise on the side. He looked there carefully. Xiang held out his hand and grabbed the fighter's body. He decided to pull him aside. Shots were heard from the side. The main character defended by the body of the master from the bullets. Xiang continued to run away and close the fighter from the shots on the go. Xiang ran to the wall. He abruptly threw the fighter's body to the ground and decided to hide. The guy stood near the wall. He thought that it took time to heal his wound to heal. At this time, a police car with flashing lights drove up to the building. Xian stood very frightened. He thought that someone had heard shots and called the police. The main character walked with a knife in his hand. He thought that today he was able to save his life. The man went into the office of the boss in the Special Operations Department. He said that an expert named H was killed by the main character, but the sniper was able to escape. The boss asked the subordinate, "How did Xian's health?" The man told the woman that the guy got a knife wound in his shoulder. They also shot at it twice, but this is not life-threatening. The woman told the subordinate that the investigation should be conducted. "You can't let the sniper leave." The man answered the boss that he understood everything. In the late evening, the protagonist was in the hospital ward after a wound. A girl entered the room. She asked if Sian is here. The main character lay on the bed and a girlfriend cleaned the apple. Ying raised his hand up and greeted the guest. There was a bandage on his body. The guest asked the protagonist, "How did he suffer so much?" Lin cleaned the apple. She said in a dissatisfied voice that the guy was in trouble and was beaten. Xiang explained to his girlfriend with a smile that he did not fall into trouble. Someone just attacked him. Lin kept a piece of food on a fork. She asked the guy, "Why does he always get into trouble?" Suddenly, lighting disappeared in the room. The girl said that there are some interruptions in electricity. Xiang told his girlfriends that he was haunted by a ghost. Lin knocked the guy with his hand and said that she would not be afraid of anything, since she was from the police. The girl said that the backup generator was supposed to turn on. She wanted to go and see what was happening. The guest left the door of the ward and slammed the door. She saw some strangers in hoods. The girl screamed scaredly. She ran into the ward and shouted that ghosts outside. The guy jumped to his feet. He scaredly asked his girlfriend what was happening. Strangers in the hoods entered the room. The guy asked who they were. The police officer jumped up to the middle of the room. She prepared to protect the girl. The girl asked the old man Khan, "Did they have everything ready?" Khan answered a girlfriend to act faster. The Khan and the girl ran to the corridor. Other strangers entered the ward. The girl was very scared. She stood and demanded that someone help her. The fighter sent evil spirits to the protagonist. He shouted to absorb his energy and vitality. Suddenly, the main character disappeared somewhere. The girls were surprised and evil spirits were surprised. The stranger looked around with interest. He did not understand where the guy went. Xiang materialized in another place. He shouted to strangers so that they would not fit him. The fighter pointed a finger at the protagonist. He wanted to attack him with the help of spirits. Xiang looked angrily at the ghosts and they were very scared of him very much. Strangers were scared. They could not understand how the main character could harm the ghost. Someone shouted that Khan and Jun were deceived. The fighter turned around and noticed that their friends had fled. He shouted that they had trapped. The main character angrily looked at the uninvited guests and said that there were traitors among them. The warrior took out a small red bowl. He handed it to his accomplices. The stranger strictly demanded from his companions to donate his blood to him. The warriors extended their hands to the vessel and added inside the drip of their blood. Sion looked as a scared to the side and thought that the pot was a funny thing. Suddenly, the pot blushed brightly. He had a magical glow from the inside. Gradually, the fluid inside the pot became more and more red. A huge demonic spirit flew out of the bowl and headed for the guy. Xing said in a surprised voice that the uninvited guests had prepared well. A huge monster with burning eyes looked at a man very viciously. The demonic presence covered the whole street. In one of the lanterns, glass burst. There was a deep night outside. There was almost no light in the windows of the hospital. The warrior angrily pointed his finger at the protagonist and told the demon to kill the guy. Xing turned to the side with great attention. He prepared to fight off the attack. The main character swung a powerful blow and tried to hit the monster. The demon screamed angrily. The main character swung for the next blow. Xiang hit the demon with all his strength and he fell to the floor after the blow. One of the warriors told his elder brother that the spirit did not cope with the guy. The fighter shouted to his subordinates to run away as soon as possible. The main character shouted to strangers that they could not escape. Around his body, flames appeared. Strangers ran away in dark clothes. Someone shouted that Khan and Jun were deceived. The girl invited her friends to leave this place. The main character sharply jumped into the corridor. He wanted to stop unfamiliar guests. Xiang in flight ran to one of the warriors and prepared to grab his head with his hand. The main character began with all their strength to beat unfamiliar warriors and scatter them to the sides. Xiang jumped up and with all his might hit one of the stranger his foot on the head. Xiang took his cup. The stranger in black clothes lay unconscious on the floor. Other uninvited guests turned sharply and began to run away. Xiang looked after them with interest. People in black clothes ran away from the hotel. They looked so that the main character did not racing behind them. The fighters ran to the old man with the girl. They angrily asked how the Khan along with Zhang dared to leave them. The old man viciously turned to the soldiers and said that they are already very wounded now. They could not defeat them now. The warrior was very scared. He asked the old man, what did he think? Khan shouted to the soldiers that they were going to kill them in order to increase their own strength. He rushed forward with the girl.